Chapter 1, Eye Open. Konoha died somewhere in the forest in 46 years. The noon sun stung Monan's eyes. The moment Monan's consciousness regained consciousness, only a sharp pain came from his chest. What's the matter? I am not infected with the virus, why am I still conscious? Have they already worked out a way to eliminate the virus? My stupid Odoudou. When Monan was confused about his situation, a voice came from the front. Monan raised his head and saw a handsome and cold-faced man approaching him. The man's eyes were bleeding in tears, and his eyes were strangely red, and there was a windmill in each eye slowly rotating. This is Kaleidoscope riding round eyes. Did I come to Naruto world? Although I am a doctor, I am usually busy at work, but I still like to watch some cartoons and novels after work. Especially the classic Naruto, it is Monan's favorite. You can see the classic pupil technique in this Naruto at a glance. Is the heart pierced and there is still a breath? It seems that the medical ninjutsu you learned from your mother saved your life, but that's it. The man had already stood before him and looked down at Monan indifferently. Only when Monan was shocked did he pay attention to his condition. A white short knife was inserted into his chest, and the blood was constantly pouring out. The short knife seemed to pierce from behind, and he was leaning against a big tree. A large pool of blood ran into the roots and the ground. He said, "Mother, is he the brother of his own body now?" Thinking of this, Monan suddenly felt waves of information coming from his mind. After understanding a part, Monan discovered that this was the memory of Uchiha Nan, the original owner of the body. Coincidentally, his name is also a Nan character. The man in front of him was his brother Uchiha, who had severely injured his brother and planned to give him a fatal blow. Why kill me? Monan said weakly. More and more memories were fused, and there was a burst of pain in his eyes, but compared with the chest injury, it was not worth mentioning. Monan endured the pain and looked at Uchiha Hwa's pair of kaleidoscopes. Uchiha Nan's memories that have been merged so far do not have the memory of Uchiha Hwa's kaleidoscope riding round eyes, which means that his kaleidoscope may have just opened its eyes. Monan had a guess. And then Hwa's answer also confirmed his conjecture. Kin, do you know the true power of the Uchiha clan? This is the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye. This is the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan that has surpassed the limit of the riding wheel eye and can only be mastered by a handful of people. Hwa showed her eyes to Monan looked. The Uchiha clan is the clan who knows love best in the world, and when this love is lost, it will turn into the same hate. At the same time, a special chakra will be generated in the brain, and this chakra reacts with the eyes. The eyes of the wheel will be opened. Uchiha Hwa paused for a while as if he was remembering something, and then continued. The way the kaleidoscope opens the eyes is even more cruel. You need to kill the one you love with your own hands to produce the power that makes the kaleidoscope open, and I now have this power. The reason you want to kill me, is it just to get strong power? Monan asked again. Of course, the reason is not only that, but the reason why I must gain strength. Uchiha Hwa told Monan his story. Konoha's 40th year, the year Monan was born, coincided with the beginning of the 3 world wars, and the intelligence work in the early days of the war was very important. As an excellent investigative ninja, Nan and Hwa's father went to the front line early, and never came back. Nan is still young and has no impression of his father. Unlike her younger brother, Hwa has already graduated from the ninja school and became a qualified ninja. The death of his father dealt a huge blow to him, and even opened the eyes of the riding wheel under this pain. In order to avenge her father, Hwa resolutely set foot on the battlefield. Hwa inherited the path of his father. With the help of Shaolin Yan, Hwa became a Zhongren in only 2 years, and then became a special Shangren with his outstanding intelligence-gathering ability on the battlefield. Intelligence has given Konoha a lot of advantages on the battlefield. But Hwa was not satisfied. His father's experience made him realize the insignificance of personal power. Especially after meeting the masters of Ninja Village, he discovered the limitations of intelligence work. In the face of absolute power gap, everything is meaningless. You know the opposite's plan in advance and prepare for it in advance, but in the face of the huge power gap, you are helpless. Nan and Hwa's mother is a medical ninja who works on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind. Her medical team has always been Sharen's confidant. Soon Sharen sent a team to attack the medical stronghold of Hwa's mother, paying attention to her mother's safety. Hwa's got the news early and gave an early warning. Konoha promptly dispatched a protection team, but what was unexpected was that Yin, in order to eliminate Konoha's medical staff, actually sent Yakang, who had the blood-scorching successor, as the leader of the attack team. Even if they were prepared, ordinary Konoha ninjas were unable to fight against the terrifying Yakang, and fell under Yakang's scorching escape one after another. The medical ninjas and wounded with low combat effectiveness could only wait to die and be slaughtered. When Hwa arrived, she only saw her mother's mummy whose moisture had been evaporated. So you are to have the power to avenge Yakang? Monan asked. Hi, Yakang is nothing at all, Uchiha Hwa snorted. It's not so much Yakang who killed her mother as it was Yin who killed her. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Of course I have no intention of revenge against Yin. Nan. In the past 5 years on the battlefield, I have learned that whether it is Konoha's ninja, Sane, and other ninjas in Ninja Village, they are nothing more than pieces of fate, Uchiha sighed. Everyone is killed for only one reason, that is, they have no power to fight for survival, and no power to resist fate. I have never hated anyone because of their deaths. People without power have no meaning. Uchiha will look down at his younger brother, and there is only one reason why you will die in my hands today, because you have no power, and the only value of you without power is to be my power and let me existence becomes meaningful. Hearing Uchiha's remarks, Nan knew that 80% of this person had been hit too much and was completely mad, and no normal people would have such crazy thoughts. As more and more memories merged, Nan felt his eyes hurt more and more, and he lost too much blood. Nan gradually lost the strength to raise his head. However, at the moment Nan lowered his head, no one saw that Nan's eyes turned blood red, and there were two comma-like things in each eye rotating around his pupils, turning faster and faster. And at this moment Nan seemed to feel something. Is this Uchiha Nan's kaleidoscope opening eyes? This is not impossible. Uchiha Nan started to write about her as early as when she learned of her mother's death. Coupled with the resentment caused by being killed by his own brother, if Uchiha Nan's remaining will is at work, then his eyes may also be opened. Nan understood that if his guess was correct, then these eyes might be his only hope for survival. At this time, he must find a way to buy time for eye-opening. Nan kept his head down and asked Uchiha in a faint voice, "Where did you know the kaleidoscope eye-opening method? It's impossible to know this kind of thing from the clansmen, right?" "Yes, I am afraid that even the patriarch does not know the secret of eye-opening in kaleidoscope. I learned the eye-opening method from an old guy who called himself Uchiha outside the village." Uchiha's words shocked Nan. "Is it Uchiha Madara? How is it possible? He has already started looking for someone to resurrect him before he brought the soil." Nan pretended not to know it was Uchiha Madara but asked in cooperation. "Then you don't know his real name?" Yes, but it doesn't matter. Since the kaleidoscope thing he said is true, then he is really a member of the outer Uchiha clan, right?" Uchiha Hwa sneered, "After saying so much, it makes you dead and understand, and it's time to send you on the road, goodbye Nan." After saying Hwa slowly stretched out her hand to Nan's chest. As long as the short knife is pulled out of the wound, Nan will definitely die if he loses a lot of blood. Damn it, is it too late? Nan clenched his fists. The fusion of memory was only a little bit close. As long as he successfully merged the kaleidoscope, he could successfully open his eyes. Uchiha Hwa finally held the knife with his hand, and the fusion of Nan and Uchiha Nan's memories had reached the final stage. The speed of Goyu in Nan's eyes had reached a limit, as if it had been connected in a circle. Uchiha was about to pull out, but he held the hand he wanted to pull with one hand. "Oh? Still want to struggle to death?" And the answer to him was indeed the pair of kaleidoscope riding wheels that Nan looked at him. Yin and Yang escaped the art of reincarnation without phase. Uchiha Hwa was shocked. There must be a lot of problems when newcomers try to learn writing works. If you are accidentally seen by a passing judge, and you are accidentally nauseated, I will say sorry first. Chapter 2. How could it be possible that you can even open your eyes? Uchiha Hwa never expected that Nan, who was already seriously injured and dying, had also opened the kaleidoscope, and could immediately use the pupil technique to come, froze for a while, and wanted to resist but it was too late. "Humph, it's useless, you have been hit by the pupil power of my phaseless reincarnation, and my phaseless reincarnation is a technique that will never escape once you get hit," Nan snorted coldly. The moment the kaleidoscope opened his eyes, he already knew all the secrets about his eyes. "I didn't expect it to be such a terrible technique." Even though it was his own technique, Nan felt deeply afraid of the terrifying ability of infinite rebirth. A whirlpool appeared in front of Nan's eyes, and the whirlpool immediately attracted Uchiha's hand holding the short knife. At the moment of contact with the vortex, Hwa's hand and the knife in his hand were immediately absorbed by the vortex, and disappeared. Uchiha Hwa opened his absorbable hand in horror and tried to step back and get away. But he found that his entire body was sucked by a huge suction force, and even chakra was constantly being sucked away. And as the chakra is absorbed, it seems that the suction on the opposite side is getting bigger and bigger. It seemed impossible to release any ninjutsu to get away. This is the horrible point of rebirth without phase, except for the chakra required to release ninjutsu at the beginning. Once the opponent is successfully hit, the chakra needed for the follow-up of ninjutsu can be obtained from the opponent. If the opponent wants to use ninjutsu to resist, no matter how much he uses, the chakra will be absorbed immediately, and the suction power that turns into phaseless reincarnation makes it more difficult to escape. That's why Nan can use this trick to deal with Uchiha Hwa. If it is another pupil technique, it is impossible to use it successfully with the little chakra remaining in Uchiha Nan's weak body, let alone use it to deal with the same. Uchiha has a kaleidoscope. But this powerful pupil technique is also limited, because it requires physical contact to absorb it. Therefore, to avoid this trick, as long as you stay away from the caster, or get out at a very fast speed immediately before the formation of the ninjutsu, the phaseless reincarnation cannot be successfully activated. If Uchiha had a fatal blow to Monan from a distance, then Monan would have been killed by him. However, it is impossible for him to know the secret of Monan's pupil technique. And the book ends when the protagonist is dead, which is also impossible. He walked in front of Monan, just giving Monan the opportunity to contact him to initiate the pupil technique. That's why Uchiha had a tragedy. What could have been done without any effort, but because of Monan's unexpected soul and his carelessness, it turned into another result. There is no way to resist, but to watch his disappear little by little. Uchiha looked at his body gradually dissolving and disappearing, knowing that he must die. Although there is a trace of unwillingness in my heart, the greater thing is liberation. Perhaps after the death of his parents, a part of him himself had already followed them to another world, saying that it was only then that he had the horrible idea of killing his brother to gain power. Now when he is about to die, he also regrets what he has done. Finally, he looked at his younger brother's eyes. Now make me your strength, that's okay. Then he closed his eyes slowly, and a smile of relief appeared at the corners of his mouth. It was a pity that he didn't know that his brother had already been killed by himself, and now the person who killed him was just an unexpected stranger. Seeing Uchiha's body completely disappeared, Monan was completely relieved. He had only been in this world for a few minutes, but what happened seemed to be more exciting than the combined experience of more than 20 years in his previous life. At the same time, in a gloomy cave, Madara, who was about to die, was still wondering, how did the curse mark that he secretly planted in Uchiha's body disappeared inexplicably? That was originally the insurance he left in case Huan turned on the kaleidoscope and was disobedient. It can be used to control Uchiha at critical moments. Forget it, it was originally a backup plan. I can only get a puppet by force. I still need a substitute who has the same dreams and pains as me. Madara thought to himself, let you go find a better one. The right person. Monan lowered his head and glanced at his chest. He didn't know when the injury had healed. The short knife inserted in the body has been disassembled by the reincarnation. Only the holes in the chest and the clothes on the back and a large pool of blood on the ground proved that he had been injured so badly. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz, thanks to the useful ability of awakening and reincarnation. Monan let out a long sigh of relief. If it is another ability that awakens, even if it is lucky to defeat Hua, the injury that penetrates through the body is enough to kill me. That's right, of course, the ability to reincarnate in non-phase is not just to decompose and absorb the opponent's body. The real ability to reincarnate in non-phase is fusion. The decomposition and absorption are just the preparatory work before integration. As a kaleidoscope of yin and yang secret technique, the ability to reincarnate without phase is the same as the forbidden techniques Izanagi and Izanami of the Uchiha clan. The 6 immortals once created the technique of the 9 big-tailed beasts and the technique of yin and yang to escape the creation of all things. The basic principle of this pupil technique is, all things in the world have the same material composition in essence, and non-phase rebirth uses yin and yang to break down the absorbed target, understand its basic composition, take its essence, and remove its dross. Restore the beneficial part to the surgeon without any changes to the surgeon's appearance. The caster will obtain all the memories, abilities, and powers of the absorbed person, and can even use special transformation techniques to become his appearance. Because this change is essentially a change, there is no way to see through this transformation technique. These are Monan's combination of the information about pupil technique he got from the awakening of the kaleidoscope with some understanding of Hokage in the previous life. Some guesses about the reincarnation of no form should be inseparable. But after Monan absorbed Uchiha, the pupil power of the kaleidoscope writing wheel reincarnation began to reconstruct Monan's entire body. Therefore, all the blood lost to the damaged heart has been repaired and replenished. Now Monan's body has completely recovered, and because of the chakra who got the birch, it has become better than ever before. However, don't forget that Kaleidoscope has 2 abilities, and Monan is no exception. Monan was agitated again thinking of the ability of the other eye. The ability of Monan's right eye is also called phaseless rebirth, but unlike the absorption and fusion of the left eye, the ability of the right eye is phaseless rebirth and implantation. This ability is also amazing, and the caster will be able to implant his will into the body of the target creature. Turn others into a permanent clone of yourself. If the body is willing, it can also assign a part of the ability to the clone permanently, but it will lose this part of it. The clone will inherit the memory and abilities of the original owner of the body, but the soul will become Monan. The clone can act together with the ontology, and the clone will constantly exchange chakras with the ontology, which enables the ontology and the clone to maintain synchronization of consciousness no matter how far apart they are. At the same time, the clone can also increase its strength through practice. Of course, the use of such a powerful pupil technique is also very restrictive, just like Uchiha Shisui's kaleidoscope of other gods needs to be cooled for more than 10 years every time it is used. Monan's eyes are stronger, and at the same time they are more restrictive. The pupil surgery of each eye needs to be cooled for 15 years before it can be used again. Thinking of this, Mo-nan felt depressed, just awakening Kaleidoscope and eager to use it. As a result, Mo-nan didn't distinguish the pupil power of the two eyes, and used the pupil technique of both eyes together. Among them, the pupil operation of the left eye hit Uchiha Hwa, there was no problem. Although the pupil technique of the right eye is not only used at close range like the left eye, because Mo-nan focused all of his attention on Uchiha Hwa at the time, there was no other thing in his eyes. Because the pupil technique of two eyes cannot be used for the same target, the second condition of use is triggered, physical contact. The blood connected Mo-nan with the big tree behind him, making the big tree the only target of reincarnation without phase. It is also precisely because the target of the operation is a tree with no thoughts, so it doesn't take much chakra to succeed. I have to say that yin and yang escape is really amazing. Mo-nan's will is perfectly implanted in the big tree. Just like this, an ordinary tree has become Mo-nan's clone. Mo-nan really feels that he and this tree have produced something. Inexplicable connection. Mo-nan looked at the big tree in front of him. It was just an ordinary tree that can be seen everywhere in the ninja world. Although he had his own will, he couldn't think at all because he didn't have a brain, and he couldn't become a forbearance tree. So what's the use of this thing? Hey, it seems that this pupil technique is wasted Mo-nan's side, but it's not a waste, anyway, I can't find a suitable target immediately. Phase rebirth is used up. Mo-nan felt relieved as if thinking of something. Why is this? As mentioned earlier, reincarnation left can allow the caster to obtain all the abilities of the absorbed person. So Mo-nan got a new pair of kaleidoscope writing round eyes, and it was not an ordinary kaleidoscope. It's the new body Uchiha-nan's brother, Uchiha Hwa's kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Reading the second chapter shows that you are still a little bit interested in this subject. If you feel that my writing is not good, please try to make comments in a gentle tone. I can't stand the spray on my glass heart. If it gets sprayed, I will secretly curse the person who sprayed me in my heart. Chapter 3. Mo-nan had clearly felt the changes in his body, not only the wounds on his body healed. After absorbing Uchiha Hwa, all of his abilities acquired are gradually awakening as he adapts to his new body, including Hwa's kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes. Hwa's eyes seem to be directly attached to Mo-nan's eyes, which is equivalent to allowing Mo-nan's eyes to be freely switched with the ability to have two pairs of kaleidoscopes. This discovery made Mo-nan very excited. It is well known that once both of the direct blood relatives have the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, as long as one side transplants the eyes of the other, the pupil power of the two pairs of kaleidoscopes can be fused to awaken a new pupil power, the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes. As a veteran Naruto fan who has seen Naruto more than dozens of times, Mo-nan naturally knows how to upgrade ordinary kaleidoscope to eternal kaleidoscope. Although Mo-nan did not have the blindness procedure like Uchiha Madara and Sasuke in the original work, and he did not use the normal method to transplant the eyes of his blood relatives. However, Mo-nan did indeed have two pairs of kaleidoscopes from blood relatives, which meant that he already had all the conditions to merge into an eternal kaleidoscope. Now the appearance of Mo-nan's eternal eyes is just a matter of time, and it is precisely because of this that Mo-nan wasted a precious opportunity to use the pupil technique of phaseless reincarnation without caring about himself. He believes that as long as there is eternal pupil power, the cooling time of phaseless reincarnation will definitely be shortened, and it is even possible to refresh the cooling time immediately because of the appearance of new pupil power. The eye-opening of the eternal kaleidoscope requires the pupil power of the owner to fully adapt to the new eye and absorb the pupil power in it. Sasuke, who transplanted Uchiha Itachi's eyes in the original work, also took a certain amount of time to adapt to the new eyes before allowing the eternal kaleidoscope to reopen, but Mo-nan didn't need it. Even the pupil power of a brother needs months to fuse. However, when Mo-nan used phaseless reincarnation to absorb the Birch's kaleidoscope, the two pairs of eyes directly merged into one pair under the magical effect of pupil surgery. This made Mo-nan directly omit the process of pupil power fusion, and the time for eternal kaleidoscope to appear was greatly shortened. Sure enough, after Hwa's kaleidoscope was completely restored in his own eyes, Mo-nan immediately noticed the change in his eyes. If there was a mirror at this time, Mo-nan would find that in his red writing wheel eyes, there were two windmill patterns that were similar but not exactly the same, and they were rotating rapidly around his pupil at the same time. This is exactly the different patterns of Nan and Hwa's two pairs of kaleidoscopes. Mo-nan understood that this should be a sign that his eternal kaleidoscope was about to open, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. As the frequency of the alternation of the two colors becomes faster and faster, the speed of the pattern rotation becomes faster and faster. The speed of the gradual rotation is too fast to distinguish the difference between the two patterns, and the fusion of the kaleidoscope has reached the final juncture. Although Mo-nan couldn't see the change in his eyes, he could feel it. The feeling in his eyes now was the same as when his own kaleidoscope opened just now, but it was even more strange. Both eyes were beating like a heart, and the feeling of soreness continued to hit. Suddenly Mo-nan felt as if something was streaming out of his eyes, and when he wiped out his hand, it was 2 lines of blood and tears. Mo-nan was not afraid. After reading the original book, he understood that bleeding is a normal phenomenon for eyes. The fusion of the kaleidoscope reached a limit, and the uncomfortable feeling made Mo-nan unbearable, and closed his eyes tightly. When the pain in the eyes gradually eased, the color of the kaleidoscope gradually stabilized when he opened his eyes again. The rotation speed of the windmill pattern slows down, and the changes in the pattern can already be seen. It seems that Nan's kaleidoscope pattern has absorbed a little bit of Birch's kaleidoscope and has become more complicated, and it is roughly the same as before, except that it has become a more beautiful windmill pattern. The eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes have been integrated. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Hi, is it finally finished? Mo-nan let out a long sigh of relief and began to feel the change in his eyes. Is this the eternal kaleidoscope? It really is different from the ordinary kaleidoscope. Even if the ordinary kaleidoscope does not use its unique technique, it will feel painful just by opening the eyes. Once the pupil surgery is used, it is even more painful and unbearable. When Mo-nan dealt with Uchiha Hwa just now, he almost passed out without pain. It's just that he can only grit his teeth and hold it back when life and death are at stake. Now it's different. The kaleidoscope has already been opened, but there is no pain at all. Not only that, the previous kaleidoscope will consume a lot of chakras when it is opened, and you can clearly feel its huge burden on the body. But now there is a full sense of power in the eyes. Not only does the chakra need no extra consumption of the body, but also feels a rush of power pouring from the eyes into his body. No wonder the attacky in the original work became like that at a young age. It seems to be inseparable from the drag of ordinary kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Mo-nan suddenly said, the eternal eye is different. Not only does it not drag the body, but it does. With the passage of time after the eyes were opened, it gave feedback to chakra, who is getting stronger and stronger. Mo-nan was relieved that he would no longer have to worry that he would be stunted by the kaleidoscope. Besides, the changes in Mo-nan's writing wheel eye pupil technique are the same as Mo-nan thought. Originally, each eye can only be used once in 15 years. The cooling time has been greatly shortened. Now it only takes 5 years to use it again. Although 5 years is still a long time, Mo-nan is already quite satisfied. After all, if such a powerful ability can be used frequently, wouldn't it be invincible? If you say it, you can make other people who have opened a kaleidoscope ashamed to commit suicide. A little restriction is also good, and the 2 eyes that have just been used originally have cooled down due to the appearance of the eternal eye, and they can be used again soon. What is not satisfied with Mo-nan? In Mo-nan's vision, if there is a chance to transplant the cells of the first generation of Hokage in the future, he believes that the cooling time of phaseless reincarnation will definitely be shortened again. This is the case with the god of the eyes of the suspension of water in the original book. Danzo tried to control the samurai leader Mifune and failed to use the god of the gods. Soon after, he tried again to use the nickname of Madara. This shows that the primary cells played an extremely powerful role in the recovery of the pupil power of the other gods. I have already said that the use of ordinary kaleidoscopes will have a huge burden on the body, and the attacky of the Uchiha clan cannot bear it. Only one Kakashi who writes round eyes because he does not have Uchiha's blood, he takes a long rest every time he uses it to regain his actions. Similarly, Danzo, who does not have the Uchiha family lineage, has transplanted 11 writing round eyes, including the kaleidoscope, with the help of the first generation cells, and can freely use the cells of the first generation to show the great help to the writing round eyes. The soil without the eternal eye has transplanted Baiju's half of his body, playing an ordinary kaleidoscope more slippery than the eternal eye. It can be seen that the effect of primary cells on the kaleidoscope may be greater than that of eternal eye. By the time I have the first generation cells, my pupil power must be increased to an unimaginable level, and even the eyes of reincarnation are within easy reach. Mo-nan secretly planned. At this moment, Mo-nan suddenly felt his eyes move again. Mo-nan was stunned for a moment, and quickly returned his attention to his eyes, feeling carefully. Ha! I didn't expect this to happen. Hwa's eyes didn't disappear. Mo-nan laughed. It turned out that the reincarnation of formless rebirth gave him a surprise again, and he felt it carefully before realizing that he could still change the color of his eyes just like before the eternal eye awakened. The kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes of the birch that I thought had been fused and disappeared still exist. Chapter 4. Although Mo-nan expressed surprise at this phenomenon, after careful consideration, he found that it is not impossible. After Sasuke transplanted Itachi's kaleidoscope, he didn't get Itachi's moon reading technique, and he could only use his own Amaterasu, Yandun, and Earth Life. Unlike the other 2 Kakashi and Danzo transplanted with a kaleidoscope, they can use the technique of the original owner of the eye. Therefore, after opening the eyes of Eternal Eye, it uses its own pupil power instead of the transplanted eyes. The original ability in the eye should be abandoned when the pupil power merges. This phenomenon may be due to the fact that there are no 4 abilities in 2 eyes, so you can only give up 2. And Sasuke chose his original ability. It is more likely that the transplanted person may not be able to fully adapt to the ability of the foreign eye, so the new eye is just a tool to open up their new pupil power. The original ability in the eyes is meant to be abandoned. Regardless of the real reason, Sasuke originally only had his own pair of kaleidoscopes, but Monan had 2 pairs after he absorbed Hua. The kaleidoscope absorbed by Monan is no different from his own, and it can coexist in a pair of eyes. This is unprecedented. It can only be attributed to the magical nature of yin-yang escape and phaseless reincarnation. In addition, Monan's 2 pairs of kaleidoscopes have just opened their eyes, and the pupil power is quite intact, and there is no distinction between primary and secondary. Therefore, it is not difficult to understand why Monan can retain the ability of 2 pairs of kaleidoscopes even after possessing eternal pupil power. His eyes were originally transformed by the reincarnation of no form and were different from ordinary people's eyes. After thinking about these things, Monan would not be surprised by his situation. I just didn't expect my pupil technique to be more magical than I thought. Even the carrier of his own existence can be transformed, Monan exclaimed. Originally, Monan was also worried that his pupil technique was not an ability that could be used routinely, and it would affect his combat effectiveness. The kaleidoscope that can't use the unique pupil technique is tantamount to abandoning most of it. Even Suseo no Hu is a very powerful ability. After all, there are still limitations, and he is much worse in adaptability and combat methods. However, after Monan discovered that the abilities he had obtained from Hua had not disappeared, these were no longer problems that bothered him. These 2 pupil techniques from Uchiha Hua are exactly what Monan needs, and they can be used at any time in combat ninjutsu. I have to say that there are still some similarities between the brothers. Hua's pupil technique is the same as Nan's pupil technique, which is the pupil technique of yin and yang, and the pupil technique in both eyes is called the same name. Because it was a technique that could be used routinely, Monan no longer hesitated, and immediately experimented. After getting Hua's chakra, he now has the ability to activate the pupil technique. Monan's feet were separated, his eyes condensed, his hands clasped together, his Danshin anger fell, and he shouted. Yin and yang escape the art of illusion. Don't ask me what these preparations are for. It was a matter of life and death just now, but now it is safe. This is the first time to use the kaleidoscope pupil technique. Monan must create a sense of ritual, otherwise I am sorry to watch Hokage for so many years. Unsurprisingly, the pupil technique was successfully activated, and in Monan's perspective, 2 transparent figures appeared in front of him, one black and one white. It is the 2 phantom bodies summoned by the technique of phantom body. What Ling Monan didn't expect was that the chakra needed to summon the phantom was beyond imagination. With the addition of the chakras obtained from Hua, the amount of chakras owned by Monan himself has almost reached the average level of Shangren, but it is still a bit unsustainable. If it weren't for Kaleidoscope, he would continue to feed chakra to himself, and he might have collapsed to the ground. It seems that this trick cannot be used on the spot in battle. You must remember to prepare the phantom body in advance. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. Monan breathed tiredly while not forgetting to remind himself. The 2 phantoms are both chakra entities created by Yin-Yang Dun, which are similar in nature to tail beasts. Unlike the tail beast, the phantom body is not as strong as the tail beast's chakra, but the phantom body has a very high concealment, and will not be directly detected by the naked eye unless the pupil is used. Each phantom also possesses unique abilities. Among them, the black phantom body is summoned by the left eye, and its ability is biased towards yin escape. The phantom body is a phantom body that exists close to the spiritual body, and its killing ability is biased towards the spiritual level. The phantom possesses the Yin Dun chakra, which can perform Yin Fu ninjutsu, illusion, and even directly possess the body to control the opponent. Monan can use the extremely strong perception ninjutsu through the phantom body. The phantom body moves fast, and the phantom body can reach almost instantaneously within the range of perception. This is very similar to Kato Den's spiritualization technique. Knowing that Yin escape phantom body can use perception, Monan to quickly sense the surroundings carefully. Since just now, Monan has been worried about whether there will be people nearby and will reveal his secrets. As a result, Yin Dun clone did not perceive Chakra's reaction. Monan was relieved now. If someone is nearby, I'm afraid Monan will have to prepare for murder. The white phantom body is the Yang escape phantom body, the ability of the right eye. It is closer to the entity than the phantom body, and can cause more damage at the physical level. The phantom body can use Yang Dun ninjutsu and can also use physique to kill opponents. The phantom body of Yang Dun also has a strong healing power, and it will have a huge bonus when using medical ninjutsu. The phantom body of Yang Yun most satisfied Monan is an ability called a substitute. This ability allows Monan to transfer his injuries to phantom body when he is injured. As long as he is not dead, no matter how many injuries the body suffers, he can heal instantly. This is simply the ability to hang up. Because the nature is close to the tail beast, the phantom body cannot be truly destroyed. Once the phantom body is severely damaged, it will decompose on its own and return to Monan's kaleidoscope. If it is to recall the phantom body by itself, then there is no need to consume excess chakra when summoning again. And once the phantom is forced to disassemble, the chakras that it needs are as many as when it was first summoned. Once the phantom body is formed, the chakra can be refined by itself during the battle, and it will not cause any consumption to Monan. Even Monan can take the initiative to decompose the phantom to restore his chakra when he lacks chakra. This ability has greatly improved Monan's endurance, and has also given him more choices in tactical arrangements. Monan also felt that his eyes were not only 2 phantoms, but 6. After all, his eyes were eternal eyes. If it were an ordinary kaleidoscope, there might be only 2. The newly acquired kaleidoscope ability is quite comprehensive, almost instantly making Monan, who has not graduated from ninja school, an all-round ninja. If it weren't for Monan's lack of combat experience, he might already have the strength close to or even surpassing the Naruto rank. If you only look at your own appearance, no one can imagine that a child who has just turned 6 has the ability to compete with the shadow ninja. Monan didn't expect that he had just come to the ninja world, but he already had the ability to stand at the pinnacle of the current ninja world. However, after thinking of the powerhouses that will appear in the ninja world in the future, he quickly put away the complacency that had just appeared. According to Uchiha Nan's memory, it is Konoha's 46th year. It can be said that the entire story of Hokage was triggered by the events that took place in the next 2 years. And Nan Neng, who has not graduated from ninja school, will have minimal impact on the future. After all, Monan didn't dare to intervene too much when he was still young, and let the future lose its shape. In this way, the advantage of one's own unpredictable profit no longer exists. What's more, the spots that are not dead now, and the ones who don't know where are still hidden in the dark. Once they expose their amazing abilities prematurely, it will inevitably arouse their vigilance and adversely affect the future. And whether it is the masked man who will appear soon, or the resurrected Madara and Kagaya in the future, or even the Daetongmyo clan who will come to the ninja world in the future, they can't deal with it now. Therefore, Monan secretly decided in his heart, you must practice hard, sharpen yourself, and gain stronger strength before the Hokage plot officially begins. Only in this way can you completely control your own destiny in the turbulent ninja world in the future. Once you have come, you will be at ease. Now that you have come to the world of shinobi, you don't know how to return to the original world. Then start a new life in this world. And the first step is to settle down in the shinobi world. Monan quickly walked out of the death forest based on Uchiha's memory and returned to Uchiha's home. Chapter 5. On the way, Monan deliberately avoided the pedestrians and returned home safely. He didn't dare to let others see his blood, it was difficult to explain clearly. Moreover, Monan hasn't sorted out Uchiha Nan's memory. If he encounters someone he knows and reveals a flaw, he might be suspected. Now in wartime, it is very troublesome to be suspected of being a spy, and if you check it out, your secret will be revealed. Monan was exhausted physically and mentally when he returned home, and just wanted to take a good rest. Less than half a day after I arrived in the ninja world, something of life and death happened. This was something that Monan, who was born in a peaceful world in his previous life, had not experienced it, and it caused great stimulation to Monan's spirit. In addition, I just used the illusion technique to consume too much energy, so I have to take a good rest. Monan dragged his tired body, lay down on the bed, and fell asleep after a while. The sun disappeared for some reason, and replaced by the moon hanging high in the sky. When Monan woke up, it was night. After resting, Monan stretched out, yawned, sat up and turned on the light. Observed the surrounding environment with the help of lights. I was so tired when I came back, I didn't take a good look at my future home. This is Uchiha Nan's original room. The space is small and there is nothing in it. There is only a bed, a closet, and a bedside table. From the neatly folded clothes and bedding on the bed and closet, it can be seen that the original owner was a rigorous, tidy, and meticulous person. There are 2 photo frames on the bedside table, and there are 2 photos in the photo frame. One is a family portrait taken by Uchiha Nan's father when he was still alive. Nan's father was still holding the baby Nan. At that time, the whole family was full of happy smiles. And the second one should be taken before Uchiha Nan's mother went to the front. It's just that Nan's father is missing, and Hwa is also there, but there is no smile on his face. The smile on the mother's face was also less, only Nan smiled really happily. After Monan walked out of the room to other places in the house, Uchiha Nan's family lived in an ordinary Japanese-style 2-story small house. Everything in the house is no different from Monan's memory. It's just that the only people living in it are Monan who bears the identity of Uchiha Nan. After seeing her future home, Monan has the opportunity to review and organize her memory so as to understand her new identity. Unexpectedly, after a closer look, Monan was quite shocked by the content, and he also gained a deeper understanding of his identity. Monan's memory is divided into 3 parts, the most important of which is that Monan's memory of the 28 years in his previous life is very clear, and there is nothing to say. But then Uchiha Nan's memory surprised him. Originally, Monan thought that his soul had traveled when Uchiha Nan was seriously injured and was dying. After sorting out Uchiha Nan's memory, he found that it was not the case. Uchiha Kusa was born in the 40th year of Konoha, and the 3 wars started shortly after his birth. His mother is an excellent medical ninja who once learned medical ninjutsu with Tsunade, one of Konoha's 3 ninjas. It seems that Nan has inherited her excellent genes and is naturally gifted with medical ninjutsu. Especially when it comes to diagnosis, it can be said to be self-directed without a teacher, as if by nature to diagnose diseases. The war started, and a large number of wounded people continued to be transported back to Konoha from the front line. Due to the shortage of medical staff, the mother who was taking care of the young Nan at home could only take Nan to the hospital to treat the wounded while taking care of Nan. Nan grew up in the hospital since he was a child, and everyone in the hospital liked him very much. When Nan was 3 years old, the hospital admitted a seriously injured person. His injury is very complicated, and various statistics have been declining, but no one can say why, nor can he determine the treatment plan. Just as everyone was at a loss, Nan, who was only 3 years old, stood up and put forward his opinion on the diagnosis of the wounded. Originally, the medical staff thought that Nan was just a kid playing foolishly. However, after listening to Nan's thoughts, he found that Nan was actually right. It suddenly dawned on everyone that the doctor quickly worked out a successful treatment plan. Everyone thought that Nan grew up in the hospital and learned something through his ears. So it was just shocked by Nan's intelligence, but it didn't feel strange. Read more at hotantanovel.xyz. Since it was discovered that Nan may have a talent for medical ninjutsu, from this time Nan's mother began to consciously teach Nan's medical ninjutsu. Nan's talent is really amazing. Both theoretical knowledge and control of chakra can be learned quickly, and a certain foundation will be mastered soon. While studying with his mother, Nan helped accumulate experience in the hospital. After 2 years of this, the 5-year-old Nan reached the age of enrolling in ninja school. At this time, Nan already had mature medical ninjutsu, and he was almost a qualified medical ninja. After Nan entered ninja school, Nan's mother went to the front, and soon after Nan received news of her mother's death. Nan, who learned of the death of his mother, was overwhelmed and unconscious on the spot. He didn't even know that he had opened the writing wheel because of grief. Nan disappeared from everyone's eyes for a few days. Everyone who knew Nan thought that Nan would disappear for a while, but it didn't take long for everyone to rediscover his figure. It seems that Nan has walked out of the pain of losing a loved one. However, people familiar with Nan found that he was different from before. The originally cheerful child became much silent, and he always said something about another life in another world. Others thought that Nan couldn't bear the blow of his mother's death and became a little nervous. There were too many such things in the war years, and no one paid too much attention to it. Seeing this, Nan had already fully understood that it was not his soul that passed through and occupied Uchiha Nan's body, but he was reincarnated into the Hokage world for unknown reasons after he died of illness. Uchiha was him from the beginning, but he lost the memory of being Nan. After the death of his mother, Nan recovered a little memory due to mental shock, which led to confusion and abnormal behavior. In the end, he was betrayed by his last relatives and had a complete mental breakdown before recovering all his memories. And Nan's personality, who had been sleeping for a long time, also recovered. This explains why Nan has not heard of the owner of a kaleidoscope writing wheel named Uchiha Hwa or Uchiha Nan in the original work. Because Uchiha Nan doesn't exist in the original book, and Hwa without a younger brother has no chance to open the kaleidoscope, and may have died somewhere in unknown. Nan acquired Uchiha's memory through reincarnation without face. Here is an explanation. Hwa's memory is different from Nan's. Nan's memory is Nan's own memory. The 5 years of this life's experience will have a certain impact on Nan's personality. Hwa's memory was extracted by rebirth without face, and received by Nan in the third person. Just like watching a movie, it won't affect Nan. Nan learned from Hwa's memory that his kaleidoscope was indeed opened after he thought he killed Nan. He accurately inserted the knife into Nan's chest and thought that he had penetrated Nan's heart. In this case, Nan would have been bound to die. But unexpectedly, he didn't realize that Nan's heart was a little bit different from ordinary people, and the short knife just rubbed the heart and penetrated the body. And Nan only recovered his memory due to the sudden injury and fell into suspended animation, which made Hwa, who thought he had killed his younger brother, successfully opened the kaleidoscope. After that, Nan, who had recovered his memory, woke up and the previous story happened. Nan discovered that it was indeed the old Uchiha Madara who told Hwa to open the kaleidoscope method. After thinking about it carefully, he understood Madara's purpose. Madara is old, and he needs someone with a kaleidoscope to help him realize his plan to collect tail beasts and resurrect him in the future. In the original book, he must have screened a lot of people, but did not find a suitable candidate, until Uchiha brought the soil to the door unexpectedly. But in this life, things changed because of Nan's appearance, and Hwa became a viable person. However, by coincidence, Nan's plan to open Hwa's eyes was in vain. I am afraid that Madara could not even dream of it. He accidentally created a monster with an eternal kaleidoscope at the age of 6. Chapter 6. The only thing that makes Nan very strange is why Uchiha Madara didn't send someone to stare at Uchiha Hwa, and how did he guarantee that Hwa would cooperate with him to complete his plan after opening the kaleidoscope. After all, Hua just needs strength, he doesn't have any strange ideas about world peace or creating a new world. As everyone knows, Madara just saw Hua have a chance to become his heir, and told him a little about the secret of Kaleidoscope. Opening the Kaleidoscope is about talent, and he didn't have much hope for Huabao. Madara left a curse on Hua's body just to control him in case he opened the Kaleidoscope. Now that the curse mark disappeared, he thought it was this trash who accidentally died. Monan didn't know this, he was puzzled, so he had to give up and stop thinking. He has to go to the ninja school tomorrow. He missed class for a long time for no reason, so he had to think about a reason. Fortunately, Hua came back to kill herself secretly. No one knows that he has returned to Konoha. Monan said with joy. If Hua was found, and he disappeared for a long time on the day he returned to Konoha, and then he disappeared, it would be really difficult for Monan to explain clearly. It's fine now, no one knows that Hua and Nan have met, even if someone finds that Hua is missing in the future, it has nothing to do with him. After all, it is normal for a few people to be missing in the war, and the village and family will not be too prosecuted. Monan was so tired when he came back, he only now remembered that the blood on his body hadn't been washed off, and the blood had stained the bed. Monan first took a shower to wash off the blood stains on his body. Fortunately, there are clean clothes and bedding at home. Monan hurriedly replaced the new one and threw away the old one. After everything was done, it was very late. The next day Monan arrived at school at the time in his daily memory. As soon as he found his seat, he heard a voice speaking to him. Uchiha Nan, come to my office. It turned out that it was his head teacher Hideo Ito calling him. It should be asking why I was absent yesterday, Monan thought to himself. Monan answered and then went to the office with teacher Ito. As expected, Ito asked the first sentence when he arrived at the office. Nan, where did you go yesterday afternoon, why didn't I see you in the classroom? I was tricked into the death forest by my brother yesterday, and he wanted to kill me for a kaleidoscope. And you know what? He succeeded, I am dead, and now I am not me in front of you, and I have opened an eternal kaleidoscope. Nonsense, I think it's nonsense. But this is true, and I can't tell you yet. Monan murmured secretly in his heart, he already had a countermeasure in his heart, and only listened to what he said to Ito. Teacher Ito, you also know that I am a medical ninja. I used to go to the hospital to help. Ito suddenly felt that as a teacher and student in charge, he had some understanding of the basic situation, and Monan's situation was still so special. It should be understood that because medical ninjutsu is very difficult, medical ninjas are inherently few, and Monan's ability to master at the age of 5 caused quite a stir at the time, and Ito also heard about it. Immediately afterwards, Monan said, the time I spent going to the hospital was reduced because I had to go to school, and then I was hit a bit by my mother. I gave up the practice of medical ninjutsu for a long time, and I didn't go back for a long time. The hospital helped. After speaking, Monan tried to squeeze out a few tears, looking a little depressed. Ito knew all these things, but he didn't know why Nan was absent from class. This was something he had never done before. He continued to listen to Monan. Since Nan's mother passed away, Nan began to feel that medical ninjutsu was useless, thinking that only by practicing powerful ninjutsu could he be able to avenge his family and even save more lives. So Nan gave up medical ninjutsu and began to practice hard to gain powerful strength. Nan and Hua seem surprisingly similar in this regard, should they be considered brothers? Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. I used to think that I have the power to protect everything. I don't want to lose anyone who is important to me. I have been in the ninja school for a year. After this year, I have met many friends and I have a lot of understanding. In fact, this year because he was troubled by the memories of his previous life, he didn't care at all that these classmates might not even remember their names, but that didn't prevent him from talking nonsense. Monan's originally low mood suddenly rose. But now I want to understand that no matter how powerful a person is, there is a limit to the strength of a person, and the strength of the unity of everyone in the village is indeed limitless. The ninjas in the village are bleeding and dying for the peace of the village. I also want to contribute to the village. Even if I cannot go to the front line to fight now, the pressure on the front line as long as I cure a ninja in the village will be less. This is more important than how much strength I can cultivate by myself. Ito was surprised to hear this. He didn't expect Monan to have such an opinion and such a mature idea at a young age. Monan didn't care about Ito's surprise, but just told himself about his plan. I want to continue practicing medical ninjutsu, and I don't want to give up the opportunity to become a strong ninja. But my time is limited and it is difficult to take care of it. So I left this half day to think of a way. Oh? Did you think about it? The war situation was very severe, Konoha suffered from the enemy on almost 3 sides, and all personnel were extremely nervous. Ito understands Quan's idea of quickly playing a role in the war. But he knows that a person's time and energy are limited, and there are many roads to endure, but most people find it difficult to reach the peak in one aspect. Monan is a genius, but if he wants to achieve in both directions, he really can't think of any way to do it. Think of it to me. Monan's answer surprised Ito, and he thought of it. Ito asked quickly, curiously. What's the solution? I went to experiment with a ninjutsu, the art of shadow clone, yesterday afternoon. I found that the shadow clone has a characteristic. After the shadow clone is removed, the memory will be transferred back to the main body, so I was wondering if it could be replaced by the shadow clone. I go to class, and my body has time left. I can take care of more things in practice. Ito didn't expect that Nan's method turned out to be the shadow clone technique. He could also use this technique. Naturally, he knew the characteristics of this technique. In fact, some people have long thought of using this feature of the shadow clone to practice, but the shadow clone is a ninjutsu that requires a huge chakra. It is difficult for ordinary people to use shadow clones, let alone maintain them for a long time to assist their practice, at least they can't do it. Do you have to maintain the shadow clone chakra for a long time? Ito asked Monan. Yes, I have tried it yesterday. I practiced with the shadow clone. The shadow clone lasted for several hours. If it's just a class, I think it shouldn't be a problem to continue for one day. Even if you encounter a practical class, you just need to take it in advance. Nothing can be wrong when the body is replaced. Ito was shocked and dumbfounded. It is reasonable to say that a 6-year-old child can use the shadow clone to be extremely amazing. Not only can Monan use his shadow clone to cultivate, it shows that Monan's chakra is at least above the Zhongren himself. This is simply terrifying. Now that he is only 6 years old, it is hard to imagine what a huge chakra he will have when Monan grows up. It was not that he had never thought that Monan was deceiving himself, but after all, Monan was a genius who could learn medical ninjutsu at the age of 5. In other words, his chakra was equivalent to a qualified ninja a year ago. After this year of professional training at the ninja school, it is not impossible that his chakra has made tremendous progress and even surpassed himself. I heard that a child who graduated from the ninja school a year ago became a ninja a few years ago. I want to come to Monan and he is no worse than him. I can only sigh for Monan. Ito, genius, true genius. Chapter 7. Ito readily agreed to Monan's request to use the shadow clone to teach, but he had no reason to refuse. In his mind, Monan will definitely become a great ninja. As a teacher, he naturally cannot be a stumbling block on Monan's road to success. He also promised that if there are any special circumstances that require Monan's body in the future, he will be notified in advance. With the teacher's assurance, Monan put his heart down, not only found a good reason for absenteeism, but also didn't have to come to class in person after he was able to do 2 things with 1 stone. Monan couldn't help but like his wit. Monan nodded goodbye to the teacher and said that he was the shadow clone and returned to the classroom. Ito dumbfounded. In fact, there are still some things Monan didn't tell Ito. Although Monan has high-level chakras, it is not easy for these chakras to maintain their shadow clones. But Monan didn't plan to learn anything at all. Uchiha Nan had already studied by himself in order to graduate early, and the rest of the lessons he should have learned from Hua's memory. The classmates in the same class as Monan are also dragons who don't even have a name in the original book, and he has no desire to contact him at all. So he didn't give too many chakras to the shadow clone. This clone doesn't need much activity, keeps the lowest consumption and maintains the form, just pretends. For him, being in the ninja school is a waste of time. If it weren't for fear of being too eye-catching, Monan would even want to apply for graduation in advance. Monan already has strong abilities, but most of these abilities are in the Kaleidoscope writing wheel. This cannot be easily exposed. The abilities acquired from Hua are good. After all, the 2 are brothers. Most of Hua's ninjutsu was inherited from his father, and Monan would be completely normal. But after all, Monan was too young to use too high a level. This seemed unnatural, and Monan needed some time to settle. So while these can't be easily exposed, Monan had better only expose what Uchiha Nan had before he awakened. Then slowly cultivate and gradually show his amazing talents, so that everyone will be more acceptable. In fact, Uchiha Nan's talent has been shocking, not only the youngest medical ninja in history. I also said that Uchiha Nan opened the writing wheel when he learned of his mother's death, but he didn't know it at the time. So I haven't tried it, just like the original Suzuki. But after all, Nan is not an ordinary child. Since then, the memory of his previous life has slowly awakened, and he has also inherited a little bit of the spiritual power accumulated over the past 20 years of experience. The mental power and pupil power are closely related, leading to his pupil power also has a great development. Everyone knows that chakra is formed by a mixture of physical energy and mental abilities, so while Nan's mental energy is soaring, his chakra has also made great progress. Thanks to his strong pupil power and abundant chakras, he accidentally used Chilanyan during training once, and at that time he was already Erguyu. This shocked the Uchiha clan, who opened the writing wheel at the age of 5, and it was Ergu, which has never appeared in the family history. Prior to this, the first person who wrote the eye-opening of the wheel was the 7-year-old Shisui who opened his eyes last year, and now it is only a Guyu. Kusu surpassed Shisui and became Uchiha's first genius and even Konoha's first genius. Nan has received unprecedented attention from the Uchiha clan. Not only has various resources been tilted towards Minen, but many high-end ninjutsu illusions in the family have also been opened to Minen. And Mo Nan didn't disappoint the family, not only quickly mastered Huodun's practice, but also learned a lot of illusions at home. In addition to the slow progress of physical skills due to the undeveloped body, before Hua attacked Nan, Nan's strength had already surpassed ordinary Xiaren when he did not open the writing wheel. Read more at hotmtalnovel.xyz. With the help of Erguyu, some Zongren can even be defeated after opening the writing wheel, especially the illusion. The General Shangren may not be able to defeat the Nan with Erguyu with the illusion. Therefore, it is said that Hua, who is only a special kind of forbearance, can easily kill Nan, and a large part of it benefited from the sneak attack. In addition, Nan did not have any guard against his own brother, otherwise the two would even face a confrontation. Even if Nan still won't be Hua's opponent, it won't be easily handled by Hua. Nan is not only famous among the Uchiha clan, but many people in the entire village know him as the first genius of the Uchiha clan. And Madara, who has been following the Uchiha clan, has naturally known that in his heart Nan is definitely a qualified candidate to be his heir. It's just that he is too old to wait for Nan to grow up. That's why I took the second step and found Hua who was most similar to Nanjin as a backup candidate. This is what happened later. Mo Nan didn't know that Uchiha Madara had been staring at him a long time ago, and he didn't know that the root cause of Hua's attack on Nan was also that Nan himself was too genius. From Mo Nan's point of view, since the predecessor already possessed the strength almost equivalent to Zhongren, as long as he showed the strength equivalent to special Shangren or even Shangren, it seemed not so abnormal. You must know that Mo Nan has inherited all the abilities of his predecessor and Uchiha Hua. Although the two were not too strong before, they would only endure one elite and one elite after they went to Shaolunyan. But the two combined their abilities are almost particularly forbearance, especially Chakra already has a formal level of forbearance. Even if you don't expose the kaleidoscope, you only count the ordinary writing round eyes, which is a good way to forbearance. Within a year, Mo Nan planned to raise the fire escape ninjutsu to the upper ninjutsu level, trying to make up for the last shortcomings, physical skills. At that time, even if you don't need to write round eyes, you should have the strength of Shangnan. At that time, even if he graduated and went to the battlefield, he would have great self-protection ability without using a kaleidoscope. In the case of not encountering a shadow-level ninja, even if you encounter an elite ninja, the big deal will expose the 3-go jade. When the time comes, Sanguyu's illusionist who writes round eyes will be a master of illusion, and there will be no one at the shadow level to fight for the front. Anyway, in their eyes, they had just opened their eyes and they were 2-go jade. After 2 years, it is not normal to have 3-go jade. No one would doubt that it was a kaleidoscope. Although he planned well in his heart, Mo Nan knew that it was not so easy to realize the plan. The predecessor of illusion didn't learn too much, and Hua was not very good at it either. There are many things that Mo Nan needs to work hard on himself, but this is nothing to Mo Nan. He has a strong mental power, and the pupil power of the ordinary 3-hook jade after upgrading to a kaleidoscope is also very strong, so the improvement of illusion may be the simplest one for him. The second is Huodun. Huodun is Uchiha's 2 signature ninjutsu besides writing round eyes. Kusu and Hua are naturally good at both. Together, the level of Huodun is much worse than the general tolerance. I believe it will improve in 1 year. It's not difficult to get up. Only the last physical skill is Mo Nan's lack of confidence. The level of physical skills is closely related to the energy of the body, but the physical energy is different from the spiritual energy. Mental energy is invisible. After Mo Nan absorbs Hua, Hua's mental energy can be completely absorbed immediately and it becomes his. The physical energy actually exists in the body. Even if Mo Nan absorbs Hua's body energy, his phaseless rebirth cannot allow Mo Nan to grow up immediately. Unless Mo Nan uses the kaleidoscope's ability to become a birch, the energy will be compressed and stored in Mo Nan's body, and Mo Nan needs to be absorbed little by little through training as he grows up. But after all, he is only 6 years old this year. Even if he is only 7 years old, he is still far from mature. The extra physical ability can indeed help Mo Nan's physical improvement, but the extent is limited. Normally, it would be difficult for Mo Nan's current physical skills to improve to the middle level within a year, and it would be even more impossible to upgrade to the upper level. It's not impossible, after all, I'm a ninja. If you can't use physique, can you try ninjutsu? Mo Nan quickly thought of something. To complete his plan, Mo Nan needs to plan carefully. Chapter 8. Regarding the issue of ninjutsu, Mo Nan didn't know much about it. He planned to go out and ask the people in the family. It happened that his body had stayed in Uchiha's clan and didn't go out. Because it was during the war, there were not many people in the family on the street. The Uchiha clan has a large proportion of ninjas. Everyone has gone to war, and the number of people on the street seems to be much less. Mo-nan had planned to walk around the street casually, and consulted him when he saw a familiar senior, but what made him depressed was that he walked for a long time, let alone a ninja, and never met anyone he knew. So he planned to leave the family settlement, go outside to ask others or go to the library to look at materials. But he didn't expect that as soon as he walked out of the family door, he saw a small figure, rushing back from the outside. This person, Mo-nan, is very familiar, and it is the first genius Uchiha Shisui in the family before the rise of its predecessor, Uchiha Nan. Zishui is 2 years older than Mo-nan. When he was 7 years old, he opened up a Guyu writing wheel. He enrolled 2 years earlier than Mo-nan, and should have graduated in a year, and he doesn't know how far he has progressed now. When Mo-nan saw Zishui, Zishui also saw Mo-nan. The two greeted him first, and then he asked Mo-nan, "Are you going out? What's the matter?" "Actually, I don't have anything to do, just stroll around," Mo-nan replied. "Why didn't you go to school today?" Zishui asked Mo-nan again. Mo-nan told Zishui about using the shadow clone to go to school, and then asked Zishui again. "You should be in school now, why skip class?" Zishui was silent for a while, and then replied to Mo-nan, "Actually, I have already applied for early graduation, and the graduation exam is about to take place. If it goes well, it won't be long before I will become a ninja, following the family's predecessors. Let's go to the battlefield together." Mo-nan asked suspiciously, "The current form of war is so tense, are you going to let the newly graduated Zayanin go to the battlefield?" "Actually not, my true strength should not only be the level of ninja, I said that you may not believe it, my writing wheel eyes have evolved to Erguyu, and I have caught up with you," Zishui proudly said to Mo-nan. Mo-nan suddenly realized, "So, you have evolved to Erguyu. No wonder the family is willing to let you go on the battlefield. Because of Erguyu's Shishui, it is absolutely impossible to be just a ninja. Originally Shishui was a ninja who was good at instantaneous magic and illusion. I won't mention the instantaneous technique for the time being. Now that there is Erguyu, the illusion technique of Zishui will definitely exert a greater effect, at least it can also work on Zongnan. This is where the Uchiha clan is so powerful that the progress of strength is completely unreasonable and out of order. No matter what day he was hit, he opened the kaleidoscope. Regardless of your original strength, you will instantly become a shadow ninja, just like Mo-nan." And heard Shishui's proud words. Mo-nan couldn't help but smiled slightly, "Catch up with me, you're still too early." With that said, Mo-nan opened his own writing wheel eyes. Of course, he did not open the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes. He only opened the 3-go jade. He might be scared to death once he opened the kaleidoscope. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Even if he only turned on Sangu jade, he was stunned by the shock. You must know that when you started writing round eyes at the age of 7, Guyu, who was promoted at the age of 8, was already shocking the world. When Mo-nan was 5 years old, he opened the writing wheel, and he was directly Guyu. At that time, almost everyone in the family was unbelievable. But it is not unacceptable, after all, it is the blow of the death of a loved one. It's not that Erguyu has been opened as soon as one eye has been opened before, but there is no record of eye opening so early. And now only a year later, he has evolved to 3-go jade. You know that with 3-go jade writing round eyes, there is almost already a through train to become Shangnan. As long as you practice illusion a little bit, you can have the ability to threaten Shangren under the blessing of Sanguyu Shulunyan. At that time, you can basically become a special ninja. And the role of the writing wheel eye is far more than that. Sanguyu's writing wheel eye pupil is extremely powerful. With super high dynamic vision, and the ability to replicate ninjutsu. As long as the chakra volume is increased, it will not take long to become a formal shinobu. Previously, the tribe who reached the 3-go jade the fastest also did it when he was 13 years old. It took 2 years for him to become a shinobu when he was just 15 years old. How old is Mo-nan? 6 years old. Not even half of that senior. Nan, it took him a few years to become a shinobu. 3 years? 2 years? Even a year. It's not impossible to show the talent of Mo-nan. A shinobu who is under 10 years old may be about to appear in the Uchiha clan. Shisui has always been a bit unconvinced that Mo-nan suddenly replaced himself as the first genius of the Uchiha clan, and even Konoha's first genius. Previously, his impression of Mo-nan was a genius of medical ninjutsu. He opened the writing wheel at the age of 7 and always thought that he was the first day of Uchiha. It wasn't until Mo-nan opened the writing wheel eye that he was surprised to find that Mo-nan's pupil power was also above him. However, this also inspired him in some ways. Since then, he has been unremittingly training the pupil power of the writing wheel, hoping to catch up with or even surpass Mo-nan as soon as possible. Not long ago, he finally cultivated to the point of Erguyu, thinking that he had finally caught up with Mo-nan. He happened to meet again today, and he couldn't help showing off to Mo-nan. Unexpectedly, Mo-nan already possesses the writing wheel eye of Sanguyu. It seems that the gap between the two of them has not only not been reduced, but has become larger, which made him suffer a little bit. Mo-nan didn't know what Zishui was thinking. What he thought was that Shishui was about to become an official ninja. Besides, he is 2 years older than him. Will he understand the situation in the village better? I can just ask him. Because Monan wants to practice ninjutsu, Monan needs to understand the situation of the ninjas and ninjas in the village who use Thunder Dun. If you want to develop an inti book, you must be proficient in these two things. He wanted to ask Shishui whether he knew Konoha Leidun and the person with the highest level of physical skills. To Monan's surprise, Ji Quaruan had a certain understanding of the situation in the village. He said that there are a few people in the family who know how to use Thunder Dun, and there are also a few in the village, but there are really few high-level people. Konoha is already very good at using Lei Dun Chakra. The key is that Konoha's Thunder Dunjutsu stock is very small, and there is no future for Konoha to practice Thunder Dunju. Therefore, even if there is a change in the nature of Lei Dun Chakra, they will not necessarily practice Lei Dun. And those ninja families who practiced Thunder Dung, 80% of them immigrated from Thunder Country. Most of them came to the Land of Fire because they couldn't hang around in the Land of Thunder, and there were no outstanding Thunder ninjas appearing. And as far as he knew, the highest level of Konoha Leidun seemed to be a senior named Kakashi Heiji, but he was just a tolerant. Although he is a genius, he is very young after all. Shishui is not sure how high his level can be. As for the physical skills, Ninja Shisui doesn't know much about it. Ninjas are called ninjas because they can use ninjutsu, and there are very few ninjas who specialize in physical skills. Generally speaking, people who do not know ninjutsu will never try to become a ninja at all. Why do people who do ninjutsu spend too much time on physical skills? After listening to Shishui's words, Monan also knew that it might not be easy for him to develop ninjutsu in Konoha, and Monan couldn't help thinking. At this time, Zishui sent out a request to Monan to try again. Chapter 9. Zishui suddenly asked Monan, "Nan, please have a try with me." Moran looked at Zishui with great interest. Although the two belonged to the same family, they weren't too familiar. Why did they suddenly want to compare themselves with him? So Monan asked Zishui, "Why did you suddenly ask for a comparison at this time? I'm going to the battlefield soon, and I don't know if I can come back. Before you, everyone always said that I was Uchiha's first genius. In fact, I was a little bit unwilling to be taken away by you. So this may be the last chance. Let's compare a game to see who is the real Uchiha first genius." Zishui solemnly explained to Monan. Monan suddenly realized after hearing Zishui's answer. He didn't expect Shisui to care so much about Uchiha's name as the first genius. Shisui has not appeared in the original work, and he does not know what Shishui's character is, but according to Shishui's ability to commit suicide in order not to be coveted by others for the power of other gods, he is not like a guy who cares about such a false name. It seems that the current Shishui should not have experienced the baptism of war, have not seen the cruelty of war, and has not become the self-sacrificing Shishui afterwards. Thinking of the rapid changes on the battlefield, even if the senior in the family might protect Shishui, he cannot be said to be absolutely safe. Of course Monan knew that Shishui could survive, and did not commit suicide until shortly before Uchiha was annihilated. But Shishui himself didn't know, it was possible in his heart that he would never come back once he went. That's why Shisui wanted to compete with me before he sacrificed himself, hoping to get back the title of Uchiha's first genius. Monan thought so in his heart. Actually, just like Monan thought, Shisui did have a certain jealousy towards Monan, and he had always been skeptical about his taking the name of his first genius Uchiha. Of course, there were other reasons. Zishui himself only worked so hard to cultivate the Ergo Jade from the writing wheel, so where is the gap between him and the Sango Jade? Only those who have challenged the possession of the 3-Go Jade will he understand that he can also cultivate to the 3-Go Jade more easily, and the pursuit of a higher realm is also his goal. However, the 3 Goya people in the family are all very old, at least they are shinobu, they are much better than him in every aspect, it is difficult to have a really fierce match with him, and help him. Also limited. However, Monan has 3 Goose Jade, and his age is about the same. He became a good opponent. Although Zishui does not have a 3-Go Jade, he himself is 2 years older than Monan. The gap in writing round eyes can be made up by more chakras and 2 years of practice, so the two of them should be able to play together heartily. Field. This is the real reason why Zishui made a request for discussion with Monan. But in any case, Monan wanted to fight Zishui too. He also wanted to see how far he had combined the abilities of the original Uchiha Nan and Uchiha Hwa. This year is Konoha's 46th year, and the Third Ninja War will end in 2 years. Shishui, who had just graduated, was able to break the title of Shushin Shishui in such a short period of time. This shows that Shui, who has just graduated now, should at least have the strength of Zongren. If he could defeat the current Zishui, Monan would be sure of his current strength. So he agreed to Shishui's request for discussion. Then they arrived with Shisui, a training ground exclusively for the Uchiha clan. The two walked to the center of the training ground and made a sign of opposition to each other, signaling the official start of the discussion. In the beginning, neither of them used Zwanyan, so I decided to compare their hard power. Mo Lan and Zishui drew a distance, and unanimously began to seal, each resorted to a powerful fireball technique to attack each other. This is the usual routine of the Uchiha clan. Come up and give you a fireball first. Because of Mo Nan's identity as a medical ninja, his fingers are very flexible. In addition, Hua also has a lot of experience in using ninjutsu in actual combat, so his speed at forming seals is faster than Zishui. Mo Nan's How Fireball was completed first and launched towards Zishui. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Stopping the water didn't slow down much, and immediately after his How Fireball was completed, it collided with Mo Nan's How Fireball. This fireball is not originally used to attack, but to block the opponent's line of sight, so that he can take the opportunity to use other methods to attack again. Because Mo Nan's fireball is a bit faster than Zishui's, he can also attack first. Mo Nan took out his six-handed sword with both hands and shot it towards Zishui at an extremely strange angle. And Zishui's How Fireball had just been completed, he was too late to defend Mo Nan's shuriken, and Zishui was about to be shot by Mo Nan's shuriken. However, Zishui's movements were extremely rapid, and he reacted in time and avoided. At the same time, he turned around and fired a few kuns like Mo Nan, but this was only a means he used to counter-attack in a hurry. It was very easy to be Mo Nan. Dodged. This was the first round, and Mo Nan had the upper hand, but Zishui didn't suffer from his agility. The first round was just a test, and both Ji Shui and Mo Nan discovered that the opponent's fighting style and the strength gap between each other. Mo Nan's ninjutsu level is indeed better than that of Zishui. The speed and response of the water stop is faster than that of Mo Nan. In the second round, the two of them are about to start a real battle, and both have opened their own riding wheel. Zishui opened the 2-go jade and Mo Nan's 3-go jade. Zishui knew that he couldn't match Mo Nan in ninjutsu, so he planned to fight Mo Nan in close combat. With the extremely fast instantaneous technique, Zishui quickly approached Mo Nan before Mo Nan used ninjutsu. Mo Nan also had to take out the water of misery to compete in close combat. Mo Nan discovered that Zishui was indeed a person with the name of Shushui Zishui. He was fighting with Zishui's melee, and he had no advantage at all. The speed of Zishui was too fast, and he himself was not good at physical skills, and it became very difficult to deal with it. But because his eyes are 3-go jade, which is stronger than Zishui's 2-go jade, and insight, his analysis and prediction of movements are also stronger than that of Zishui, and he can barely handle it. In this way, the two stalemate came to a stalemate, and Zishui was also secretly crying bitterly. Obviously his speed was very fast, thinking that he would be able to quickly subdue Mo Nan. But Mo Nan often relied on his keen observation ability to dissolve his mortal blow into the invisible. The two played several rounds one after another, and Zishui would not give Mo Nan a chance to use ninjutsu. Mo Nan didn't let Zishui take advantage of melee combat, and the chakras of the two began to consume rapidly. At this time, Mo Nan's advantage is reflected. After all, Zishui has just graduated, and even if he is very talented, chakra is quite limited. And Mo Nan is the chakra after the fusion of Uchiha Nan and Uchiha Hua, who has a great advantage in physical strength. Over time, the situation gradually tilted towards Mo Nan. As Zishui gradually slowed down because of his physical strength, it became easier for Mo Nan to deal with it. Finally, Mo Nan, who had excellent eyesight, caught the moment when his pupil power and physical strength were weakened at a certain moment. The flaw quickly opened the distance, and used a trick of Phoenix Immortal Fire to attack Zishui. At this time, Zishui had no time to fight back, and could only watch as he was about to be burned by Mo Nan's fire escape. But fortunately, Mo Nan withdrew his ninjutsu in time at this time, so that he could not stop the water from burning. After that, Zishui conceded defeat and the two people made a mark of reconciliation. Zishui didn't expect that he would lose to Chakra in the end. You know, Mo Nan is 2 years younger than him. If you lose, and Zishui has nothing to say. This time he can compete with Mo Nan as his last wish before going on the battlefield. He bids farewell to Mo Nan and prepares to take the graduation exam. After comparing it with Zishui, Mo Nan also discovered his own shortcomings. His strength is above Zishui, but because his speed is too slow, he has missed many chances to win in the middle. Mo Nan felt that he still had to think of a solution on the issue of ninjutsu. Chapter 10. The only way that Mo Nan thought of to quickly improve his physical skills was ninjutsu. Nan himself had never tested the attributes of chakra, but from Hua's memory, he knew that he also possessed Lei He in addition to Uchiha's inherited fire attributes. The nature of soil changes. In other words, the current self has at least the 3 chakra properties of fire earth mine, which reminds Mo Nan of Suzuki in the original work. When Suzuki first met Xiao Li, a physicist, he was defeated by Xiao Li's astonishing speed. But a month later, Suzuki, who had undergone special training by Kakashi, had a speed comparable to that of Xiao Li, which shocked Xiao Li, who had worked hard for many years. The secret of Suzuki's short-term progress is that he used Thunder Dun to stimulate his body to activate cells, and accelerate the neural reflex to increase his speed. This is learned from Kakashi, the basic principle of Chidori. When Kakashi first used it, the speed was so fast that he couldn't even see the opponent's movements. Monan believes that if he can use Thunder Dun to increase his speed in a similar way, even if he can't use Chidori techniques, can he combine body techniques to develop a speed-based Ninten body similar to the 3rd and 4th generations of Raking surgery out? This is not impossible. Monan himself is a medical ninja who has studied the human body in depth, and he also has Lei Dun's chakra nature changes. If anyone is most likely to develop a similar technique, it must be him. And the only possibility that he is bad now is his mastery of the changes in the nature of Lei Dun chakra. So for Monan, the top priority now is to first practice the changes in Lei Dun's nature. But when it comes to cultivating Lei Dun Monan, he is a little worried. Both the predecessor and Hua are majoring in Huo Dun. Nan himself has no experience in cultivating Lei Dun. Hua has practiced a little bit, it's just a fur. Monan thought about the principle of the change of Lei Dun chakra's nature, made a seal of Lei Dun, and then concentrated chakra on the palm of his hand. I saw a trace of electric current entangled in the hand. This is Lei Dun that Hua cultivated, and now it belongs to Monan. Just wanting to use such a Thunder Escape to develop Thunder Escape ninjutsu is tantamount to idiotic dreams. I know how Lei Dun chakra's nature changed, but Monan didn't know how to practice next. This is very troublesome. When I watched Hokage in my previous life, I didn't notice anyone in the village who was good at Thunder Dunk. In Monan's impression, Konoha's powerful ninja was either good at Fire Dunk or used the Yin Yang Dun secret technique. There are not many people who can escape. It seems that Kakashi is the only one who has a very high level. Kakashi Menon is acquainted, thanks to his predecessor's frequent visits to Konoha Hospital to help. He had treated Kakashi several times, but they didn't have much friendship. After all, for his predecessor, Kakashi was just an ordinary ninja in the village. He didn't know that this character who was going to be the 6th generation of Hokage in the future would naturally not have the idea of wanting to make friends. In fact, I can ask Kakashi, but I don't know if he will teach himself. Kakashi at this time seems to be a little indifferent to other people because he has not yet emerged from the shadow of his father Sakumo Heiji's suicide. Monan could not be sure. But Monan thought about it. After all, everyone was a companion in the village, and they knew each other again. Just ask Lei Dun's follow-up practice method. Kakashi should not be too stingy to refuse to teach him. The problem now is that he doesn't know where to find Kakashi. Originally, they were not familiar with each other, and he didn't know if Kakashi was in the village. It's useless to look for it if you're not there. So Monan could only think of a stupid way. Since he couldn't find him, then wait for him to find him. Monan will send a shadow avatar to the hospital to receive patients as before. Whether Kakashi is practicing in the village or returning from a mission outside the village, he will inevitably suffer some injuries. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. At that time, he would definitely come to the hospital first. At that time, he took the initiative to treat him, and at the same time asked him about Lei Dun Chakra. He couldn't refuse himself if he wanted to come. Monan thought of a perfect plan for himself, because even if he couldn't wait for Kakashi, he would think he was going to practice medical ninjutsu. It's just a shadow clone, and it doesn't hurt to think about it. After the plan, Monan started to act. According to the plan, Monan sent a shadow clone to go to school, and another shadow clone to work in the hospital, while the main body practiced ninjutsu physique illusion. The predecessor was not familiar with the classmates in school because of the memory confusion before. The clone in school just sits still and does not talk to others every day to reduce the consumption of chakra. Everyone is not surprised that no one cares about him. And everyone in the hospital was very happy for Monan when he saw that Nan, who hadn't seen him for a long time, was back again, and his optimistic and cheerful personality was restored. I thought it was Nan finally coming out of the shadows. They didn't expect that Nan's appearance had not changed, but his personality had changed, and it came with a purpose. Monan didn't mind keeping a good relationship with his former friends, so it was still very pleasant to get along with them. And Monan himself found his own big advantage when he was practicing in the training ground alone. Monan thought that his cultivation was too slow, so he summoned another shadow clone to practice fire escape, and even opened a kaleidoscope to allow a shadowy phantom body to practice illusion. On the other hand, the body spends all time practicing body art. Because the consumption was too large, Monan summoned the phantom body of Yang Yun, and treated himself with medical ninjutsu, so that he could make rapid progress. In this way, Monan's cultivation progress greatly accelerated. Monan really didn't expect the phantom body to be used in this way outside of the battle, but can only say that the eternal kaleidoscope technique is really convenient. At the same time, Monan was not afraid of being discovered the secret of the disillusionment. The training ground he went to was the most remote. Usually, there were very few people who came to war, and no one patronized him. In addition, the phantom body has the ability to perceive, as long as you sense that someone is approaching you in advance, and immediately release the phantom body. Monan just waited for Kakashi while practicing, and a month and a half passed in a blink of an eye. In this month and a half, Monan's ninjutsu illusion and the worst physical skills have made certain progress. Even the medical ninjutsu, which was not deliberately practiced, has improved because of being soaked in Konoha Hospital every day. Kakashi didn't know what mission he went to perform, and Monan didn't wait for him to come to the hospital after so long. If Monan hadn't seen Hokage and knew that he could survive the finale, he would have thought he had died outside. Of course everything has to be prepared for second hand, and Monan didn't want to put all his hopes on Kakashi. During this time, Monan also asked some elders in the family whether Konoha had other ninjas who used thunder done well. The result is similar to what Shisui said. According to the elders of the clan, the ninjutsu that the ninjas are good at has a lot to do with the environment in which they grow up. Most of the ninjas who are good at thunder dance are in the land of thunder. The country of fire where Konoha is located is an environment where fire dance ninjas are prone to be born, so most of Konoha's ninjas are good at fire dance. It's not that there are no people who can escape, but the level is not high. Originally, the village who was best at Thunder Dune was Shimohagaki, known as Konoha White Fang, but now he is dead, and his son Kakashi Heimo Kakashi has the highest level of Thunder Dune in Konoha. The level of Thunder Dun required for Monan to develop Thunder Dunk ninjutsu must be extremely high, and the other Thunder Dun ninjas in the village are definitely not capable of teaching Monan. Then there is only one choice for Monan, he can only continue to put his hope on Kakashi's early return. The emperor paid off, and half a month later, Monan finally waited for Kakashi. On this day, when Monan's shadow clone was normal in the hospital to treat patients like every day, he suddenly saw a familiar figure coming in from the door. Chapter 11. The figure in front of him was a 12-year-old boy with silver-white hair. The teenager wears a mask on his face, a short knife behind his back, and a black jumpsuit. There was a belt in the middle of the clothes, and a ninja bag hung behind the belt. He is the Kakashi that Monan has been waiting for a long time. At this time, Kakashi had not put on the classic Konoha ninja vest, nor had he covered one eye with his forehead. There is still obvious vitality in his eyes, not as decadent as when he grows up. Although Kakashi and Monan had the most familiar appearances in front of them, his unique silver-white hair and unique mask dress made Monan recognize him at a glance. Seeing the anime characters he liked in his previous life appearing in front of him alive like this, Monan was unavoidably excited. Of course Monan would not forget his purpose even when he was excited, and watched Kakashi walk into the hospital. Monan hurriedly took the initiative to step forward and say hello, but he finally waited but couldn't let him run away. Yeah, isn't this Kakashi? Long time no see. Kakashi looked at the kid who greeted him unexpectedly. He still had a deep impression of this kid, Nan, a genius boy of the Uchiha clan. A genius medical ninja, he has treated himself several times before. It turned out to be Nan. I haven't seen you for a long time. I haven't seen you several times before. Where have you been this year? I've been in Konoha all the time, it's just that I didn't have time to come over when I went to ninja school. Where did you go? It looks like you just came back from a mission outside the village. Monan was a little curious about what Kakashi did in the past 2 months, and what task actually took more than 2 months. Of course, he just asked casually. Many of the ninjas' missions are confidential and cannot be disclosed casually. He didn't really want Kakashi to answer. Surprisingly, Kakashi actually talked to him about the mission. Tokaudeo was originally a very simple task this time. However, the initiator temporarily changed his mind, causing many problems in the middle. A simple task that could be done in half a month, it took a full month to finish. This made Monan wonder, did her predecessor know Kakashi so well? How could Kakashi talk so much with a person who doesn't have a deep friendship? In fact, Kakashi, whom Monan didn't know, had always had a good impression of his predecessor. Kakashi was a genius who graduated from ninja school at the age of 6. Created the record for Konoha ninja to graduate from ninja school the fastest and also the youngest ninja. As a genius, Kakashi has always been very lonely. After all, there is a feeling of being overwhelmed by the cold. It wasn't until he met Nan when he accidentally practiced injury and went to the hospital for treatment. He was very surprised that it was such a small child who was treating himself. Later, when I inquired about Nan, I learned that Nan was a ninja no less than himself or even more genius than himself. Not only did he feel a sense of genius sympathy with Nan. Since then, Kakashi has paid more attention to Nan, and every time he comes to the hospital, he takes the initiative to find Nan to treat himself. One day Kakashi found that Nan seemed to be missing, and he did not see Nan several times in the hospital. He inquired about Nan's current situation from the doctor before he knew that Nan had become an orphan. Nan's life experience made Kakalian think of himself. He lost his mother when he was very young. Later, after his father committed suicide, he became a helpless orphan. And Nan lost his parents when he was younger, which is worse than him. Because of some minor injuries during the mission, and because of the urgency of the mission, it was not handled properly. Kakashi was afraid of any sequelae, so he thought about coming to the hospital to deal with it after the mission was over, but never thought that Nan, who hadn't seen him for a long time, would inevitably want to chat with Nan. Although Monan was puzzled, the relationship between her predecessor and Kakashi was better than she thought, which was good news for herself. In this way, it is more certain to ask him about Lei Dun. Kakashi, are you here for treatment? Monan. Yes, there are some wounds that have not been treated well, I am afraid that there will be problems. Kakashi replied. Then I'm free, I'll take care of it for you. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Kakashi naturally would not refuse. Menon took Kakashi to find a place to sit down. While helping Kakashi deal with the wounds, he chatted with him about some things, such as the current situation of the two of them. After Monan confirmed that Kakashi had a good impression of him, he began to talk about the problems he encountered in the practice of Lei Dun inadvertently. By the way, Kakashi, I heard that you are a Thunder Dun ninja, right? Can I ask you about the cultivation of Thunder Dun chakra's changing nature? The nature of Lei Dun has changed. Are you Uchiha's good at fire escape? Why are you practicing Lei Dun? Kakashi wondered. He knew Nan was a medical ninja. Even if you want to practice ninjutsu, you should learn from their family. Huo Dun, who is good at it, begins. Monan explained to Kakashi that his Huo Dun has already reached a high level of training, but after he found that he was also talented in the changes of Thunder Dun, he wanted to practice Lei Dun too. Knowing that Nan also has the talent to become a Thunder Dun ninja, Kakashi, who is a rare Thunder Dun ninja in Konoha, felt that Monan looked closer, but he still persuaded him. Nan, you haven't graduated from the ninja school, do you need to start the practice of secondary changes so early? In general, there are a lot of people who have mastered the changes in the nature of chakra, and most people will only start the practice of secondary changes after becoming the upper ninja. Even Kakashi himself has just started the practice of Huo Dun's change of nature, because he has recently been preparing to become a shinobu. He felt that it was amazing that Monan could master a qualitative change when he was only 6 years old. There is no need to start practicing new changes so early. Monan sighed and explained his worries to Kakashi. He practiced ninjutsu illusions well, except that physical skills did not make much progress due to age. So I suddenly thought of Thunder Escape ninjutsu. At this time, Monan suddenly thought that Kakashi in the original work was a Chidori who was cultivated before Konoha's 47th year, and it is now Konoha's 46th year. At this time, Kakashi should have started the development of Chidori. So Monan briefly explained to Kakashi the basic principles of the ninjutsu that he wanted to develop. He wanted to know the progress of Chidori's development. Sure enough, Kakashi was surprised when he heard Monan's theory, because the technique that Monan wanted to develop was surprisingly similar to the technique he was imagining to develop, and his theory was more complete than his own. So he hurriedly said, Nan, do you know that I am also developing a technique that is very similar to what you said? Kakashi explained to Menon that he imagined a thunder dance ninjutsu that combines stab speed and power. Monan was secretly excited when he heard this. Not bad at what he thought, Kakashi also started the research and development of Chidori. He deliberately stated that the principle of Lei Dun ninjutsu is to attract Kakashi to develop ninjutsu with him. Monan pretended to be surprised, really, if that's the case, let's develop together. Although Monan is confident that he will develop the Thunder Dun ninja after learning the changes in the nature of Thunder Dun, if an experienced Thunder Dun ninja can help him, this time will definitely be greatly shortened. To develop Chidori, Kakashi must also need a medical ninja who knows the human body well and knows how to use chakras to produce maximum stimulation to the body without harming the body. In the original book, this person may be his teammate Lin Nohara, but now Monan, who wants to develop a similar ninjutsu, is obviously a more suitable choice. It happened that Kakashi had this intention, so the two decided to develop ninjutsu together. Monan was very excited. Originally, he just wanted to get the method of cultivating Thunder Escape from Kakashi. Now Kakashi decided to teach him personally, which was much more efficient than his own practice. And Kakashi also has his own ideas, and it happens that he wants to practice Huo Dun. He taught Monan Lei Dun at the same time he was able to learn some Uchiha's Fire Dun from Monan. After the two discussed, Kakashi's wound was almost treated, and the two said goodbye to each other and agreed on a time and place for the next meeting. Chapter 12. Monan arrived a little earlier than the agreed time, and Kakashi came after a while, and he was very punctual within a minute. It seems that he has not been affected by the soil, and has developed the habit of being late for love. After the two met, they said hello, and went directly to the topic without talking about anything else. To develop a new ninjutsu, Menon must master the high-level changes in the nature of Lei Dun chakra. In order to improve efficiency, Kakashi decided to teach Menon himself. At this time, Monan proposed that they could use the shadow clone to cultivate, so that when Kakashi taught Menon Lei Dun, only one shadow clone was needed. And Monan can also use the shadow clone to teach Kakashi the fire escape, and the two will not delay a lot of time, and it will also greatly speed up the progress of the training. Kakashi was surprised by Nan's whimsy. How could he not expect to use the shadow clone to cultivate? So the two of them each had 3 clones, one of which helped each other to practice, and the body and the other 2 clones were cultivated with the help of the other's shadow clone. It's not that they can't separate more shadow clones, like Naruto, separate dozens or hundreds of them, and master the changes in nature in a very short time. It's just that after Monan's experience of practicing with the shadow clone for a while, this is unnecessary. The reason Naruto needs so many clones is because he is an idiot, with few thoughts in his mind, so he needs a quantity to pile up his cultivation experience, and because there are few thoughts in his mind, his mental pressure after contact with the shadow clones is much less. But Monan and Kakashi are different, let alone that they don't have as many chakras as Naruto, it is difficult to separate so many clones. Secondly, both of them are smart people. If too many clones are used, the complicated thinking of each clone may squeeze their minds after the ninja is lifted. So after careful consideration, they decided to use only 2 clones to practice, which also made it easier for them to maximize the training effect. Nan, first let me see to what extent your Thunder-Dun nature has changed and practiced, Kakashi asked Monan. In the past 2 months, Monan and Kakashi have actually practiced a little bit and made some progress. If Monan's previous level was the technique of Thunder-Dun Spark Finger, then his current level could be called the technique of Thunder-Dung Spark Palm. Monan used his Spark Palm technique to Kakashi, and he was very satisfied with his progress. Kakashi looked at Monan speechlessly, how could he still have a proud expression with only a little fur? Your Lei Dun is very average, it can only be regarded as a beginner level, and because we can't practice cultivation, we'd better start from scratch. Monan's face collapsed when he heard Kakashi's words. He divided Lei Dun's training into 2 stages as Naruto did when he was practicing Wind Dun in the original book, and made a plan to practice. He thought that he had reached the level of the first stage, but he didn't expect that he was not even a fart in the eyes of a master. Didn't notice that Monan's face changed. Kakashi continued to talk, the scene when he followed his father when he was practicing Lei Dun. I started practicing Lei Dun from the beginning, and it took about 3 months to fully grasp it. This is already very fast. Monan curled his lips and thought, I thought you were so good. I didn't have Sasuke, I only used it for a month. Of course, he didn't want to think about how old Sasuke was when he practiced Lei Dun. From your current level, you probably need half a year. Seeing Menon's disdainful expression, Kakashi couldn't help but hit him. In fact, what he thought in his heart was that such a smart Monan might be able to master Lei Dun faster than him. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Monan was angry when he heard this, and thought, even ordinary civilian-level geniuses such as Sasuke who have eternal eyes at the age of 17 have only used it for a month, and invincible evildoer-level geniuses like me who have eternal eyes at the age of 6, don't say anything. Learn how in 1 week and half a month is enough, but you told me that it would take half a year. Even though he thought so in his heart, Monan still pretended to listen to the teachings on the surface. He could see that Kakashi was deliberately disgusting himself because he saw it because of his disdainful expression that he had just inadvertently leaked. Sure enough, seeing Monan's current expression, Kakashi was quite satisfied, and his mouth was relieved. Originally it took half a year, but because of your shadow clone training method, you may be able to master it within a month as soon as the body plus the clone 3 people. Monan almost breathed out fragrant mouth. Can Nima be more fake? 6 months is 6 months. Is 6 divided by 3 equal to 1? The mathematics education in the ninja world is so poor. But he didn't dare to show it again, he was afraid that Kakashi might have any tricks to nose himself. So he pretended to be delighted. That's great, so we can start the research and development of new ninjutsu as soon as 1 month. After that, the two began to practice step by step, during which Kakashi learned that Monan had been using shadow points to teach. Surprised that Monan actually has 2 clones elsewhere. If he knows that his strength is close to that of Shangren, it is very reluctant to use 3 shadow clones to practice. And Monan could use 5 clones, and it seemed that he still had more power. And his astonishment deepened after seeing that Monan still disliked the slow progress of cultivation and separated another clone. The 6 shadow clones were twice as much as his own. Although Kakashi knew that he belonged to the kind of ninja with fewer chakras, he still felt a little bit cried when he saw Monan, who was only half his age and twice as much chakra. Now that the gap between the two is so big, wouldn't it be even bigger in the future? How many times? 4 times his chakra will be his own when they both become adults. 8 times? 10 times? Realizing that the gap between the two might be so desperate, Kakashi could only comfort himself with tears in his heart. It was okay, the strength of the ninja was not determined by the number of chakras. Monan didn't know that Kakashi was hit by his chakra volume. If he knew what Kakashi was thinking, he would surely taunt secretly in his heart, "Hey, 10 times? If my chakra does not reach 100 times yours when I am an adult, my last name will be yours." Day by day, the progress of the two people's cultivation is very fast, because Kakashi's previous level of Fire Dune was higher than Menon's Lei Dun level, so Kakashi thought he needed to wait for Monan. Unexpectedly, Monan was a little more talented than he thought. Monan's cultivation progress was faster than he thought, not only because he used an extra shadow clone, there must be talents beyond ordinary people's imagination. This was what Monan thought in his heart, but Kakashi would never admit it. It must be because he used an extra shadow clone. Yes, it wasn't because his talent surpassed me. Soon Monan's Lei Dun cultivation progress caught up with Kakashi's Huo Dun cultivation progress, and it was more than a little bit faint, which made Kakashi pressure so much that he had to redouble his efforts to catch up. 3 weeks later, Monan completed his cultivation a week earlier than the fastest month expected. At this time, Monan had completely mastered the changes in Lei Dun's chakra nature. Kakashi also learned about the changes in the nature of Fire Dun not long after. One of the unexpected joys was that Monan's shadow clone was not idle while teaching Kakashi fire escape, he was also practicing while teaching Kakashi. And it seems that when Kakashi was taught Kakashi, the avatar had a deeper understanding of Huo Dun. Monan found that his Huo Dun level had reached the upper endurance level in one fell swoop. But this was just a matter of course and it didn't make Monan too excited. What made Monan most excited was that he, who had completely mastered the nature of Thunder Dung, could finally start the development of Thunder Dung ninjutsu. Monan and Kakashi discussed it, and felt that it should not be too late and the two of them would definitely start developing the new technique immediately. Chapter 13. Before Menon and Kakashi developed ninjutsu, they had to know that although the techniques they wanted to develop were very similar, they were still different after all. One was ninjutsu and the other was physique. The ninjutsu required by Monan is similar to the Lei Dun chakra mode inherited from the line of Reikage. Almost all ninjas know how to attach chakras to their hands and feet to increase speed and destructive power, which is also the basis of all physical skills. The principle of Lei Dun chakra mode is very simple. In fact, the ordinary chakra that was originally attached to the body was replaced with the chakra of Thunder Dune. The nature of Lei Dun can stimulate the body to make the operator faster and more explosive. It's the same reason that attributed ninjutsu is more powerful than ordinary non-attribute ninjutsu. However, easier said than done. Ordinary physique uses non-attribute chakras, and non-attribute chakras are basically harmless to oneself. But Lei Dun chakra is different. Lei Dun is already difficult to control, let alone ninjutsu is to use this uncontrollable chakra on one's own body. This might be life-threatening. Therefore, to use Thunder Dun ninjutsu, you not only need to have a deep understanding of Thunder Dun, and perfect control, but you must also have a good body that can withstand the damage of using Thunder Dun for a long time. This is also the reason why there are so few ninjas who use ninjutsu. I am afraid that only people with terrifying physical qualities like Reikage can develop and use such techniques unscrupulously. While Kakashi's Chidori is different. Although they all use Thunder Dune to stimulate their body, Chidori is a kind of ninjutsu that is the most demanding one-shot kill. Its fundamental power lies in the large number of Thunder Dune chakras gathered in the hand. And the speed produced by stimulating the body is just to make it easier for ninjutsu to hit the opponent. What he does not need is lasting strength and speed like ninjutsu. His requirements for speed only lasted until ninjutsu hits his opponent. Such short-term stimulation will not cause too much damage to the body, so Kakashi, who does not have the scary physique of Reikage in the original work, can develop the Chidori ninjutsu on his own. Of course, there are also reasons for Kakashi's talent. It's hard to say that the Chidori and Lei Dun chakra modes are a bit more powerful. In the original, Reikage looks better than Kakashi, because his body is very strong, and he uses his fists and strength to hit the damage. From the perspective of the increase in attack, Lei Dun chakra mode is not comparable to Chidori, but he is more stable and lasting than Chidori. The similarity between the Chidori and Lei Dun chakra modes lies in the same stimulation to the body. Even Reikage can't hide all chakras to stimulate the body. Most of the chakras used in Lei Dun chakra mode are ordinary chakras with only a small amount of electric light flashing through the body, instead of being crackled like Sasuke's Chidori. If you use the physical check, if Kara was completely evacuated, even Reikage would not be able to stand it and would be electrocuted immediately. Not to mention Menon and Kakashi. Therefore, what needs to be done by Monan and Kakashi is that they can work together to test out the ratio of using Lei Dun chakra. It can stimulate the activation of body cells at the maximum efficiency without excessively damaging the body. What Monan needs to accomplish in this cooperation is to calculate how to use Thunder Dun to stimulate the body to maximize the effect and reduce the damage to the body based on his medical ninjutsu and understanding of the body. Kakashi needs to use his rich experience in using Lei Dun to cooperate with Monan's calculation results to determine the most appropriate degree of Lei Dun change. By that time, the cooperation between the two is basically complete. After that, the goals of the two people can be said to be completely different. What Kakashi needs to study is how to quickly create a large number of thunder escape chakras, and concentrate them on the palm of his hand to form a huge destructive force. What Monan needs is a more in-depth calculation of how Thunder Dune reduces the damage to the body and maximizes the power of coordinated physical skills. At the same time, he needs to strengthen the control of Thunder Dune to avoid possible damage to the body when using Thunder Dune for a long time. Risks of having determined the steps to develop ninjutsu, Monan and Kakashi immediately took the first step to activate the part of Lei Dun's body. Unlike the previous practice of Lei Dun, which was mainly based on Kakashi, this time the experiment was based on Monan's data. Nan deliberately corrected a few data that was not too important, but Kakashi suffered a lot. Seeing Kakashi, who was irritated by Lei done in the wrong place, rolled around in pain. Nan secretly smiled a few times, and then pretended to be sorry. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Oh, Kakashi, are you okay? It's all my fault. I must have accidentally misplaced some data and made you so uncomfortable. Because Kakashi deliberately disgusted Nan when he taught Nan Lei done, and then he was very strict. This made Nan feel very upset, but it was not good for a temporary attack. Now that I have a chance, I should take revenge and come back. Kakashi, who was still lying on the ground, saw Nan apologize, and was not angry, but comforted. It's okay, let's keep working hard. After speaking, Kakashi sat up. It was Nan who also went up and used medical ninjutsu to help Kakashi treat the injuries and fatigue caused by using thunder done many times. Seeing that Nan cared about him so much, Kakashi didn't expect that Nan had deliberately retaliated against him for being too strict when he helped Nan cultivate Lei done. I really thought it was Nan's accidental mistake. When Nan saw that Kakashi not only didn't realize his true purpose, but also had a grateful expression because he had treated him, he couldn't help but feel proud. How can you guys in the ninja world who have not experienced even 9 years of compulsory education know how deep my routine is? Nan not only avenged Kakashi secretly, but also asked Kakashi to thank him. Poor Kakashi was so unknowingly tricked by Nan. Of course, Nan wouldn't go too far. What he changed was something that was unreasonably important and did not leave any sequelae. Since Kakashi is ready to develop Chidori, he must have done some understanding himself. If the change is too obvious, he is afraid that Kakashi will see it. Coupled with his excellent medical ability, Kakashi will not be damaged too badly. The most important thing is that he can't let Kakashi fall. Without Kakashi, it will delay his progress in developing ninjutsu. The development of the new technique is proceeding in an orderly manner, but a small episode occurred in the middle which delayed the progress. On that day, Nan and Kakashi continued to calculate new data while experimenting as usual, when suddenly a voice came. Come to a duel. Kakashi. He only heard the sound but didn't see the person. Nan knew who the person was without even looking. Apart from Medi, who regards Kakashi as the enemy of his life, there will be no other people. Sure enough, Kakashi's face changed as soon as he heard this voice, turning into a helpless expression. This guy K has been pestering himself every day since he was a child. Whenever you have a chance, you must fight yourself. At first Kakashi thought that as long as he defeated him several times, this guy would not appear again if he was stimulated. But I didn't expect this kid to be indomitable. I can't remember how many times I have defeated him, but he still has to fight with himself if there is nothing to do. After finally avoiding him for 2 months through the task, and during the period of developing new techniques, he has been in the simplest position, so that he has no chance to touch him. He originally thought he could be clean for a few more days. He didn't expect to find him here. There was a squeak of brake, accompanied by a puff of smoke. A young man wearing a green sleeveless tights, a weird watermelon head, and extremely thick eyebrows, Medi made his debut. Medi gave Kakashi a thumbs up. I finally found you, let us have a youthful and passionate duel. He was smiling and his shiny front teeth almost dazzled Nan and Kakashi. Chapter 14. Speaking of which, Nan's predecessor also knew Medi. Medi has always regarded Kakashi as his goal, in order to catch up with the genius Kakashi. With no talent, he can only force himself to train hard every day, which puts a great burden on his body. Because of his hard work, he was often injured, and he went to the hospital more frequently than Kakashi. This is how the predecessor knew him, and therefore the relationship between the predecessor and K was more familiar than that of Kakashi. If Kakashi is an ordinary patient of the predecessor, then K is a very troublesome patient. Because K went to the hospital again and again because of excessive training, many doctors, including Nan, have suggested that he reduce his physical fitness, which is the most important thing. But he was too stubborn. Despite the advice, he still went his own way to complete the high-load training every day. After a long time, Nan gradually gave up persuasion, but was shocked by his persistent spirit. For the current Nan, he certainly knows that this Kai K is the first person in the ninja physical arts in the future, is loved by the majority of fans, and becomes the king of Kai. And his ability to achieve that kind of achievement is inseparable from the perseverance and after-death spirit he has now. It didn't take long for Kai to become Zhongren. Nan still remembers that his father who passed this spirit to Kai seemed to have died after Kai became Zhongren. I don't know if Mat Bai is dead, but if he has a chance to die, he can find a way to save him, because the fate of this character has little to do with the main line and does not affect Nan's foresight. Nan liked Kai's character very much both in his previous life and in this life, but Kai didn't seem to notice that Nan focused all of his attention on Kakashi, and kept pestering him to fight. Kakashi was entangled by Kai tirelessly, so he had to agree to his request for a duel, but Kakashi had to decide the content of the duel by himself. Let's blink faster than anyone's eyes, what do you think? What? Kakashi, I have been looking for you for 3 months and the thing you want to compare is so boring. Kai was obviously unwilling. He wanted to have a bloody showdown with Kakashi, not winking at each other. You can't say that. Blink faster than someone else's eyes. In fact, the muscles around the eyes are stronger than someone else's eyes. For a ninja, eyesight is very important. Kakashi was obviously talking nonsense, at least Monan didn't know what blinking had to do with eyesight. Kakashi was too lazy to try the content, so he just played a boring game just to play around. This kind of nonsense probably no one will believe, but does not include the thick line of Kai. So that's it, is this a competition of eyesight, but eyesight is related to the speed of blinking eyes, haven't you heard of it? Kai wasn't a fool and didn't fully believe it. Although he despised Kakashi, Monan didn't want to be delayed by Kai too much of their cultivation time. Seeing Kai's doubts at this moment, Monan decided to add another fire. Blinking is indeed related to eyesight, Monan said. Only then did Kai realize that there was another person next to him, and it was Monan he knew. What a coincidence, Nan, why are you with Kakashi, do you know each other? Monan and Kai talked about the development of ninjutsu with Kakashi. Kaideo said so immediately and then asked, Nan, do you also believe that eyesight is related to blinking speed? Of course, you know that our Uchiha clan is a family that uses pupil technique blood succession, right? Monan said that this opened his own writing wheel, ordinary 3-go jade. Then said to K read more at hotmailnovel.xyz, usually, our Uchiha ninjas exercise their pupil power in a way similar to blinking hard. You see, I am already a 3-go jade because of regular practice. After hearing Monan's words, K suddenly realized completely believed Kakashi's nonsense. Kai said excitedly, Nakakashi, let's start quickly. So the two started a fierce winking contest under the witness of Monan, and the result of the match naturally ended in Kai's disastrous defeat. Oh no, Kai screamed, he couldn't accept the fact that his eyesight was not as good as Kakashi's. He also said that he would practice blinking 5,000 times every day, not 50,000 times, and would redouble his efforts to surpass Kakashi as soon as possible. He won't really believe it anymore, practice it 50,000 times a day, right? Seeing Kai's back slowly disappearing towards the sunset, Monan felt a sense of guilt in his heart, but he quickly threw the pot to Kakashi. After all, Kakashi was the mastermind. I followed his words, but was forced to be an accomplice. Monan quietly comforted herself in her heart. All of this was a lie that was compelled to be told for the purpose of practicing, and soon the trace of guilt disappeared without a trace. And Kakashi doesn't care about it, he has used similar methods to cheat Kai many times. Since then, Kai has practiced hard every day, blinking his eyes until they are red and swollen. When others saw him, they asked him what he was doing. He told them that he was practicing his eyesight. Then he was looked at with a foolish look, and when he saw that he didn't believe it, he went up to the theory, saying that this was the handwritten eye-opening method of the genius ninja of the Uchiha clan. No one believes his nonsense, only when he has practiced too much and finally made himself crazy. Until this statement came, where is Uchiha, who has been troubled by the inability to open the writing wheel? From then on, the urban legends of Konoha's two blinking mad demons spread. When the incident was passed back to Monan, Monan suddenly woke up. Although it seemed that Kakashi was the mastermind when he lied to Kai, his responsibility might be even greater. Of course, this is something for the rest, no matter what, Monan and Kakashi can finally practice well after dismissing Kai in this way. When Kai was busy practicing blinking magic and had no time to interrupt, the two of them made rapid progress. Before long, the two of them basically completed the first stage of developing the new technique. Menon and Kakashi have fully understood how strong Lei-dun chakras should be used to stimulate cell activation, and now both of them can use Lei-dun to accelerate for a short time. The completion of the first stage made Menon and Kakashi very excited, which means that their theory is completely feasible, and the development of the new technique has reached the final stage. Success is imminent. Just when Monan and Kakashi thought they could complete the new technique in one go, a not-so-good news came. Kakashi received the notice and was about to leave the village to perform the task, which shows that the two people's cooperation is about to come to an end. Monan expressed his understanding of this. The village was in wartime, and ninjas were needed everywhere on the battlefield. Kakashi could have 2 months of free time. I am afraid it was because he took leave to develop a new technique. But this didn't affect anything. Originally, the second stage of the two men's ninjutsu was different. Originally, they planned to develop their own separately, but now they are separated earlier. Both of them are confident to complete the development of the new technique by their own ability after separation. Kakashi also said that he will practice in the free time when performing tasks, and strive to complete the new technique before returning to the village next time. When the time comes, they will complete the new technique first. Monan also said that there is no problem. He will definitely finish it one step ahead. When the time comes, he is afraid that Kakashi will not be able to finish it, and he is so ashamed that he will come back to see him with no face. Kakashi was silent. After he got acquainted with Mo-nan, he discovered that Mo-nan's hidden poisonous tongue was completely different from his previous impression of Konoha's first genius. Although he is a little used to it and knows that Mo-nan is not malicious, sometimes listening to him is still a little bit heartbroken. Mo-nan laughed at Kakashi's flat expression. Chapter 15. By the way, Kakashi, please try again with me before you leave. Mo-nan once again asked Kakashi for the test. The two people had already discussed each other when they were practicing Layton. One can say that there are winners and losers. Mo-nan's fire escape level is similar to Kakashi's Layton level. Mo-nan has a riding wheel and Kakashi's speed is fast, so it sounds familiar. That's right, Kakashi's fighting style is a bit like Shisui. But at this time Kakashi was a bit more powerful than Shisui, and he was much more experienced. Fighting with him is not as easy as stopping the water. Mo-nan summed up the fact that every time he wins against Kakashi, he wins in physical strength, and he loses in speed. It can only be said that Kakashi is worthy of being, no matter how he plays, he can forcibly beat him. This time, after Mo-nan had initially practiced Thunder Dun ninjutsu, although he hadn't perfected it yet, he could speed it up within a certain period of time. Having made up for the shortcoming of speed, Mo-nan felt that his strength had increased so much that it would be easy to defeat Kakashi at this time. Hearing Mo-nan's request, Kakashi was also a little curious. The first time he discussed with Mo-nan, he thought he would win easily. After all, Mo-nan was only 6 years old. The 6-year-old himself has just become Zhongren. Even if Mo-nan is about the same as him as a genius, he is now at the level of Zhongren at most, and he is close to Shangren. But seeing Mo-nan reveal his 3-hook jade Kakashi, he is not calm. He also knows the pupil technique of writing round eyes. The blood inheritance limit of the Uchiha clan, his teammate Uchiha brought the soil and the idiot wants to open it in dreams. These eyes. At the age of 12, he didn't even have a guyu. Mo-nan was only a few years old, half of the soil, and he actually practiced the writing wheel to the limit. If Tai-tu knows this, I'm afraid he will be ashamed to commit suicide. Kakashi knew that he could not win easily, and there were very few people in the Uchiha clan with 3 gold jade. Most of them were shinin, or high-ranking members of the family. Even if Mo-nan was young, he couldn't exert the full power of Shaolunyan, but only took I am afraid that it will be difficult for me to deal with it. As Kakashi expected, during the battle, he discovered that Mo-nan not only had a writing wheel, but also had twice his own chakra, which Kakashi had known for a long time. And what Kakashi didn't expect was that after fighting with Mo-nan, he discovered that Mo-nan actually had a lot of experience in fighting with people. It was an experience that could only be summed up in a real life and death fight. Where did he come from? I learned it. Kakashi originally planned to use his speed to gain an advantage for himself, but unfortunately he didn't play a big role in the face of Mo-nan's writing wheel. And once his chakra's overuse state drops, Mo-nan will attack himself with his sharp ninjutsu. What makes Kakashi the most uncomfortable is that at the beginning Mo-nan would only use fire escape ninjutsu. But after a long time, he actually learned a lot of thunder dance ninjutsu by writing round eyes, and then relied on those thunder dance techniques learned from him to attack himself. The battle has developed. It depends on whether he takes advantage of speed to defeat Mo-nan first, or whether Mo-nan's chakra takes advantage and defeats himself. In the end, after the two people saw that no one could do anything about it, they never tried again. The key is that Kakashi doesn't want to be learned by Mo-nan any more tricks, so he suffers too much. Now Mo-nan has the Thunder Dance stimulation method, and wants to try it with himself. It seemed that he felt that the power of Thunder Dung's stimulation method made up for his slowness, and made him feel that he had a chance to defeat him. Kakashi glanced at Mo-nan with a strange look. Did he forget that he would do this too? Mo-nan understood Kakashi's eyes, but Mo-nan felt that he had control over Kakashi's Thunder Dance stimulation method, so he wanted to fight Kakashi again. Lei Dun's method of stimulating body acceleration was developed by the two together, but the direction of their cultivation is different. Mo-nan will not use too much Lei Dun chakra, which reduces the stimulation to the body and prolongs the battery life. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Because Kakashi had fewer chakras, the explosive power of his specialization burst into a large number of chakras in an instant, allowing him to have a faster speed. I don't know who is stronger in the two directions. Both Mo-nan and Kakashi wanted to know this, so the two of them rallied again. Mo-nan knew that his chakra volume had an advantage, so he started the Thunder Dung stimulation method as soon as he came up. But Kakashi is not good. Because of the problem of chakra's low volume, his way of fighting has always been to test opponents with physical skills first, and then look for opportunities to launch ninjutsu when he is more certain. Moreover, the Thunder Dance stimulation method he practiced is the kind of explosive power, but extremely consuming chakra type. He has to find a suitable opportunity to use it and play a decisive role. In the first round of the match, Mo-nan had the advantage. Originally, he was not below Kakashi in all aspects except speed. He also has the advantage of writing round eyes, before losing in speed. Now that the thunder dance stimulation method was turned on, his speed was a lot faster than Kakashi, but Kakashi was able to deal with Monan by virtue of his magical ability to force 50 to 50. This is actually Kakashi's excellent tactical literacy played a role. He can always use his strengths and avoid weaknesses to give full play to his limited abilities. Although Monan had a faster speed and stronger strength in this state, his melee combat skills were still as poor as before. Kakashi could barely hold on to Monan's fierce offensive by this, but he would definitely not be able to hold it off after a long time. After Kakashi found out that he was not Monan's opponent in this state, he always wanted to find an opportunity to use his Layton to make a sudden attack on Monan. But Monan has a riding wheel and is extremely keen in observation. Several times, Kakashi deliberately exposed his flaws, attracting Monan to do something, and he was taking the opportunity to sneak attacks. But they were all noticed by Monan in time, and Kakashi returned without success. In fact, Monan is not comfortable at the moment. He has always wanted to defeat Kakashi as soon as possible, but Kakashi is really difficult. Monan does not have a powerful trick that can determine the victory or defeat with one blow, which makes the battle time very long. Menon is more anxious than Kakashi. The Lei-dun stimulation method is not perfect after all. Long-term use of Monan is very irritating to the body and can only gradually reduce the application of Lei-dun's changes in nature, so that the side effects of Lei-dun can be reduced. But at the same time, the effect of acceleration has also declined. Kakashi noticed that Menon's state had declined, and knew that his opportunity had come. He secretly made a seal and used the semi-finished Chidori. Suddenly, a large amount of thunder light appeared on his hands and body, and his speed suddenly accelerated, rushing towards Monan. Kakashi's sudden attack was noticed by Monan's eyes, but his eyes could see clearly, but his body couldn't react at this time. Kakashi's speed was much faster than him at this time. Could it be that Monan would not be willing to lose to Kakashi like this? He had only used Xiao Lunyan's Carbon Eye when he was playing against Kakashi, and had never used Phantom Eye. In an emergency, Monan, who was only able to use his eyes, used his own illusion of writing round eyes on someone for the first time. The only way to not be affected by the illusion technique of writing round eyes is to not look at the eyes of the operator, but Kakashi, whose attention is all on Monan's body, did not expect that Monan suddenly launched the illusion technique at this time, and he couldn't react for a while. Hit! Suddenly, Kakashi was kept in place, and the lightning on his body and hands disappeared. Monan vs Kakashi, Monan wins. After Monan unlocked Kakashi's illusion, he saw Kakashi looking at him with a bitter look. Monan himself was also a bit embarrassed. He was able to win this time, but he was basically cheating. If he hadn't used illusion just now, he might have lost. Kakashi was a little jealous at this time. As a ninja, his ability was higher than that of Monan, but he was just an ordinary ninja, unlike Monan, who had a unique blood inheritance boundary. Thinking of Monan's easy copying of his thunder ninjutsu with Xiao Lunyan before, Kakashi couldn't help thinking that if he also had Xiao Lunyan, he would have to copy thousands of types of ninjutsu with Fu Shuyan before he was willing to give up. Chapter 16. After bidding farewell to Kakashi, Menon immediately began to perfect his ninjutsu. Although it was a joke with Kakashi, the ruthless words have been released. If Kakashi waits for her to return, his technique is not perfect. Monan himself may be the one who has no place to show himself. After these 4 months of cultivation, Monan has made great progress in all aspects. Among them, Monan's level of fire escape ninjutsu almost reached the upper level of forbearance while he mastered the changes in the nature of thunder escape. After that, another month passed, and when he was developing Thunder Dun, he took the time to consolidate Huo Dun, and he was a lot more proficient than before. And Monan's phantom body has a great bonus to illusion. The original worst illusion has been practiced to a very high level. Of course, this is also due to Monan's strong mental power and pupil power. Now Monan's illusion arts, under the bonus of the 3 Go Jade, surpassed the Shangren who was good at illusion arts, and was invincible below the shadow level. It sounds exaggerated, but when you think about it, the phantom is a kaleidoscope of pupils, it's not that incredible. However, the progress of physique is still slow, limited by age. Even with the extra body energy bonus, Monan's physique still hasn't made much progress, and now it is barely an elite to endure it. In fact, at Monan's age, having such a level of physical skill is already considered a wizard of heaven, but Monan is not satisfied. His ninjutsu illusion is an upper-level ninja, and his real strength is even at a Naruto level. As a result, when it comes to physique, lower 9th level, this is not a joke, it's the same as non-existent. In fact, if Monan wasn't so anxious, it was entirely possible for him to reach the upper-level ninja level before he was 10 years old with Hwa's physical energy bonus, but Monan couldn't wait. Not to mention which step Monan's strength can reach in 4 years, and how much he will pull back when his physical skill level is low. It is said that the development of his new technique is now in a dilemma because of his low physical skill level. Menon is now stuck in the chakra running route. Physical exercises not only require a strong body, but also how to make the most of the chakras is also an important part. The same is true for ninjutsu. The ninjutsu in Mo Nan's plan, the part about forbearance is to use Lei Dun's chakra to give the body more power and speed to make up for the lack of physical fitness caused by being too young. This part of Mo Nan and Kakashi has basically completed the most important things. Now the distance is completely perfect, and it is only a matter of time before they can be used in actual combat. The physical exercise part is not only the technique of using this power, but Mo Nan also needs to calculate the most suitable chakra running route according to the physical skills he knows, in order to maximize the role of Lei Dun chakra. But Mo Nan didn't have any experience in this physical technique, which made him worry. Why did I only think of the problem of Thunder Dune before, but didn't think of the problem of physical skills? You know that Konoha's physique specialized ninjas are less than those of Lei Dun ninjas. It is not easy to find a person who is good enough to help yourself. And he has to be willing to help himself. What Mo Nan needs is not a ninja with great physical skills. Some people are great only because of their body and chakra strength. He needs someone who has great skills and can even teach himself in a short time. Mo Nan recalled the people he knew. There were no ninjas in the family who were good at physical skills, and besides, he didn't know anyone anymore. The only one I knew was Medi, whom I had seen a while ago. But the current Medi has just become Zongnan, not the future master of physical skills. Mo Nan doubted whether the current Kai could meet his own requirements. But he had no other choice. Mo Nan went to Kai anyway. It is easier to find Kai K than to find Kakashi. As long as Kai goes around the various training grounds in the village, you can always see him. Fortunately, during this time, Kai just finished the mission and returned to the village. It didn't take long for Mo Nan to find Kai. Seeing Kai with red and swollen eyes, Mo Nan couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Will he still believe Kakashi's words? He is practicing his eyesight every day. Mo Nan couldn't help but asked. Kai sees you like this, you can only practice your eyesight every day. Kai, who was sweating and practicing hard, was overjoyed when he saw that Mo Nan came. He did not slack off at all during this period of time to practice blinking 50,000 times a day, but he did not feel any improvement in his eyesight after exercising for so long. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. After all, this is the training method of the two geniuses of Kakashi and Mo Nan, he is convinced. If I didn't improve, it must be because I didn't do it right. Seeing Mo Nan now, I can just ask myself where the problem is. Hear what Kay said. Mo Nan was really afraid that this guy would train himself blind one day, so he quickly persuaded. Kay, you haven't improved for so long. It may be that this training method is not suitable for you. You should give up. After hearing Mo Nan's words, Kai suddenly felt a little lost. It turned out that it wasn't that I didn't practice right, but that I didn't have the talent to cultivate eyesight. Now the gap with Kakashi's genius has been widened. Seeing Kai's disappointed expression, Mo Nan guessed what he was thinking. He didn't recognize Mo Nan who had hit him, and said quickly. In fact, you don't have to worry. There are more than one method of training eyesight, and many experts have never used this method. I believe you can find your own method. You're right, Nan, even if I don't have good eyesight, I can redouble my efforts to rush back in other places, and I will never lose to anyone. Kay said confidently. Thinking of Kai's terrible amount of training, Mo Nangzan said, you have to double your training, you are really not afraid of exhaustion. But he knew that Kai was such a person. Seeing Kai rekindled his confidence at this moment, Mo Nan could finally let go. Hard comes. Thank you, Nan, for your encouragement. By the way, what's the matter with you looking for me today? Kai asked. Mo Nan knew it was time to get to the point, so he asked, I want to learn physical skills with you, can you, Kai? Oh. Do you want to learn my physical skills? Why are you not a ninja who is good at ninjutsu? Some time ago I saw you and Kakashi develop new ninjutsu, Kai doubted. And if you want to learn physical skills, your Uchiha clan must have many ninjas who are much stronger than me. Isn't it more appropriate to find them to teach you than me? Hey, don't mention it. Mo Nan sighed. It's not that I haven't found someone in the family. But most of the ninjas in the family have the riding wheel eyes. Many things will be easy to see at a glance. There are few physical skills that require long-term exercise. After practicing well, it is difficult to give Mo Nan any help. That's why Mo Nan found Kai here. In fact, he didn't have much confidence. He was just a dead horse as a doctor. So Mo Nan and Kai talked about the difficulties they encountered in developing ninjutsu and their urgent need to strengthen physical training. That's it. Although I don't understand what you are talking about, I'm still very happy to be able to help my friends. Kai Zinran agreed to Mo Nan's request to practice together. But Kai said again, but you have to be prepared, Nan, my cultivation is very hard, if you can't keep up, I can't help it. Seeing Kai's agreement, Mo Nan quickly expressed that he had firm willpower and endured hardships and hard work. For the smooth development of the new technique, he is willing to put his liver and brain on the ground, no matter how hard the practice is, he can complete it. After the two discussed, Mo Nan immediately began to practice with Kai, but after only a long time of cultivation, Mo Nan felt regretful. He still underestimated the madness of Kai's cultivation. Mo Nan thought that he could take any hardships in order to quickly improve the level of physical skills. Ninjutsu Illusion himself also worked hard to cultivate to the upper level of ninjutsu. How could it be difficult to cultivate physical skills? But after he really started to practice, he still found that he was too young. The pain of practicing physical skills and ninjutsu were completely different from illusion. Chapter 17. After practicing with Kai for a while, Mo Nan finally understood why the ordinary ninja who was able to fight against the gang of B in the end was only the ordinary ninja who was talented and ordinary. Kai really dared to kill his life, he was completely uncontrollable in his cultivation. Hit until you can't shake your fist, teach you to kick until you can't get up, and run until you can't stand up. The most terrifying thing is that even if Kai was so tired that he was unconscious, his body still moved on its own and continued to complete the training. What a terrible willpower this is, and maybe only people with such willpower can end up with ordinary births and finally have power comparable to gods. In addition to the muscle power, the power of the ninja is to see how much chakra can be used with the body. Kai's training is completely unskilled, and he doesn't have any skills to improve strength. It's just breaking one's own limits time and time again, forcing the body to evolve to adapt to the bigger chakras. How could Mo Nan's small arms and legs bear this kind of sin? This is not the training method that Mo Nan needs, but he has no other way. He can only bite the bullet and persist, and try his best to keep up with Kai's rhythm. Fortunately, Mo Nan found that this method of breaking through the limits of training can quickly help him absorb the excess body energy in his body. Every time he gets tired of this energy, he can recover his body faster, and the degree of improvement after recovery is also bigger. In addition, Mo Nan could use the phantom body to use medical ninjutsu to help him recover when he returned home, and he barely managed to survive. But after training for a period of time, he found that this was not the way. Although this time was indeed better than his own training progress, the efficiency was still very low. He found that he reached the limit more and more easily, the time to reply was longer and longer, and the improvement was less and less. He understands that this should be caused by his overdraft, and he must stop this kind of physical compression training as soon as possible. Mo Nan was only 6 years old. This kind of cultivation method of oppressing his body would greatly affect his development and leave unfavorable hidden dangers to his future health. Even if Mo Nan can absorb others to restore the damaged place, non-phase reincarnation cannot solve the problem of stunted growth. He may not grow tall, height is a big deal, and it will not be worth sacrificing for a momentary strength in the future. In the future, only Xiaoli of Kai's 3 apprentices will be able to keep up with his training. There is a limit to human potential. It is not that you can violate the laws of nature if you have the willpower, and you will surely be rewarded if you don't work hard. People who can gain powerful power through this method must have some unknown talent, just like Kai said to Xiaoli, a genius of hard work. And Mo Nan is not such a genius, so this method is not suitable for him. The next day he told Kai truthfully, and hoped to find a ninja with very good skills. It is understandable that his own method is not suitable for Mo Nan Kai, but he does not know any clever physical ninja, so he can't help Mo Nan. Ninjas who originally specialized in physical skills are a group of people who are regarded as incompetent. Most of these people are stupid like me. They can't do anything except hard work. Kai sighed to Mo Nan. Kai went on to say, as far as I know, there is only Master Chen as a smart ninja, but he is dead. Otherwise, maybe he can help Mo Nan. Hearing Kai's words, Mo Nan was stunned for a moment. Ms. Chen? Chen Beilong? Yeah, why did I forget him? Mo Nan remembered that there was indeed such a person in the original work, who was a master of individual art. Not only was he famous in Konoha, even people from other villages knew his name. He is a ninja who is only good at physical skills like Kai, and he also has an apprentice who can only use physical skills. He tried his best to train his apprentice to become a ninja, but his apprentice was killed by the enemy on the battlefield because of his weakness that he couldn't understand ninjutsu. Teacher Chen was discouraged, and he set up a tomb for himself and assumed that he was dead, and since then lived in seclusion without asking the world. And everyone else in the village thought he was dead, until later he really died, and then was reincarnated by the pharmacist in the 4th Ninja World War, and then he reappeared in front of the world. But Mo Nan is different. He knows that Teacher Chen is not only alive, but at least until the plot officially begins. This is an amazing person, and the grown-up Kai in the original book is not his opponent. Chen Beilong can use the tornado generated by his tyrannical legs to attack his opponent, at least equivalent to Kai opened 6 or more levels. Without a doubt he is a shadow-level physical skill ninja. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. If he can get his guidance, he will be able to successfully develop ninjutsu. But how can he help himself? Mo Nan had to ponder this point carefully. He thought for a while and asked Kai, do you know where Teacher Chen lives? I know you know, why are you asking about this? Kai wondered why Mo Nan asked the address of the late Teacher Chen. Monan has his own plan, you think he is such a powerful person and has no descendants, so he must not be willing to lose his unique knowledge. Will he write his lifelong learning into a martial arts secret book? Kai wondered the secret of martial arts? What is that? Monan continued. Isn't there many such bridges in the novel? A idiot accidentally obtained a martial arts secret book left by a deceased old predecessor, and he cultivated his unique knowledge and became a master. Kay listened thoughtfully. Monan continued to lead. Do you think it is possible for us to find the martial arts secrets left by Mr. Chen at his house, and then learn his skills? Hearing this, Kai suddenly realized, so you mean we might also learn the teacher's trick, right? Although Kai never reads novels, he thinks what Monan said makes sense. He once glanced at it from a distance, and the heroic posture of Mr. Chen using his stunt, Konoha Dragon God, he could not forget for a long time. The thought that he might inherit the teacher's unique skills made him excited, and his whole body trembled with excitement. Monan saw that Kai was fooled by himself, excited as if he had learned the Konoha Dragon God, knowing that his goal had been achieved. He knew that Teacher Chen was not dead, but Kai didn't know, and he couldn't say clearly that he knew that Teacher Chen was not dead. Therefore, Monan deliberately said something like martial arts secrets, which was nothing but an excuse to arouse Kai's interest and ask him to accompany him to find Teacher Chen. If everything goes well, the key to getting Teacher Chen's help this time lies in Kai. At this time, Monan didn't need to speak. Kai, who was already anxious, offered it on his own initiative, and the two went to Teacher Chen's home to find martial arts secrets. Monan walked a little slower, and he urged impatiently, so Monan couldn't help but shook his head. Soon Monan and Kai came to the mountain where Teacher Chen lived in seclusion. Monan deliberately asked Kai to take him to the tomb of Teacher Chen first. Kai is still wondering, isn't he looking for martial arts secrets? Why are you looking at the tombstone? Monan explained, if you want to learn Teacher Chen's stunts, it's best to say hello to him. After hearing this, Kai praised Menon as still as thoughtful as you think. Of course, Monan came here to meet Teacher Chen by chance, and for this reason he also deliberately delayed his time to dinner. It happened that as soon as they arrived at the tombstone, they saw a young man worshipping Teacher Chen and put 3 rice balls as sacrifices. They went up to ask and found out that this man was Teacher Chen's son, and he firmly believed that his father was still there. Because he found that the rice balls he placed here every day would disappear the next day, it must be his father who came back to eat the rice balls. Monan knew it was true, but he deliberately told Kai. Why did the dead come back to eat in the group? They must have been stolen by a thief. Kai was indignant when he heard that he even had to steal the sacrifice of the respected Teacher Chen. It was so conscious that he could not wait to catch the thief immediately and beat him up. And when it was time for dinner, Teacher Chen, who came to get the rice ball, came to his tombstone. Chapter 18. Monan knew from the original work that there is such a person as Teacher Chen, but after all, he only appeared in one episode, and the plot was not very important. He really didn't remember what Teacher Chen looked like. But he knew that the person who would come to this place at this time was undoubtedly Teacher Chen. He really didn't expect to be such a shameless little old man. Not only is he short in stature, he also has a beard that resembles a catfish whisker. Adding unnecessary sunglasses is really strange. It doesn't fit the image of a master of physical skills in Monan's mind at all, but he should not show his appearance. Seeing Teacher Chen himself, his memory of the original work was awakened bit by bit, and he was sure that the person in front of him was the real Teacher Chen. And when Kai saw Teacher Chen, it was even more like seeing a ghost. Monan, who has been observing Kai, frowned. Does Kai know Teacher Chen? Monan didn't remember whether Kai knew Chen Lishi in the original book, but he seemed to know him. This can't work, it doesn't fit his plan. So he quickly remedied it. Monan made a little exaggerated expression and action. While pointing at Teacher Chen with a trembling finger, he said in a voice filled with righteous indignation, "It's you, the guy who steals the tribute every day," unexpectedly turned into a transformation technique. The late Teacher Chen deceived his family by appearance. I have never seen such a brazen person. Monan was full of emotions, sonorous and powerful, and his movements and expressions were seamlessly matched. His performance, which can be called a movie king, successfully deceived Kai. Originally, because Mr. Chen, who had already passed away, appeared in front of him alive, he was shocked and speechless. After listening to Monan's words, Kai also reacted. It turned out to be a thief pretending to be Teacher Chen. Since he can transform into a ninja, he should be a ninja. I didn't expect to do such a despicable thing and insult his respected Teacher Chen. It is unforgivable. At this time, Teacher Chen had already gone to get the rice ball, and it seemed that he didn't care about Monan's accusation. When Kai saw this, he couldn't bear it. A thief was so arrogant, and he attacked without a word. Konoha Cyclone. Kai roared and used his own stunt. Since the thief is a ninja, he doesn't need to keep his hands. What the hell? Teacher Chen didn't know why this little demon came out of nowhere, why suddenly attacked him. But Teacher Chen is not a thief, he is known as the strongest ninja in Konoha. Even in the face of Kei's surprise attack, he can react appropriately in a hurry. I saw that he also used Konoha's whirlwind to confront Kai. Kai didn't expect that the other party would use the same tricks as himself. He was also an individual ninja. Since this was the case, it was even more unforgivable. Since he had a common god in the mind of the ninja, Mr. Chen did such a thing. Thinking of Kai's anger, even his legs seem to be sharper, but the other party is obviously more experienced than himself. I clearly feel that this is the best time in my life to exert my strength today. Every move was easily resolved by the opponent. Of course, Konoha Great Whirlwind was originally a physical skill developed by Teacher Chen, and he naturally knew the weakness of this move. Sure enough, after a few tricks, Mr. Chen grabbed one of Kai's flaws and kicked Kai away, and then took a trick Konoha that Kai couldn't do. Teacher Chen spun around, taking advantage of Kai's balance and kicking him into the air. Kai, who flew out, dragged a long trace on the ground, waiting for Kai to get up and feel the pain in his body. Not only did I sigh that it was amazing, I also felt strange that such a powerful ninja could be such a thief. Without waiting for him to doubt, Mo-nan continued to provoke, look, he is going to eat Teacher Chen's rice ball. Kai looked up and saw that, as expected, the culprit picked up a rice ball and was about to stuff it into his mouth. How could this work? How could he watch the idol's tribute be stolen, taking it down without any doubt? Hastily used his true strength. The fourth wound door is open, Kai groaned, and used the fourth door of the 8-door dungeon, attacking Teacher Chen at a very fast speed. Teacher Chen didn't expect that this kid suddenly became so fast that he was almost hit without notice. However, the experience was so rich that he reacted at the very moment and avoided it. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. However, although he escaped, it was a natural reaction developed through years of fighting that caused him not to notice that the rice ball in his hand accidentally fell on the ground and broke. Teacher Chen looked at the rice ball falling on the ground and let out an angry roar. It ruined my only fun, I will never forgive you, Konoha Dragon God. Teacher Chen's body began to spin rapidly, bringing up a stream of air that resembled a tornado. Kai looked at the posture of the person in front of him, and realized that he seemed to have made a mistake. This person really seemed to be Teacher Chen. Wait a minute, Kai was at a loss, just trying to explain that this was a misunderstanding. But at this time, Teacher Chen had lost his reason and couldn't listen to Kai's words, and Konoha Dragon God had already formed. At this moment, Teacher Chen, who was in the center of the tornado, couldn't hear what Kai was saying. The tornado struck Kai like a giant dragon. It stands to reason that Kai, who has not yet dispersed at the 8-gate dungeon, would not be helpless even if he could not hide. But he was so frightened that he couldn't move due to the might of Konoha Dragon God, and he took the blow head on. He was shot and flew out 17 or 8 meters and passed out. After all, it's a child in the village, and Teacher Chen still keeps his hand. If he uses the strength to deal with the enemy, he will not just faint, but be beaten to pieces. Unlike the miserable Kai, Mo-nan, who was prepared for a long time, was afraid that he would be affected by the battle between the two, so he hid aside early and just watched from a distance, unscathed. That's right, all this was planned by Mo-nan. Mo-nan didn't understand Teacher Chen, so he was really not sure that he could convince Teacher Chen to teach him. However, he remembered the worship in front of the tombstone of the teacher Li Lai Chen in the original book. After what happened, he suddenly made a plan. Since he can't teach himself to find a way to learn something secretly, his purpose is to deliberately provoke a battle between two people, and he can hide from the side to observe closely, hoping to see the secrets of Teacher Chen's physical skills and learn the techniques. If ordinary people expect to learn advanced physical skills from the sidelines, it is tantamount to idiotic dreams. But Mo-nan has a writing wheel, or an eternal kaleidoscope with super pupil power. Even in an ordinary state, his 3-go jade is not comparable to ordinary people. And the bigger effect of ordinary writing round eyes is to copy. In the original work, Suzuki has copied and learned Xiao Li's physical skills, and Mo-nan, who has a stronger pupil, has no reason not to be able to do it. Even if Teacher Chen's physical skills are more complicated and difficult to understand, Mo-nan believes that he can see one or two clearly with his writing wheel. As early as when Kaigong and Teacher Chen met, he had already opened the writing wheel to observe carefully, and Mo-nan could clearly see the entire battle between the two. It was a pity that the difference between the strength of the two was too large, and the battle ended very quickly, and Mo-nan could not see much. It's just that in the end, Kai resorted to 8 sects of dunjia to force Teacher Chen to resort to Konoha Dragon God, but he gave Mo-nan a surprise and gave him a chance to take a look, the current ninja world's first master of physical skills and the strongest chance. Konoha's whirlwind and Konoha's sudden wind can be seen clearly, and he believes that he can make it out after the thunder dunk bonus is turned on to make up for the lack of physique. It's a pity that just like advanced ninjutsu is not easy to replicate, Mo-nan could not fully understand Konoha Dragon God's too many things. If you can't learn it, Mo-nan will definitely not be reconciled. When Kai got up again, Teacher Chen was gone. After feeling the pain that seemed to fall apart, Kai could only sigh. Konoha Dragon God, too powerful. Although Kai was enduring physical pain at this moment, there was a ray of light in his eyes. The corners of Mo Nan's mouth curled slightly. He understood that Kai, who was extremely obsessed with physical skills, would never give up after seeing the power of the dragon god Konoha, and asked Teacher Chen to give him this idea. Chapter 19. Xiaoli in the original book is after meeting Teacher Chen's Konoha dragon god, desperately trying to get Teacher Chen to give him this trick. It can be said that the two masters and apprentices of Kai and Xiaoli are exactly the same. They don't use ninjutsu and illusion. In this world where ninjutsu is everything, they are treated as incompetent people at the beginning. They regard physique as their only goal, and they train hard every day just to get a little breakthrough, just to prove that they can be an excellent ninja by relying on physique alone. At this moment, he has proven himself, and has won the respect of everyone by relying on physical skills. The ninja who has become a hero is close at hand. How can Kai easily give up? Mo Nan understands that Kai is the kind of person who has to pursue his dreams even if he dies, so he will definitely find ways to let Teacher Chen give his stunts to himself. And Teacher Chen won't teach it easily, and the two will definitely fight again, and then it will be the third and fourth time. And Mo Nan can use the writing wheel to learn from the side. In short, as long as Kai doesn't give up, Mo Nan will sooner or later gain insight into all the secrets of Teacher Chen's physical skills. It sounds like Mo Nan is taking advantage of Kai, but this is a win-win situation for both Mo Nan and Kai. After all, it is Mo Nan who gave Kai the opportunity to get in touch with the master of physical skills. Even if Teacher Chen still didn't promise to teach Kai in the end, he could teach him after he learned it first. This is also true for Teacher Chen. The unique knowledge that was originally brought into the coffin has a descendant, and no one suffers, right? As expected by Mo Nan, Kai took Mo Nan to Teacher Chen's tomb again the next day and met with Teacher Chen. Kai first apologized to Teacher Chen for the misunderstanding yesterday. He did not expect that everyone thought that he had passed away, Teacher Chen was still alive, and that he would do such a thing as an impersonation. Then he stooped to salute and solemnly made a request to Teacher Chen. Please teach me your skill, Konoha Dragon God. Teacher Chen didn't want to accept any more apprentices after the death of his only disciple. After hearing Kai's words, he waved his hand to indicate that he was unwilling to teach and turned around and left. Seeing that Teacher Chen was about to leave Kai, he hurriedly said, "Please, Mr. Chen, I am not good at ninjutsu and illusion. Physical skills are the only thing I have. Even so, I want to prove that I can only use physical skills." Extreme words. You can also become a respected ninja. Teacher Chen's departure stopped. He seemed to have heard what Kai said, and he asked Kai calmly, "Do you still want to be a ninja if you don't know how to ninjutsu?" "Yes, Teacher Chen, I believe you, as the strongest physical ninja, can understand my dream. Please support me," said triumphantly. But I didn't expect Teacher Chen to be furious and reprimanded, "You idiot can't know how to be a ninja. Watch me wake you up today and let you know how stupid your ridiculous dream is." At this moment, Kai's figure overlaps with the figure of his only apprentice. In order to worship himself as a teacher, he once said something similar. He was moved and accepted him as an apprentice, but he did not expect that he would be killed in the end. Up him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but attack Kai, treating him as his stupid apprentice, just wanting him to give up his dream of becoming a good ninja. Kai didn't expect that Teacher Chen would suddenly attack him, but he, who had been baptized in blood on the battlefield, wouldn't be as easily beaten unresponsive as Xiaoli in the original, and immediately counterattack. However, Teacher Chen was already much better than him, and he was angry and shot, and his tricks were more powerful. Kai was knocked to the ground after a few seconds. Mo Nan was secretly happy when he saw the two fighting together, thinking that he could learn a few tricks secretly. "I didn't expect to lose faster this time. I just opened the writing wheel and Kai knelt and saw nothing." Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. This time was different from the last time. The last time Teacher Chen didn't want to deal with Kai, so he made a lighter move. This time he was going to beat Kai's confidence. From the beginning, he rushed to knock down Kai. Teacher Chen looked down at Kai who fell on the ground and said, "You, who don't even know ninjutsu, should give up being a ninja as soon as possible with this skill. You have no hope." Why Kai didn't understand why his respected Teacher Chen would say such ruthless words. But Teacher Chen didn't say much, turned and left. Kai can only look at the back of Teacher Chen's departure unwillingly. For the next few days, Kai would go to Teacher Chen's tomb and wait for him every day, whether it was windy or rainy. But every time Mrs. Chen didn't call Li Kai, he just took his rice ball and left. This made Mo Nan, who was observing next to him, anxious, thinking that you two would fight. How can I learn secretly if I don't fight? This is when Mo Nan discovered a loophole in his plan, that is, both of them seemed to be more patient than he thought. Kai made several requests but was rejected by Teacher Chen, and he did not give up and will ask tomorrow. The same is true of Teacher Chen. There is such a person who bothers him every day, he doesn't take action to drive him away, just let it go. This is not the way to go, Mo Nan thought to himself. If he can't handle it, he might leave when Kai has an urgent task, and he doesn't know when he will come back. His progress will definitely be affected, and he will lose to the Guy Kakashi. That's not okay, you have to find a way to add fire. So he found Kai and told Kai that since Teacher Chen really doesn't want to teach you, you can't force it, but you can find a way to learn it yourself. Just like you did last time, you use your real strength to force him to use a trick. You may learn it after watching it a few times. As expected, Kai was moved by Mo Nan and planned to try Mo Nan's method tomorrow. Teacher Chen came to his cemetery again. He knew that the silly boy was still waiting for him. Sure enough, he saw Kai when he arrived. It's just that this time it's different. Instead of asking Teacher Chen to teach his stunts again, Kai put on a fighting posture and shouted to Teacher Chen. Teacher Chen, I will not ask you to pass on Konoha Dragon God to me again. I will fight for my life and use my true ability to force you to use it. I will definitely be able to discover Konoha Dragon God's secret on my own. After speaking, Kai first attacked Teacher Chen. Teacher Chen is also mad. This kid is simply irresponsible and unassuming. Since you want to see the Konoha Dragon God, I will let you see it. So Teacher Chen used the Konoha Dragon God again, and the giant tornado took off from the sand and walked towards Kai, and Kai opened the wound to deal with it. This time, Kai, who was prepared, was not instantly defeated. Instead, he had a few tricks back and forth with Teacher Chen. But Kai soon discovered that Konoha Dragon God is not only a very strong offensive tactic, but also has a very strong defense. Teacher Chen's whole body is wrapped in a tornado-like air current, and the defense is airtight. He couldn't break through, and the injury door puts a heavy burden on the body, and Kai gradually felt exhausted. However, this time he was not frightened by the might of Konoha Dragon God. After careful observation, Kai really found something. Konoha Dragon God seems to be a tornado. What is the weakness of the tornado? Unable to understand this, Kai could no longer hold on. The airflow of the 8-door Dunjia on his body gradually weakened, and the speed that could barely cope with the Konoha Dragon God was gone. Soon Kai lost the ability to resist and was knocked out again by the Konoha Dragon God and fell to the ground in a coma. This time the two played against each other for a long time, and Mo Nan was able to see more of Teacher Chen's physical skills. I believe that if there is another time, Mo Nan feels that even Konoha Dragon God may be able to see through it thoroughly. Kai didn't find the weakness of Konoha Dragon God, but Mo Nan could see clearly with the riding wheel next to him. Konoha Dragon God's weakness is the eye of the tornado, where the airflow is the weakest. If he tells Kai this, if he challenges him once, I don't know if he can break Konoha Dragon God. Teacher Chen looked at Kai, who was knocked down by himself again. In fact, he felt a little intolerable, but he always believed that people who can't understand ninjutsu shouldn't be ninjas, and he is also good for him. He should give up if he couldn't see through the Dragon God Konoha. He won't come again tomorrow, right? Teacher Chen thought, sighed, and turned around and disappeared. Chapter 20. Teacher Chen originally thought that Kai would not come again, but how could Kai be such an easy person to give up, especially after Mo Nan told himself Konoha Dragon God's weakness. He became more confident in the challenge. So he ran to Teacher Chen to challenge him. He firmly believed that this time, he would be able to hold on for longer, and he could even see the secret of Konoha Dragon God. Teacher Chen, I'm here again, please use Konoha Dragon God once, this time I will definitely see the secret of Konoha Dragon God. Teacher Chen was very helpless when he saw Kai. Why are you so persistent to Konoha Dragon God? Kai replied, in fact, it is not Konoha Dragon God that is important until now, but I really can't agree with what you said to me before. Teacher Chen thinks that people who can't understand ninjutsu shouldn't be ninjas because of the death of his disciple. The hurtful things he said to Kai, in order to make Kai who can't understand ninjutsu give up being a ninja, in his opinion, he regarded Kai as good. Because Kai is so similar to his disciple, every time he sees Kai reminds him of the disciple who died under the enemy's ninjutsu, he can't bear to see Kai also die in vain. Although Kai doesn't know why Teacher Chen said this, he believes that the value of a ninja does not have anything to do with whether or not ninjutsu is possible. The greatest value of a ninja is whether he can do his best to protect what he wants to protect, and he even does not hesitate to do so. Sacrifice life. He said this to Teacher Chen. So what is important to me now is to let you agree with my ideas and recognize my dreams. Even if I only have physical skills, I can generate powerful power from the things I cherish. Is there a powerful force for the things that he cherishes? Teacher Chen didn't expect Kai to say that. He couldn't help being moved. He also wanted to see if Kai could prove everything he said. Well, I will use Konoha Dragon God at the end, and see if you can burst out the power to defeat Konoha Dragon God for your precious dreams. Teacher Chen used Konoha Dragon God against Kai again, but this time it was different. The power contained in it was much stronger than the previous two. This time Teacher Chen didn't keep his hands. Either Kai could defeat him to prove his dream, or he completely destroyed Kai and prove that he was right. This time Teacher Chen used his true ability, which is good news for Mo Nan. He has understood what Teacher Chen had shown before, and now he can learn more. Kai obviously felt that this time was different from the previous two. When he used the fourth door before, he could barely keep up with Teacher Chen's speed, but this time, even if he barely managed to keep up, he could only keep up with Chen. The constant hind legs under the teacher's intensive attack were difficult to resist. Even if Konoha Dragon God knows the weakness, it is not so easy to break, and Kai can't catch up with the wind's eye, let alone break it. Kai knew in his heart that he would only have a chance if he broke through to the fifth door that he had never opened before. Teacher Chen looked at Kai, who was struggling to resist his attack. He didn't understand where the reason for Kai's persistence came from, and he persuaded him. You better give up being a ninja, you are no longer good, you simply don't have such power. No, I will never give up, Kai shouted. His father, Dai, has worked hard for 20 years, and he is still forbearing. No one has ever recognized him, but he has never given up. For the physical skills he loves, as a father's son, in order to protect his most precious dream, he will never give up. At this moment, Kai seemed to have burst out of new power with the support of his beliefs. The airflow of the 8-door dunjia on his body became stronger, and the 5 doors that had not been able to be opened were also faintly loosened. Miss Chen, I have only the strength for the last blow. I will devote all of my energy to this blow, and I will prove to you that I am right. Teacher Chen is unmoved. He doesn't believe in Kai's power to break the Konoha Dragon God. Kai concentrated all the remaining chakras and injected it into the 5th door, as if he heard a bang, the 5th door opened. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. With the support of the 5th gate, Kai finally had the speed to catch up with Konoha Dragon God Wind Eye. I saw him seizing an opportunity, leaping high and aiming at the Eye of the Wind, the only weakness of the Konoha Dragon God. He injected all the power of the 5th door and all his beliefs into his fist and banged it down. Kai's fist collided with Teacher Chen's Konoha Dragon God, causing a wave of air fluctuations. Teacher Chen thought that this meeting was beaten by himself like the previous 2 times, but what he didn't expect was that not only did Kai not be knocked into the air, but he also had a stalemate with Konoha Dragon God. Even he felt his own Konoha Dragon God became unstable due to Kai's attack. Konoha Dragon God was on the verge of breaking, he couldn't believe how Kai had such power. Finally Konoha Dragon God broke for the first time with a turbulence. Kai fell to the ground and saw the Konoha Dragon God being broken by himself, showing a gratified smile. He successfully defended his belief. At last he felt a moment of loss of strength, and fainted from exhaustion again. Teacher Chen looked at Kai complicatedly. He was shocked by Kai, his Konoha Dragon God had never been seen through. Even if he knew the weakness of the Dragon's Eye, he should not have the power to break the Dragon's Eye. But he did. Teacher Chen can only admit that this child may indeed have something more important than life to guard. Teacher Chen did not leave this time, but waited for Kai to wake up. He was very curious about the source of Kai's faith. He wanted to have a good chat with Kai after Kai woke up. Teacher Chen and Kai exchanged stories about each other. Teacher Chen told Kai about the death of his disciple who only knew physical skills, and his guilt towards the disciple. Kai also explained to Teacher Chen the source of his belief. Dad said that one day people will sacrifice their lives for things that are cherished. After listening to Teacher Chen, it suddenly dawned on him that maybe his disciples had similar ideas, but Kai was even better. He believes that Kai, who has such a belief, will inevitably become a more powerful gymnast than him. After getting the recognition of the strongest gymnast, Kai suddenly became excited and more confident in his future. Teacher Chen passed the knack of Konoha Dragon God to Kai, and said that he was old, and the future world belonged to young people like Kai. He didn't want to show up, and hoped that Kai could pass on his unique knowledge on his behalf. Kai quickly thanked him and vowed not to reveal the news that Teacher Chen was still alive, and he would certainly carry forward the skill of Teacher Chen. Teacher Chen didn't say anything but waved his hand again to indicate that Kai could leave. Kai finally learned the long-awaited Konoha Dragon God, and Mo Nan, who was next to him, also quietly learned the physical skills of Teacher Chen. Although it seemed that Mo Nan was making soy sauce next to him, Mo Nan knew that if he hadn't helped him by the side, Kai was really tough to learn Konoha Dragon God on his own. In the end, Teacher Chen taught the Konoha Dragon God to Kai, which Mo Nan didn't expect, because Xiaoli didn't learn it at the end of the original work. He thought he would have to find a chance to teach Kai after he had trained himself. Now Teacher Chen can teach it personally. As Mo Nan planned, although there were some small twists and turns in the middle, the problem was not big. He and Kai finally got everything they wanted, and helped Teacher Chen untie the knots that bothered them. Everything was the best result. Mo Nan sent Kai home, then used medical ninjutsu to help him recover from the damage caused by the use of 8-door dunjia and left. He wants to go home and rest quickly and sum up what he learned from Teacher Chen. After he has obtained these ninjutsu, which he has suspended development for a long time, he can finally start again. Chapter 21. Mo Nan had basically completed the ninjutsu part of the ninjutsu before, and the only difference was the ninjutsu part. Waiting for him to practice what he learned from Teacher Chen, then the physical skills will not be a problem. After that, there was only the problem of the coordination between Lei Dan and physical skills. This was actually the simplest one, but it was very important. The root of ninja physique is that chakra runs inside the body, bursting power from the inside out. When Lei Dan stimulates the body, it exerts the power of the body from the outside to the inside. The essence of ninjutsu is to achieve internal and external cooperation to maximize the use of limited chakras. If Mo Nan only used Thunder Dan to stimulate the body regardless of the physical skills, it would be an extremely inefficient method, so he desperately wanted to improve his physical skills. Otherwise, even if he has a lot of chakras, he will not be able to withstand consumption, and it will be difficult to maintain sustained navigation capabilities. After Mo Nan returned home, he took a short break and couldn't wait to start practicing physical skills. This time the practice was really different. After Mo Nan integrated Teacher Chen's skills, he immediately felt that his physical skill level had risen a lot. Although his body remained unchanged, his use of chakra had improved too much. If the power of my own chakra in ninjutsu was 1, because the body can't keep up, the power in physique may not even be 0.3. Now, with Teacher Chen's skills, the power that can be exerted should be more than 0.7. Originally, the physical skill level of his elite ninja immediately improved to the level of the ninja, more than doubled, so Mo Nan had to lament Teacher Chen's brilliance. When training with Kai before, Mo Nan made slow progress, which made him think that he was not a piece of physical training. Now he understands that it's not that he has no talent, but that Kai's stupid practice method is not suitable for him. A smart person like himself must use the method that belongs to a smart person. After practicing the physical technique, Mo Nan immediately tried the effect of using the physical technique in the thunder escape state. Because Lei Dan is more energetic than ordinary chakras, Mo Nan found that his speed and strength were improved when using Lei Dan compared with ordinary chakras, especially his speed, because the body was stimulated by Thunder Dan. Amazingly fast. A large part of Mo Nan's original physical skill difference was because of his young age and his body could not exert too much power, but his speed and dexterity were not lost to anyone. Now the short body has become an advantage, and with the help of Lei Dan, he has a faster speed. His power has just reached the level of normal shinobi, and his current speed may have been at the level of physical skills. Mo Nan planned to use a lot of chakras on the nervous system at the beginning of the design of Lei Dan ninjutsu, to improve the reflex nerves, otherwise it is just that the body is fast and the reaction cannot keep up, so the adaptability is much worse. Speed, reaction, and the high-speed dynamic vision of his own riding round eyes, this is Mo Nan's ideal ninjutsu, and Mo Nan did not consider that much in terms of attack. Most ninjas are high offense and low defense. As long as the speed is fast enough, it is enough to take any weapon and hit the enemy's vital points. Mo Nan had all the things he needed, and Mo Nan had completely perfected his ninjutsu within a few days. Only then did he consider whether he should give his technique a name. Although Union Village already has the Lei Dan Chakra mode, this is very similar to Mo Nan's technique. But there are still some differences after all. This is the first technique developed by himself. Of course, it is impossible for Mo Nan to apply someone else's name, and to avoid possible copyright disputes in the future. Mo Nan thought about it, since his technique is based on acceleration, and when he uses ninjutsu, his body is surrounded by lightning, just like the Flash in the movie. It's better to call his technique called Speed Force. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Mo Nan decided that the name of the new technique would be Shen Suli. Although his speed is still not as fast as the Flash, this technique can evolve with Mo Nan. Mo Nan believes that as she grows and her body's ability to withstand it increases, her speed will definitely be faster, until one day she can really match this name. Mo Nan thought that with superb power, he should already have the strength to compete with Shangren in physical skills, but he was still not at ease. Physique is different from Huodun and illusion. The Uchiha clan is good at the latter too. Both the predecessor and Hua have a deep understanding of this. Mo Nan clearly knows that he definitely has the level of forbearance. But he didn't know the physical skills very well, so he wanted to find someone to test and make sure, so as to know the effect of the current superpower. And this person is of course Kai. Kai at this time had just become Zongnan. Even if she was a ninja specialized in physique, it was at best the level of ninja among elites. Due to Mo Nan's influence, Kai unexpectedly got the guidance of Teacher Chen. Now he should have the strength close to Shangnan. It shouldn't be more appropriate to find him to test the power of the speed force. Mo Nan found Kai. It happened that Kai hadn't left the village to perform the task. If Mo Nan came 2 days later, he might not be able to see Kai. Mo Nan explained to Kai what he came for, hoping that Kai could help him test the power of his new technique. Kai also readily agreed. Because he has just recently mastered the Konoha Dragon God. He feels that his strength has improved greatly, and he is also looking for someone to try. So the two handed over. But at first, the two didn't show their true strength all at once. But to test each other, Mo Nan needed to compare the difference between the one who used the speed force and the one who did not use the speed force, so that he could judge how strong the effect of the speed force was. He first used the moves that Kai used in the first encounter with Teacher Chen, Konoha Tornado, and kicked Kai. Kai was amazed, not knowing when Mo Nan learned the same tricks as himself. However, he was not to be outdone, and also resorted to Konoha Cyclone. The two had just handed in and found that no one had the upper hand. In this fight, Mo Nan could stalemate with Kai unexpectedly. You must know that Kate has been practicing physical skills for many years, and Mo Nan actually has the same power as a Kai. This is probably thanks to the skills he stole from teacher Chen, and Chakra, who is much better than Kai. Kai was also quite surprised. Although he had heard of Mo Nan Lie's first genius name, after all, he was 6 years younger than himself. Kai never thought that Mo Nan could have the power to rival him. After that, Mo Nan resorted to some conventional Konoha fluid techniques such as Konoha Cyclone and Konoha Sudden Wind. He found that in his normal state, whether it was speed or strength, he was actually almost the same as Kai. The strength is a little bit worse, not much of his more agile body makes up for it. Only as the battle started, Mo Nan still found that his experience in using physical skills was still much worse than Kai. As the battle unfolded, Mo Nan gradually began to find that he was at a disadvantage. At this time, Mo Nan finally determined his physical skill strength. Under normal circumstances, without using Lei Dun himself, his physical skill should be better than the average Zhongren, but not as good as Kai, who specializes in physical skills. This shows that his physical strength is at least at the middle ninja level, or the elite middle ninja level above the middle ninja. If Kai's strength is indeed close to Shangren as he expected, after all, the current Kakashi is about to become Shangren, and Kai, who has been following his footsteps, should be no different, especially with Chen Lishi. After the guidance and Konoha Dragon God. But now, Mo Nan wanted to see how far he could reach under the state of using superb power, so he said to Kai. It seems that I can't beat you under normal conditions. Now I will show you the power of my new technique, the super power. You also opened the 8 doors Dunjia. We are not much worse. If you don't open it in Baman, it is absolutely impossible to defeat me who uses superb power. After that, Mo Nan was ready to use his swift power, and saw that Mo Nan gathered a large number of chakras to fill his body, and a trace of electric light gradually wrapped around him. Chapter 22. As Mo Nan gathered a large number of chakras, a powerful aura appeared on his body. Even the surrounding environment seems to have been affected, and an inexplicable wind blows at some point. The pebble at Mo Nan's feet was also affected by Mo Nan's power, and was blown away by the chakra storm on Mo Nan's body. Kai also felt that the pressure Mo Nan was putting on him seemed to be increasing. Finally, Mo Nan completed the release of his superb power in the first battle. And Kai was not ready for the 8-door Dunjia at this time. Beiman Dunjia is not a trick that can be used against his companions. Kai needs to use his body to try the power of Mo Nan's tricks before deciding how much power to use, so as not to cause damage to Mo Nan. Seeing that Kai didn't mean to open the 8-door Dunjia, Mo Nan probably also guessed Kai's thoughts. Humph, it's a price to look down on me, Mo Nan snorted coldly. If that's the case, then I will act first to be better. Mo Nan didn't wait any longer, and directly mobilized his swift force with all his strength and punched Kai. What? Kai secretly said badly. He didn't expect that Mo Nan's speed was so fast that he almost didn't react in a hurry. However, he, who was more experienced, crossed his hands in time and barely blocked Mo Nan's punch. The power of this punch surpassed his imagination. His arm seemed to have been hit by a hammer, trembling slightly with pain. Mo Nan's strength is not his strong point. When the two competed just now, Kai was easy to resist, but his speed made him feel a little difficult. From the punch, it was obvious that Mo Nan was different now. His speed is much faster than before, and his strength is greater than before. The current Mo Nan actually gave him a feeling of confronting teacher Chen. His own punch did not have much effect on Kai, and it was within Mo Nan's expectation. After all, Kai is also a person who has received the guidance of teacher Chen, and it is only natural to be able to block this punch. But seeing him trembling slightly and enduring the pain, Mo Nan knew that his blow would definitely make him very uncomfortable. And he didn't use any physical skills, just ordinary straight punches, with such power. It seems that the effect of the speed force is as powerful as he expected. And Kai also understood this. He knew that what Mo Nan said was true, and his ninjutsu was really powerful. If he didn't open the 8-door Dunjia, I'm afraid it's really unlikely to be Mo Nan's opponent. Right now, he didn't hesitate anymore, and hurriedly made preparations to open the 8-door Dunjia. Mo Nan didn't stop either, he just wanted to see where his limits were. Kai was ready to shout, 8-door Dunjia, the 4th wound door open. The skin of his body was red, and a large amount of airflow gushed out of the body. Mo Nan said softly, did he put so much pressure on Kai? He actually opened the 4th door as soon as he came up. You must know that this is the full strength of Kai before encountering Mr. Chen. When dealing with Mr. Chen before, he also opened 4 doors, so that Mr. Chen used Konoha Ryushin like this. The stunt is out. It's no wonder that Kai used his full strength all at once, it is indeed that Mo Nan is really powerful at this moment. Kai felt that if he didn't exert all his strength, he might really lose under Mo Nan's hands. He could not accept that he lost to a child 6 years younger than himself, even if he was a genius. I have worked hard to this day, just to prove that even mortals can defeat geniuses with hard work. Mo Nan and Kai set their eyes on each other, ready to go. Suddenly the two disappeared in place, rolled up a piece of dust and bumped into each other. With this collision, Kai stayed still and Mo Nan stepped back slightly. This is a clash of forces, and Mo can hardly lose. Kai also took advantage of the victory, and punched Mo Nan, who took advantage of his agility to avoid him. Mo found that Kai's power had surpassed himself once again after opening the 8-door dungeon, but his speed was still a little faster, so he didn't have to fight. Just keep a distance from Kai and find another chance to seize his flaws. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. So the duel between the two turned into a protracted battle in which Kai desperately wanted to get close to Mo Nan, and Mo Nan kept wandering around Kai. Kai knew that this was not the way, and the duration of his 8 doors dungeon might not be as fast as Mo Nan's speed, and he must end the battle as soon as possible. And his only way was to use the Konoha dragon god who had just mastered it not long ago. But he was worried that this trick would hurt Mo Nan, so he reminded. I'm going to use my most powerful kill now. You must be careful not to get hurt by me. Mo Nan didn't know that Kei had already mastered the Konoha dragon god, and he thought Kei was about to open the 5th door, Duman. After opening the door, the power is probably close to the shadow ninja, and I don't know whether the body blessed by my own speed power can block it. Mo Nan opened the writing wheel and prepared for Kai's next attack with 12 points. What he didn't know was that Kei was able to open the 5th door that time. It was actually a fluke. He couldn't open the 5th door as he pleased under normal conditions, only when he was emotional. But after seeing Kai's posture, Mo Nan was surprised to find that this didn't seem to be a posture to open the 5th door, but a bit like Teacher Chen's posture. Does he want to use Konoha Dragon God? He has mastered it so quickly. Mo Nan knew how powerful this trick was, and the only way he wanted to take it was to also use his own version of Konoha Dragon God. Therefore, Mo Nan also took the same pose as Kai and prepared to activate the Konoha Dragon God. Kei was also slightly shocked when he saw Mo Nan's posture. He actually knew the Konoha Dragon God. As a genius, I only saw Master Chen used it a few times. Even if I didn't get his guidance, I learned it on my own. Although the two of them didn't use Konoha Dragon God's cultivation base at all, they used this trick in their own way. The Konoha Dragon God of Kaibaman Dunjia edition is different from the Konoha Dragon God of Mo Nan Shen Suli version, unlike Mr. Chen's Konoha Dragon God, which is just a simple tornado. Kai's Konoha Dragon God is mixed with the green chakra of 8-door dunjia, while Mo Nan's version of superpower is mixed with the lightning of Thunder Dun. Although the two-person dragon does not have the power of a shadow-level powerhouse without the power of Teacher Chen, it should not be underestimated. After the two found that the other party had successfully used the Konoha Dragon God, they looked at each other again and confirmed the high resolution in each other's eyes. Mo Nan and Kai controlled the two dragons to collide and entangle each other. They all knew the weakness of Konoha Dragon God, in the eye of the tornado, so they all tried to attack each other's dragon eyes to see who could break the other Konoha Dragon God first. After a fight, because Mo Nan's speed was faster, his dragon was also more agile, coupled with the writing wheel eyes, successfully bit Kai's weakness first. But because Kai's power was stronger than him, Kai's eyes were more stable, and Mo Nan didn't break the eyes of Kai's Konoha Dragon God for a while. Taking this opportunity, Kai also seized Mo Nan's weakness. The two giant dragons bit each other's throats, and they disappeared together. Mo Nan and Kai tied each other's physical skills. The aftermath of the Konoha Dragon God dissipated, and the two fell to the ground, panting for exhaustion. However, Mo Nan's situation is better than Kai, because Shen Suli has been quite perfect, and it doesn't have the side effects of Bayman. Although Kai only opened 4 doors, 8-door dunjia is not a forbidden technique that can be used frequently. The advantage of his superpower is that he doesn't have that heavy burden on the body, and he doesn't need too many chakras. The battery life is much better than that of the 8 doors. After this battle, Mo Nan determined that his supernatural power was at least equivalent to the power of the 4th gate of the 8-gate dunjia. When both of them were fighting normally, Kai's strength was stronger, and his speed was faster. Kai opened the 8 doors. After he opened his superpower, Kai's strength was still strong and his speed was fast, and the gap was not very big. In this state, both of them surpassed the ordinary Shangnan, possessing the power close to the elite Shangnan. In other words, the plan that I made 6 months ago has been completely completed, even slightly exceeded, and it took half a year less than the original plan. Chapter 23. Unexpectedly, Huo Dun, which was originally the most powerful, was now pulled back, and there was hardly any illusion. Now he has become the most powerful whole card to get rid of the Kaleidoscope. Physical skills can surpass Huo Dun to become second. This is what Mo Nan didn't expect most. Of course, because it is ninjutsu, Lei Dun played a big role. If you talk about physical skills alone, it is actually ranked last. I didn't expect Nan, you guys to be so powerful. Kai suddenly said to Mo Nan. At this moment the two of them had recovered the strength to speak easily. Kei, you are not bad, you should have the strength of Shinobu. Mo Nan responded with a smile and said that this competition also gave him a lot of rewards. Kai humbly said, Why, I only gained the power of shinobi after using the forbidden technique of 8-door dunjia. And you rely on your own routine to have such abilities, you really deserve to be a genius. 6 years old. There is such strength. What Kai said was the truth. He had just entered the ninja school when he was 6 years old, and he almost didn't. And when Monan was 6 years old, he almost had the strength of shinobu, which was incredible. You must know that his father has worked hard for 20 years to become a shinobu. Originally, Kai's biggest dream was to become a shinobu with only physical skills. But looking at the current Monan, he almost realized his dream at the beginning of his dream. Originally, he thought Kakashi was genius enough, but he didn't expect Monan to be even better. Since then, he has pursued another goal. Yes, Monan sighed in his heart. Now even if the unscientific kaleidoscope writing round eyes are removed, he has the strength to surpass most Shangren. Moreover, the ninjutsu was developed by himself, which made him feel more fulfilled than the accidental kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Suddenly, Monan didn't seem to have any goals in his mind, and originally planned to take 1 year before applying for graduation. It's only halfway through now, what about the remaining half a year? It seems unnecessary to continue to improve ninjutsu so that you can completely possess the strength of a comprehensive elite Shangnin. I can deal with anyone below the shadow level ninja. Even if you encounter a shadow level ninja, if you are unlucky, you can secretly use the kaleidoscope's pupil technique. With the concealment of your pupil technique, it should not be so easy to be defeated. Find. Now unless I meet another person with an eternal kaleidoscope, I am basically invincible. And now, there is no one who has an eternal kaleidoscope, so I have nothing to fear. The improvement of Monan's strength has encountered a bottleneck. Now chakra is basically the worst, and chakra can't be improved in a day or two, even if it is more than half a year, it doesn't make much sense. If Monan wants to make progress, he will have very little effect. Now for Monan, since chakra can't improve quickly, gaining experience on the battlefield is also a good way to make rapid progress in strength. So Monan thought it was time to apply for graduation in advance. Now that he has spent a full year in ninja school, Kakashi also applied for graduation after studying at ninja school for a year. The talent he showed is no less than that of him in the eyes of other people. Now it should be a logical thing to apply for graduation. After making a decision, Monan waited until his strength was almost restored, and said goodbye to Kai, and he went directly to the ninja school. Without further ado, since you plan to apply for graduation, please implement it as soon as possible. After arriving at the ninja school, Monan directly approached Teacher Ito Hyde and told him that he planned to apply for graduation in advance. Teacher Ito could not help but sigh after hearing Monan's words. Is it finally the day? Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. He had long known that a genius like Monan would not stay in school for 3 full years like ordinary people before graduating. Shisui, who was with his family not long ago, graduated after only 2 years in school. As a more genius, Monan graduated in 1 year, which is totally reasonable. In the past 6 months, Monan has indeed made a big difference. Although Monan was a genius before, he never spent his mind on studying in ninja school. Although in physical fitness, actual combat courses, Monan was always the first. But in terms of theoretical knowledge and culture courses, his grades have always been mediocre. But this half-year was different. Monan was less serious than before when he was almost attending the class, but his culture class has improved by leaps and bounds, and he firmly took the first place in the class. Teacher Ito didn't know how Monan learned, but he was sure that Monan, who had supplemented his theoretical knowledge, must have the ability to pass the exam and become a ninja. However, the current battle situation is very tense. Almost all ninjas will go to the battlefield, including the newly graduated Zionin is no exception. If Monan applied for graduation now, he might be on the battlefield soon. Can Monan, who is only 6 years old, really adapt to the cruelty on the battlefield? So he asked Monan, do you really want to apply for graduation in advance? If you want to know that now becoming an official ninja, you have to go to the battle scene to be baptized with fire and blood. Monan replied firmly, yes, I can't learn anything at the ninja school. Now the village just lacks ninjas, I also need a platform to learn more, so for me to graduate immediately is the best choice. Since Monan said so, Ito had no choice but to agree. He promised that Monan would pass the report of his graduation application to it and let Monan go home and wait for the graduation exam. The graduation time of this year's ninja school is about to come. Monan happened to be able to graduate with his senior classmates. Monan, who got Ito's reply, went home with anticipation. I want to graduate with my senior classmates. I don't know what kind of person it will be. He doesn't know about his classmates, let alone improve his grade. I hope that the characters in the original book have names and surnames, and the dragon sleeves will live soon. Although I have confidence in my own strength, anything can happen on the battlefield. Staying with them will be very dangerous. Monan returned home. He had already taken back the shadow clones in the school, because it was no longer necessary, and the cultivation was suspended, so all the shadow clones used for cultivation were also taken back. The senior classmates will be graduating in less than a week, which shows that he will be on the battlefield soon, and he needs some time to take a good rest. ITO submitted the report of Monan's application for graduation in advance, and soon the report came into Hokage's hands. Almost all ninjas are handled by Naruto himself, especially when applying for graduation in advance. Naruto has to see for himself whether this person is qualified to become a ninja. The current 3 generations of Hokage are not as old as they were at the beginning of the plot. But the whole person's mental state is not very good, maybe the pressure on him from the war is too great. Now he is discussing something with his disciple Oshimaru, but Oshimaru obviously did not get what she wanted and was a little unhappy. Suddenly, a report applying for early graduation was handed over to him for approval. He was a little surprised, not knowing which young talent was going to graduate early. When he saw that the applicant for the report was 6-year-old Monan, he was even more surprised. There was only one person who successfully graduated at such a young age, and that was Kakashi. 3 generations of Naruto had also heard of Monan, a very talented medical ninja. I just don't know what his strength is, whether he is eligible to graduate early. There is also a shortage of medical personnel on the front line. It is actually a good thing that Monan can apply for graduation at this time. It just happened to be able to share the pressure of the frontline medical staff, but he was afraid that Monan didn't have the power to protect himself and sacrificed in vain, which made him a little difficult to judge. Oshimaru was also here, and he planned to ask himself the opinion of this excellent disciple. Chapter 24. Oshimaru, have you ever heard of the child Uchiha Nan? The 3rd generation of Hokage suddenly asked Oshimaru. Originally, Oshimaru, who was about to leave without achieving his goal, paused when he heard Hokage suddenly say the name Uchiha Nan, and then replied. I've heard of it. It is said that he is a very talented medical ninja, and he started writing round eyes at a young age. Isn't he the kid who claims to be the first genius of the Uchiha clan? The teacher suddenly asked him what he was doing. This kid suddenly applied for early graduation. It stands to reason that he, who possesses mature medical ninjutsu and writing round eyes, is qualified to become an official ninja. But after all, he is only 6 years old. In this situation, I am not sure if it is appropriate to make him a ninja. I want to ask your opinion, the 3rd generation of Hokage asked Oshimaru. Since he has the qualifications to become a ninja, let him graduate. Didn't Kakashi graduate when he was only 5 years old? Oshimaru suggested to the 3rd generation of Hokage. But the 3 generations of Naruto had their own considerations. The current situation is different from the time. When Kakashi graduated, the situation was fairly stable. After graduation, he started from simple tasks like a normal ninja. Now that the war situation is so urgent, Nan Yudan will inevitably rush to the battlefield with other teammates after graduation, so that such a small child will experience such a cruel war, and it always feels inappropriate. Of course Oshimaru knows what the concerns of the 3 generations of Hokage are. Originally, the original purpose of the 1st generation and the Uchiha class to establish the Konoha village was to prevent children from going to the battlefield. However, as the war situation intensified, many things became compelling. Originally 12 years old was the graduation age of the ninja school, and it was moved forward to 9 years old for the sake of the war. It simply violated the original intention of establishing the Konoha village in the 1st generation. But Oshimaru didn't care about this, he really wanted Monan to graduate. At this time, Oshimaru had already begun research on the art of immortality, involving a large number of human experiments. The war actually gave him a good opportunity, allowing him to secretly obtain a large amount of experimental materials. But relying on him to complete too many experiments is also a very hard work for him. He thought that if there was a medical ninja with outstanding talent, it would be great to be his disciple and assistant to help him share some. Oshimaru came to see 3 generations this time, except to explain the situation of the recent Wind Kingdom battlefield. There is another purpose, that is, to become a teacher who leads the team on Shinobu. He wants to find out if there are any suitable students among this year's graduates to become his disciples. But after looking at the list of graduating students this year, he found that there were no particularly talented people. Originally, Shiwan planned to be taller among the short ones, and try to train someone with relatively better talent. However, when the 3 generations of Hokage said the name Uchiha Nan, he became very interested in it. Uchiha Nan, he had known for a long time, in fact, he has always been the best candidate for his disciple. When he first started developing the technique of immortality a few years ago, he planned to find an excellent medical ninja as his assistant. And many human experiments obviously cannot be easily known by others, so it is very important to cultivate a good disciple who can also be trusted. He screened many people and found that no one qualified. Until he discovered that Monan's predecessor, Uchiha Nan, had a superb medical ninjutsu talent. Moreover, he is almost helpless when his parents are dead. If he can effectively guide him, then this child is very likely to become his own qualified assistant. Oshimaru heard that Nan also had an older brother named Uchiha Hwa, and he planned to try to make this Huan die unknowingly, so that he would completely lose support, so that he could easily subdue Mo Nan. Only later he heard that Nan was a little irritated because of his mother's death, which was too exciting. He was not sure what would happen to Nan after Hwa disappeared, so he put the matter on hold. One of the things he came to report this time about the battle in the Kingdom of Wind was that regarding the casualties of the Konoha ninja, he happened to find one of the missing ninjas, Nan's older brother Hwa. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. After all, he was a ninja with the limit of blood succession. After being killed by the enemy, he wanted to get the secret of writing round eyes, so he took the corpse away. This is just a trivial matter. If he weren't Nan's older brother, Deshimaru, he wouldn't care about it. It happened that Nan applied for graduation again at this time, and he had a plan in his mind to regard Nan as his first candidate again. So he said to the 3 generations of Hokage, I heard that Nan now has Urguya's writing round eyes, even if he is still young, at least he can be regarded as a kind of forbearance. If you are really not at ease, let him come to my team. It happens that I am also planning to become a leader on Shinobu. I believe that my side can guarantee his safety. Deshimaru is his own disciple, and he is naturally aware of his strength. If you can follow Yuan, Nan's safety can indeed be greatly guaranteed. Moreover, the relationship between the village and Uchiha is becoming more and more tense. If Oshimaru, who is his own disciple, accepts Uchiha's first genius Nan as his apprentice, it may also ease the tension between Uchiha and the village. Sandai felt that this was a perfect solution, and agreed to Oshimaru's request to put Nan into his class after Nan graduated. Deshimaru left Hokage's office. He is going to see what Nan's situation is like now. The mental state has not stabilized, and by the way, he told him about his brother's disappearance. If Nan can bear the blow, he can take advantage of his sadness and comfort him as a tall and stalwart senior, and pave the way for him to conquer him in the future. As a high-level ninja in the village, Deshimaru wanted to know the location of Mo Nan easily. He inquired a little and knew that Nan was in Konoha Hospital at this time. Yuan came to Konoha Hospital and asked a nurse where Mo Nan was. Yuan was still well known in the village, and the nurse also knew Yuan. She hurriedly went to Mo Nan and asked him to come here. Mo Nan in the hospital is a shadow clone. He has already recovered all the clones, but Konoha Hospital is very busy now. All the doctors and medical ninjas are working overtime very hard. For Mo Nan, helping them to share the burden was just a matter of using a shadow clone himself, so when he took back the shadow clone, he kept the one left in the hospital. Mo Nan's shadow avatar is not currently receiving patients, but is chatting with colleagues. It is also a character with a name in the original, called Yakushi Yaneiyu. Not many people know this character, but his adopted son should be known to everyone. It is the important villain of Pharmacist Pocket in the future, but the two of them have not met yet. Yaneiyu is now the dean of the Konoha orphanage. Like Mo Nan, he has come to help volunteers, and the relationship between the two has always been good. The two were talking about Mo Nan's application for graduation, which might be on the battlefield soon. Coincidentally, Yaneiyu also intends to go to the battlefield to support her. The place she is going to is the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind. Mo Nan secretly said in his heart that she seemed to have met Do in the Kingdom of Wind. It should have happened when the 3 world wars just started a few years ago. Would you like to think of a way to change her and Do's tragic ending? Mo Nan was still thinking about Yaneiyu and Do, when the nurse who saw Yuan just arrived here shouted to him from a distance. Nan is looking for you, waiting for you at the front desk. Who is looking for me at this time? Is it Kei, or Kakashi is back? The name that the nurse said next made Mo Nan never expected that it was Yuan. What's the matter, how could I be stared at by Deshiwan? Chapter 25. Soon after, Mr. Ito informed Mo Nan that he had successfully applied for early graduation and that he could take the graduation exam with his senior classmates in 2 days. However, Mo Nan knew from Deshiwan that he would definitely be able to apply. The graduation exam is not difficult for me at all, and becoming a ninja is already a certainty. 2 days later, Mo Nan took the graduation exam. The content of the exam was no different from Hwa's memory. It was easy for Mo Nan, and there were no accidents. When the results were released, there was no doubt that he passed the exam, and now waiting for him is graduation and placement. Mo Nan knew that he would definitely be assigned to Yuan. He was just a little curious about who his teammate would be. Hongdu also graduated this year. One of her teammates is likely to be her, but he doesn't know the other one at all. In the original work, it is only said that Dashimera has only one disciple, Hongdu, and there is no mention of who the other 2 are. As the classmates who graduated together were taken away by his Shangren teacher one after another, Mo Nan finally waited for his lead teacher Dashimaru. Dashiwan ordered the names of 3 people and asked them to go with him. Unexpectedly, Mo Nan expected the Red Bean to be one of them, but what Mo Nan didn't expect was another friend of his own, and one of the more impressive characters in the original book, Moonlight Gale. Was there a description of the relationship between him and Ashimaru? Monan can't quite know that Moonlight Gale in the original work is not a disciple of Dashimaru, or that it is because of more of himself, that some changes have occurred in the development of things. The Moonlight Blast in the original work really has nothing to do with Ashimaru. There is no Uchiha Nan in the original work, so Ashimaru was actually the only person he was most optimistic about at that time. The other two were actually assigned randomly, and Dashiwan didn't care about them at all. But this time with Monan, Hongdu became the second candidate. Dashimaru chose Monan and Red Bean. According to the data, neither of them were ninjas good at close combat. It just so happens that Moonlight Hayate is a melee player who is good at swordsmanship, so Oshimaru chose Hayate to his team. Dashiwan brought the three of Monan to a training ground. He first briefly introduced his name, and then asked the three of Momo to also introduce himself, what his name was, and what type of technique he was good at. The first is Red Beans. With 2 bunches of balls in his hand, Red Beans introduce them as they eat them. My name is Matere Red Beans. I am 10 years old. I am good at using snake psychic techniques and ninjutsu. My favorite thing to eat is balls. After speaking, I picked up the 2 bunches of meatballs in my hand and ate them. The corner of Monan's mouth twitched. This Red Bean has been so greedy since he was a child. It's strange that he became fat like that when he didn't get the blog post. Dashiwan, the best candidate before was Monan, but when he heard that Monan's mental state had a problem, he set his goal on Hongdo. Because Atsuki is the only one among the graduates who has the potential to become a medical ninja, he came into contact with Atsuki in advance and taught him some ninjutsu a long time ago. But now with Monan, there is no need to train Red Beans into medical ninjas. The next person to introduce himself is Moonlight Hayate. He said, my name is Moonlight Hayate. I am 8 years old. I am good at Konoharayu swordsmanship. He can graduate at the age of 8, and Haifeng is quite talented. However, Haifeng is fortunate to graduate a few years earlier than in the original book, thanks to Monan's new technology that can treat his lung disease a few years ago. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. The last person to introduce himself was Monan. Monan lightly coughed and cleared his throat and said, my name is Uchiha Nan, I am 6 years old, and I am good at ninjutsu, phantom, and medical ninjutsu. It is very prominent in all aspects. A perfect genius ninja. Monan was very humble, and he didn't even say that he had the strength to endure, for fear that they would be scared. However, when Monan said that he was only 6 years old, Hongdu and Haifeng were still surprised. Hongdu went to school a year later than ordinary people, and graduated at the age of 10 after 3 years in school. Because Moonlight Hayate was more talented when he was young, he enrolled at the age of 5 and graduated after staying for 3 years at the age of 8. Nan is only 6 years old. When someone else just enrolls at this age, he has already graduated. Is it true? And you can also learn ninjutsu, illusion, and medical ninjutsu. Are you sure you really are a fresh graduated ninjutsu? Atsuki Bean and Hayate can't believe it. But Ashimaru immediately explained that Nan Uchiha's identity as the first genius, possesses a special blood succession boundary writing wheel eye, and learns everything quickly. And I applied for graduation in advance, so I can become a ninja at such a young age. With the previous teacher's explanation of Hongdu and Monsoon, he believed that Monan might really be a genius beyond their imagination. They hurriedly went up to ask Monan, he must be such a great person who has worked hard in his cultivation and has the know-how of training. In fact, Monan doesn't like to tell others about how talented he is. This kind of thing that everyone knows, he always comes up over and over again to say what he is doing. He is a humble and low-key person. So he explained that he didn't have any special knack, just the talent. Some things can be learned by just practicing and just looking at it. I haven't tried hard at all. The 3 of them were chatting, but Dashiwan suddenly reminded, that's the end of your self-introduction. Please prepare. Wait a while for the 3 of you to come to an actual combat exercise with me. Before our team officially takes off the mission, I want to know your strength. Oh no, Shimura doesn't like Konoha's traditional bell-robbing set, to judge who is suitable to become a ninja. The 3 people he chose have been carefully considered by himself, and there is no need to screen again. They directly determined that they will endure identity of. It's just that he still needs to know more about the strength of the 3, especially Monan's. He only knew that Monan had superb medical ninjutsu and at least Urguya's writing round eyes. But now Monan said that he was also good at ninjutsu physique illusion. He was a little curious, and wanted to see how far Monan had reached at this time. I don't know what surprise this Uchiha clan can give him on the first day. It was about to fight with Ashimaru, and Monan was also a little excited. At this time, Oshimaru basically represented the current peak of ninja's combat power. This time, it was different from the previous match with Kai. That time, I only used physical skills to verify the effectiveness of the superpower. This time he dealt with Ashimaru, he planned to take out everything except the Kaleidoscope writing round eyes and the 3-hook jade illusion. Seriously, compare it with Oshimaru to see how far you are from the shadow ninja. Needless to say, the Kaleidoscope writing round eyes does not even use the illusion of the 3-hook jade, because his 3-hook jade is not ordinary, and Mo-nan is afraid that his illusion will severely damage the Ushi pill. In the original work, Ashimaru was defeated by Uchiha Itaka's illusion, and only then became so interested in riding the wheel. He tried every possible means and planned for so many years, trying to seize Suzuki's body. I don't know how far the current Dashiwan's reincarnation of a dead body has been studied. If he accidentally defeated Oshimaru with the illusion technique and made him interested in writing round eyes in advance, I am afraid Oshimaru will have some unfavorable thoughts on her. Although Mo-nan was not afraid of Dashyuan, he didn't want a person to think about his body all the time. He had just arrived in the world of shinobi, and he hadn't got a firm foothold. If you tear your face with Dashiwan and don't know where it will go, it won't be in line with the principle of low-key development. So Mo-nan made up his mind to never use the illusion technique of writing round eyes on Dashyuan. Chapter 26. Seeing that the person who came to look for him was Dashyuan, Mo-nan was extremely puzzled. Why did he come to find himself? The predecessor didn't seem to have much to do with him either. Although strange, he still had to go up and inquire after Oshimaru named him by name. The predecessor didn't know Dashimaru, so I had to pretend that I didn't know him. Don't miss the stuffing. Who are you, why are you coming to me? Mo-nan asked. He stared at Dashimaru's pupils, which were totally different from humans. The first time he saw Dashimaru's eyes in reality, Mo-nan was still a little curious, would this be the case? What pupil technique? Oh? Aren't you afraid of me? Dashimaru praised her heart, because she was terrible and had a very murderous intent on her body, so many children who had not graduated, even just became a ninja. The first time I saw myself, even if I was not scared to cry, my legs would feel weak with fear. And Mo-nan is not afraid of himself at all, it seems that they are quite destined. Where did Dashimaru know that? In fact, Mo-nan's true strength might still be higher than him, so why would he be afraid of him? He also thought that if Ashimaru knew his secret and wanted to attack him for a while, he would directly use Suseo Nohu and slap Ashimaru to death. Dashimaru didn't know what Mo-nan thought. He said to Mo-nan, I am the commander-in-chief of the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind, Dashimaru, there are some things that need to be notified to you. You'd better be prepared. Mo-nan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Ashimaru didn't seem to be disadvantageous to him for something. He immediately said that he was ready, Master Oshimaru said. Osameru immediately told Mo-nan about Uchiha's disappearance. He has been missing for several months, and it is almost certain that he has died. Mo-nan was puzzled. The two were brothers. Hwa really should notify him of his death, but does the commander-in-chief need to personally notify him of this kind of thing? But now is not the time to think about this, my brother is dead, I should be sad. Mo-nan showed a very sad expression appropriately, bowed his head and said nothing. Dashiwan thought that Mo-nan did not speak because he needed some time to digest the unfortunate news. Where he wanted to get it, Mo-nan just didn't know what expression and language he should use to prevaricate Dashyuan. After all, he was not sad at all. You don't need to be too sad. Life is inherently fragile. It is also the destiny of a ninja to die in battle. Although Ashimaru seemed to be comforting Mo-nan, his tone did not fluctuate at all. Nan-mo finally squeezed out a few tears, he looked up at Dashiwan, shook his head and said. Thank you for your comfort, Master Dashimaru. I have been prepared for this kind of thing. After all, my parents died on the battlefield. Maybe I knew in my heart that Hwa would also come such a day. I can bear it. Living. Mo-nan said that he was not that vulnerable. But he has doubts in his heart. It's just the news that an ordinary ninja died in battle. Do you need to be notified as the commander-in-chief? Mo-nan asked her own question. This is quite surprising to Dashyuan. He had heard of the strange things Mo-nan had become because of his mother's death. It seems that he has come out this year and has become a lot stronger. He hasn't been greatly affected by the news of his brother's death, so he asked himself. It's a bit strange that the commander-in-chief personally notified this kind of thing, and Dashimaru didn't intend to hide it. I heard that you are a genius medical ninja. Recently, I just wanted to find a student with medical talent. Would you like to be my disciple? This is actually the case. Mo-nan was a little surprised. It turned out that Dashiwan was here to inform him personally that he wanted to accept himself as an apprentice, but this also made sense. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Mo-nan didn't know when Dashyuan started to study the technique of immortality, but it should be about this time. It may be that the experiment is too complicated and it is difficult for him to complete it alone, so he needs a competent assistant. Originally, what he was interested in should be the pocket he encountered unexpectedly shortly afterwards, but now because he has a very talented medical ninja, he threw an olive branch to himself in advance. Mo-nan considered whether to agree to Dashiwan being his disciple. In fact, this matter is more beneficial to Monan himself. He is a ninja of the Uchiha clan, and he will inevitably be separated from the high level of the village in the future. Deshimaru is a disciple of Hokage, he became a disciple of Deshimaru, he also became half of the Hokage line of people, which is good for his future promotion. Moreover, it is difficult for Monan to go further at this time. Apart from chakra is a lot of high-end ninjutsu, after becoming a disciple of Ashimaru, he should be able to learn a lot of his secret ninjutsu from him. It's just that there are disadvantages too. Ashimaru will defect sooner or later, and I am afraid that he will also be implicated. After thinking carefully about the pros and cons of becoming a disciple of Yuan, Monan felt that he could still try his disciple first, as long as he didn't participate in the illegal human experiments, it would be over. When I found out that he was going to defect, I was trying to alienate him. At that time, even if it is checked, it can be justified. The disciple of Dashimaru in the original book, Adzuki Beans, was not affected in the end. So he said to Oshimaru, I also heard of Oshimaru-sama that you are great, and I am very willing to be your disciple, but I will graduate soon. Then maybe I will become a ninja and go to the battlefield in a team. No time to accept your guidance. Hearing that Monan didn't mean to refuse, the corner of Deshiwan's mouth slightly tilted. He said to Monan, don't worry about this. I can apply to Master Naruto to let him assign you to my class. This will not only facilitate me to train you, but also help me protect your safety on the battlefield. If that's the case, then it's okay, Master Ashimaru, I would like to be your disciple. I would like to ask for your advice in the future. Yuan, who got Monan's affirmative reply, left happily. Just waiting for Monan to officially become his disciple the day he passed the graduation exam. But for him to participate in his own experiments, I am afraid that more guidance is needed. Yuan doesn't like to use this method of forcing, unlike Danzo, who likes to use curse imprints to control others. He thinks that the twisted melon is not sweet, and it is better to use his personality charm to infect Monan, so that he will become his right-hand man willingly. This Yuan is very confident. Ashimaru is indeed very charismatic, and many of his subordinates in the original book are loyal to him. But this time his opponent was Monan, who had gone through 12 years of compulsory education and had a firm belief in his beliefs. His ideas were destined to fail. Monan agreed to become a disciple of Yuan. He had a lot of considerations of his own. Although he is now very capable, it is always good for him to have an experienced ninja with him. He has always believed that science is the world's first productive force, even in this new world. Deshiwan can be said to be the best scientist in the world, and he must be able to learn a lot from him. Moreover, Ashimaru had the psychic scroll of Longdedong in his hand, and he became his disciple, and he might have the opportunity to sign his name on that psychic scroll. At that time, Monan would have the qualification to go to Longdi Cave to practice immortality. The most important point is that if Monan wants to open the eyes of reincarnation, the primary cells are indispensable. There are only 3 people with primary cells, Danzo, Uchiha Madara, and Ashimaru. Danzo, who likes to use curse seals to control others, didn't even think about it. Uchiha Madara was even more dangerous. Stay away from him, so Monan's only choice was Ashimaru. As for the future defect of Ashimaru, he also felt that it didn't matter. Originally, as a Uchiha clan, he couldn't fully gain the trust of the village leaders. Now it is possible to get some high-end ninjutsu like the forbidden technique in the seal scroll that he could not have access to through the Ashi pill. After Oshimaru defected, he tried to get rid of his relationship with him, and finally returned to the original state of an untrusted Uchiha ninja. This shows that Monan is different from other traversers. If someone else is targeted by Ashimaru, I am afraid that she will be frightened all day long, afraid that Ashimaru will calculate herself. Even like Monan, not only is he not afraid of Yuan, but also a little happy because he became his apprentice. Chapter 27. The 3 of them adjusted their own state slightly, and hid their figures at the moment Oshimaru announced the start. The 3 of them knew the power of Ashimaru, but they didn't know anything like Naruto in the original book, so they dared to confront Ninja Kakashi directly. When there is a huge gap in strength, it is the right way to hide yourself and wait for an opportunity to dispatch. Oshimaru was quite satisfied to see that all 3 of them knew how to hide themselves, as the ninja should be. But the 3 of them are just graduates who have just graduated. How high a concealment technology can be, in fact, the position of the 3 people, Dashimaru probably can already be judged by now. Needless to say, Adzuki Bean and Hayate, the 2 are just normal forbearance, without any experience, the concealment technique is extremely clumsy, and Yuan is easy to spot. It's different in Monan. Hua is an intelligence ninja. Hiding was originally his strong point. Originally, Hua had hidden skills that were close to Shinobu, and Monan, who inherited his ability, was naturally not weak in this one. Of course, it wasn't enough to see it in front of Ashimaru, but Ashimaru was still surprised by Monan's superb and proficient concealment technology, which was not like a newly graduated shinin. If technology can be learned through learning, then experience definitely requires real experience, which is slowly accumulated bit by bit over time. Depressing the shock, Da Shiwan became more curious about Mo Nan. Originally, he thought that Mo Nan was only good at medical ninjutsu, but he didn't expect his talent in combat to be so high. As one of the three forbearances, Ashimaru has a rich experience in finding enemies. He first locked the position of Atsuki beans. The things Atsuki beans were good at were basically taught by him. Naturally, Dashimaru knew very well about Atsuki beans. Dashimaru launched the instantaneous technique, and instantly appeared behind Hongdu. Grabbing Atsuki bean's head and throwing her into the middle of the training ground, it is so easy for a shadow ninja to solve a ninja. Then there is Moonlight Gale. Although he has nothing to hide his skills, Moonlight Gale has a unique blood inheritance limit, through which he can hide his figure, and he successfully hides it by this trick. However, the gust of wind at this age obviously didn't reach a very high level of escape cultivation. After the launch, his figure is still very obvious, and he can't play any role in front of an experienced ninja like Ashimaru. Da Shiwan rushed directly in front of Haifeng. In moonlight and Haifeng's surprised eyes, he hit his stomach with a punch, and Haifeng almost fainted due to the pain. Lost the ability to resist, he was picked up by Da Shiwan, and threw it beside Red Bean. The fight had just begun, and two people were caught by Ashimaru in an instant. At this time, Da Shiwan, who had eliminated the two of them, also looked at Mo Nan's position. Obviously, Dash Yuan is telling Mo Nan that it means, I have found you, hiding is useless. Seeing that both of his teammates had been captured by Da Shiwan, Mo Nan was no longer hiding at the moment, so he simply stood up openly and faced Da Shiwan. At this time, Hongdu and Haifeng also got up and stood beside Mo Nan to face Dash Yuan with him. Ashimaru said to the three of them, I have seen you as ninjas, and all know how to hide yourself. This is correct, but your hiding technology is not worth mentioning in front of me. I think you are still three of you attacking me together. Let me see how strong you really are. Mo Nan had planned to use all his strength to compete with Dash Yuan. Hearing what Dash Yuan said, he was not polite, and immediately opened the three-go jade riding wheel. Atsuki Bean and Hay-8 also took out Ku and Shinobi and put on a fighting posture. They saw the terrifying power of Ashimaru and realized that only three people together might have a chance of victory. But in fact, Mo Nan didn't need the two of them. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. The eyes and postures of the three people are good. Da Shiwan focused a glance at Mo Nan. Has it evolved to a three-go jade? It seems that my information is a bit behind, but this should bring me more fun. Da Shiwan thought in his heart. The three of Mo Nan were ready, and the battle was about to start. Mo Nan first used Uchiha's usual fighting method to directly use a fire-dwelling fireball technique to attack Ashimaru. This move was not to kill the opponent, but to block the opponent's sight. Seeing that Mo Nan used Huo Dang to attack him, Da Shimaru made a move, and Shui Dang watered the wall to block this powerful fireball. However, in the mist created by the collision between Huo Dun and Shui Dun, several shurikens suddenly burst out, launching them at Ashimaru in a very strange route. This is the unique shuriken throwing technique of the Uchiha clan. This is Uchiha's usual routine, and Dashimaru is also very familiar with it. I saw Dashimaru took out a handful of kunao without a hassle, and blocked Mo Nan's shurikens in 3 or 2 strokes. The shuriken throwing technique didn't work and Mo Nan expected it. How can the master be hit by the shuriken? Mo Nan hurriedly reminded that Haifeng was coming, and Moonlight Haifeng also found the opportunity to slash at Ashimaru with a sword, but his swordsmanship was quite immature for Ashimaru. Ashimaru took the shuriken and shot down Haifeng without using 2 moves. The sword and drove him back. At this time, Atsuki rushed forward, and fought with Dashimaru. Hongdu used a trick, Shul King Snake Hand, which was learned from Dash Yuan. Of course, it is impossible to play any role. Dashimaru also used the same trick, and both of them shot several pythons from their sleeves to attack each other. However, the snake of the red bean was far from the opponent of Dashimaru, and soon after a few of her pythons were all bitten off their necks by Dashimaru. Hongdo could only step back and return to Mo Nan and Moonlight Hay-8. I just tried it a while ago, and the top ninja is really experienced. This series of attacks by himself and his 2 teammates is probably a threat to Shang Ren. But obviously it didn't have a slight impact on Dash Yuan. He didn't even move his footsteps, and stood still, easily defying their attack. It was Mo Nan and the others who took the initiative to attack just now. Now it's Ashimaru's turn. Ashimaru once again launched the instantaneous technique and instantly disappeared in place, attacking Mo Nan's trio. Hongdu and Haifeng didn't react at all, they were immediately knocked into the air by the close Ashimaru. Only Mo Nan, who had the riding wheel eyes, could see Ashimaru's movements clearly. It's just that he can't afford to rescue his teammates anymore, so he can only fight with Ashimaru himself. By the time Atsuki and Hay-8 reacted and went up to help deal with Dash Yuan, the two had already fought for another round. This was only discovered by Hongdu and Haifeng, and it didn't matter if he went to master Dashimaru. I didn't expect that Mo Nan, who was younger than them, could be so powerful. In this round, the two of them were unable to intervene at all. Deshimaru was also very satisfied to see that Monan was able to block his offensive alone. As for the other two, although they didn't help much from the beginning to the end in this battle, it's not bad for a fresh graduate to have the courage to fight with him. Monan found that the Ashi pill was really powerful, and if he did not activate the superpower, it would be difficult for him to take advantage of the fight against the Ashi pill. He thought for a while and said to Oshimaru, "Master Oshimaru, you are really amazing, but I still have one trick I haven't used. If I use it, even you, if you are not careful, you may be defeated by me." Monan finished speaking to Dashimaru and said to Atsuki and Hayate, "I'm afraid you won't be able to get involved in the next battle, so you should stay away to avoid being injured by the aftermath of the battle between the two of us." After hearing Monan's words, Deshiwan smiled contemptuously, thinking that the child is really ignorant. If it weren't for the three of them, he wouldn't think that the only 6-year-old Monan would really pose a threat to him. Monan said these words deliberately, to test Dashyuan. Seeing Dashimaru's expression like this, he knew that he didn't believe that he really had such a strong strength. He happened to be able to take advantage of this, and was caught off guard by hitting Ashawan. Chapter 28. The battle just now was a warm-up for Monan and Dashimaru. The strength of a ninja is not determined by his strongest one, but his weakest one. Monan's physical skill level, who does not use supernatural power, is probably only at the level of Zongnan. In the case of a battle with Ashimaru, basically he didn't exert too much strength. But the next thing was different. After he used his superb power, his strength rose to the upper level of forbearance, and he was still quite powerful at the level of upper forbearance. Even if Ashimaru is a shadow-level powerhouse, it is not so easy to defeat easily. Monan's eyes condensed, and he activated his self-made superpower. A large amount of chakra storm surged across his body instantly, and a trace of electricity was also wrapped around his body. Seeing Monan's current state, Dashiwan slightly wondered how this trick was a bit like the third generation of Raikage. Where did Monan learn it? Regardless of Dashiwan's doubts, Monan rushed towards Dashyuan at an instant speed after getting ready for superb power. He wants to use the physical skills learned from Teacher Chen and Kana to fight close combat with Dashiwan to give full play to his greatest advantage. His speed was so much faster, Dashimaru was shocked secretly. Facing Monan's menacing blow, he quickly avoided. This trick is no longer the kind of trick that can be easily resisted, and he has no need to block it. Dashiwan quickly drew away and backed away, trying to avoid the sharp edge for a while. But Dashimaru is not a speed-type ninja. In addition, he did not expect Monan to accelerate suddenly, and he did not react for a while. The two fought fiercely with physical skills. Monan, who used the superpower, increased his own strength. Ashimaru is not a ninja specializing in physical skills. The two can't be suppressed for a while, and who has formed a stalemate. Atsuki Bean and Hayate looked stunned beside them. They couldn't imagine that Monan, who was a young man, could actually be on par with their Shangren teacher and master Ashimaru, one of the three ninjas. After Ashimaru and Monan clashed with physical skills for a while, they found that their melee level was difficult to suppress the current Monan, and planned to win the battle in a way that he was better at. He took advantage of the gap between Monan's move and resorted to a substitute technique to withdraw and leave. Dashiwan resorted to the 10,000 snake array, and countless pythons were summoned to attack Monan. Monan quickly dodges, but a large number of pythons bit him, and quickly surrounded him from all sides. Monan could only cancel the speed force mode and use 3 shadow clones. At the same time, the main body and the 3 shadow avatars were printed together to initiate the fire escape, the magical fireball technique, to clean up all the pythons around him. Seeing that group attack ninjutsu such as the 10,000 snake array is useless for Monan, who is good at using Huodian, Dashiwan used a few single attacks on Monan, but they were all avoided by Monan, who reused the speed force mode. Up. Dashimaru found that Monan, who has the riding wheel eyes and his ninjutsu that can accelerate the body, is extremely difficult for him. He is an ordinary ninja, there is no blood limit. There is no too powerful ninjutsu. He often defeated the enemy by a wealth of experience and surprise. However, this does not have much advantage for Monan, who has a riding wheel. Monan's observation ability is keen, and his skills are agile. Now Monan feels that Dashiwan is not like a newly graduated ninja, but as an experienced upper ninja. If you don't show some real skills, I'm afraid it will be really difficult to defeat Monan. But this is just an actual combat exercise, and it is not convenient to use some too high-end ninjutsu with too much destructive power to avoid the end of the matter. Dashiwan hesitated, not knowing what to do with Monan for a while. Dashiwan couldn't do anything against Monan, who was agile. Monan was also helpless against the experienced Dashyuan. Seeing that the fight is about to become a protracted battle, read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Although the speed force mode does not consume chakra very much, Monan's chakra is only equivalent to the average line of Shinobu, which is incomparable with the shadow level Ashimaru, and soon he panted. At this time, Dashiwan also found out that Monan's physical fitness had dropped, and he suddenly realized it. Because fighting Mo Nan felt like fighting against an experienced Shan Gren, he forgot that Mo Nan was only a 6-year-old child, and his physical strength must not be very good. When Mo Nan's physical fitness drops, it is his chance to defeat Mo Nan. As the fighting time prolonged, Mo Nan found that he was becoming weaker and weaker. At this time, Yuan was in good condition. He understands that being able to fight the Ashimaru for so long depends entirely on the speed and agility brought by the sharp observation power and superb power of the Shaolun's eyes. Once his chakra exhausted to a certain level and was unable to maintain his superb power, he would lose. Now he only has the only chance to use the most powerful move Konoha Dragon God in his state to quickly end the battle, so he set his posture, concentrated all his strength, and prepared to launch the final blow. Shiwan noticed that Mo Nan's momentum had changed. He didn't know what he was going to do. He had met Konoha Dragon God but didn't think about it for a while. I saw Mo Nan yelled, "Konoha Dragon God." Then the whole body began to spin rapidly. The tornado brought up by the fast legwork, like a giant dragon standing up, stared at the Ashimaru. Shimaru looked at him in shock. It was Konoha Dragon God. Where did he learn it? Shiwan also knew this trick. He and Teacher Chen had fought side by side, and had witnessed the power of this trick many times, knowing that he might be defeated by Mo Nan if he was not careful. Red Beans and Hai Feng, who were originally afraid of being affected by Mo Nan and Ashimaru, saw Mo Nan actually resort to such an exaggerated move, and hurriedly hide further. Mo Nan's Konoha Dragon God was finally ready, and as Mo Nan kicked it out, Shenlong rolled up a large amount of sand and dirt and rushed towards the Ashimaru. In the face of Mo Nan's powerful blow, Shimaru did not dare to hold it big, and Kiin with both hands pressed on the ground and used one of his strongest defensive techniques to resist it. Mo Nan's Shenlong ran into the first door with incomparable momentum. It didn't take much time to destroy the first door, and then hit the second door. However, the second door is not so easy to break through. When breaking through the first gate, Shenlong consumed a part of its power and its power also declined. However, after a stalemate for a while, Shenlong successfully broke through the second gate. But after Konoha Dragon God smashed through the second gate, there was not much energy left, and finally he could not break through the third gate. Mo Nan didn't have many chakras at this time. He exited the super speed force mode. Seeing that Konoha Dragon God hadn't broken the triple Rashomon of Ashimaru, he was a little bit regretful. It's still not enough. If Teacher Chen used it himself, it might be able to break Rashomon. Even so, Ashimaru was already very shocked. The triple Rashomon was born out of the first Naruto's fifth Rashomon. It was a very powerful defensive ninjutsu, and it was actually only 6 years old who failed to break 2 layers. Where did his Konoha Dragon God and that strange ninjutsu come from? Shimaru couldn't understand. So far this actual combat exercise is over, Mo Nan has exhausted chakra, and Yuan still retains a lot of physical strength. Mo Nan raised his hand and surrendered, "Master Ashimaru, you are so amazing. I have tried my best and I can't hurt you at all. It seems that I have a lot to learn from you." Hearing Mo Nan's words, Shiwan also suppressed the shock in his heart at this moment. He didn't expect Mo Nan's performance at all. He thought it would be good for Mo Nan to have the strength of Zhong Ren. Unexpectedly, he now has the strength that is close to Shan Gren. Especially, the last move, Konoha Dragon God, almost threatened the strength of some elite Shangnan. He was already quite shocked by Mo Nan's strength, but he might not even dream of it. In fact, Mo Nan's real combat effectiveness at this time had already surpassed him. Chapter 29. Seeing the fighting subsided, Hongdu and Hai Feng only came back. They had never seen such a scene when they just graduated. They were shocked by the combat power of the top ninja Ashimaru, and they were also shocked that Mo Nan actually had such an amazing strength, and seemed to be on par with Lord Ashimaru. In fact, this was a misunderstanding by them, and Mo Nan was actually far behind Yuan. It's just because this is an actual combat exercise, not a real life and death fight. If the two people really fight and Ashimaru uses some powerful ninjutsu, then I am afraid that Mo Nan will have to open the kaleidoscope and kill him in an instant. But neither of the two sides used these but friendly discussions. Without using his own special ninjutsu, Mo Nan's hard power was much worse than that of Ashimaru. It's just that the combination of his blood succession limit riding round eyes ability and superb speed force just restrained the big snake pill, so he was able to support him for so long. Seeing that such a powerful Mo Nan had both conceded, Hongdu and Hai Feng did not feel that they had the slightest chance of defeating Ashimaru, and they both conceded, so this actual combat exercise was over. Shiwan originally cared about Mo Nan's medical ninjutsu strength, but now I see Mo Nan has such an ability in combat. Let him have some doubts. 6-year-old Mo Nan has such strength, I don't know how far he will grow in the future. Shiwan was already not so confident that he could easily control Mo Nan. At this moment, he was a little bit complicated. While thinking about cultivating the disciple Meng Mo Nan to see where he could go, he worried that when Mo Nan grew up, he would take a different path and become an obstacle to him. Then he was not only in vain, but also added to himself. But he changed his mind and remembered that no matter how great Mo Nan was, after all, he was still a 6-year-old child, and without any relatives, he might be the most important person to him in the future as a master. And Dashimaru is quite confident about his personality charm. He believed that he would be able to lead Mo Nan on his own path. Dashimaru's last worry is the source of Mo Nan's ninjutsu. Is there someone behind him? So he asked Mo Nan. Nan, where did you learn your strange ninjutsu, can you tell me? It's no wonder that Ashimaru is curious, this kind of ninjutsu is only Raikage capable, and Mo Nan shouldn't have learned it at all. Mo Nan knew that Dash Yuan would ask this for a long time, he had nothing to worry about, the source of his superb power was upright. He did not conceal the slightest bit of telling Ashimaru that he and Kakashi were developing ninjutsu together. After listening to Mo Nan's explanation, Dashimaru suddenly realized that it was originally developed with Kakashi. He had long heard that Bai Fang had developed a technique similar to using Thunder Dun to accelerate himself. It seems that Kakashi also inherited part of it. Coupled with Mo Nan's understanding of the human body, the two worked together to make this the technique becomes more perfect. He asked where Mo Nan's Konoha dragon god had learned it. The only teacher Chen who knew this trick had passed away. It is logically impossible for Mo Nan to know teacher Chen. Mo Nan is really not easy to explain, because teacher Chen doesn't want people to know that he is still alive. So he pushed all the things to Kai, saying that he learned it from Kai with the copying ability of Zhuanyan. As for how Kai learned it, he didn't quite know. Mo Nan felt that Dash Yuan would not ask Kai specifically for this. Even if he is really free to ask Kai, it doesn't matter. If it's a big deal, tell Dash Yuan that teacher Chen is still alive, and then ask him not to tell others. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Dashimaru secretly said in his heart that it turned out to be Kai. I heard that the kid is a ninja who specializes in physical skills. If he happened to meet the Konoha dragon god somewhere, and then ask teacher Chen to teach him this trick, it would not be impossible. Only in this way can he explain where Mo Nan learned these tricks. After understanding the source of Mo Nan's ninjutsu, Dash Yuan completely let go of his doubts and determined that there was no one else behind Mo Nan. What surprised him was that Mo Nan had the ability to develop new ninjutsu. Such Mo Nan would definitely help him even more. Only after Mo Nan confronted a real master in the ninja world today, did he truly determine his own strength in this world. I have faced off with Kakashi and Kei before, but they haven't grown up yet, and it is difficult for Mo Nan to judge what his full power is like. Today's duel, although he knew that Dashimaru should not do his best, but he could hold on for such a long time under his hand, which shows that he is indeed the same as he expected. In terms of strength alone, he is definitely no less than anyone. It's forbearance. Of course, Mo Nan would not be complacent. He knew that his experience was far worse. In real battles, the situation was very complicated. He needed to learn and experience a lot. The Dash Yuan in front of him was the best channel for him to obtain these things. Dashimaru told the three that he had summarized the results of today's actual combat exercise. Overall, he was very satisfied, especially Mo Nan. Although the other two were insufficient and needed to be strengthened, they could barely be regarded as qualified ninjas. However, training should be strengthened as soon as possible in the future to try to catch up with Mo Nan's progress. As his teammate, you can't hold him back too much. Red Bean Gale received Mo Nan's stimulus, and he swore that he would work hard to match Mo Nan's. Dashimaru asked the three of them to go home to prepare, and they were about to officially perform the task for the first time. That was to follow him to the Wind Kingdom battlefield, and after explaining what the three of them had to prepare, he left. As the commander-in-chief of the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind, of course he couldn't leave the battlefield casually before the battle was clear. This time, he made time to come back for his disciple. The results of this return are also very satisfactory to him, but he must return as soon as possible. And Mo Nan, as his subordinates and disciples, must also go to the battlefield with him. If it's another Xionin, they should first do some simple tasks to adapt to the study, but as a disciple of Dashimaru, they don't have this need. Knowing that they are about to rush to the battlefield, Adzuki Bean and Hei-8 are a little bit scared and expectant. After all, it is their dream to become a useful ninja for the village, but they have to face war when they just become a ninja. Afraid. But for Mo Nan, it was just looking forward to it. Mo Nanyi is bold and powerful, and he is not afraid of anything at all, not to mention that his leader, Shangren, is Ashimaru. As the commander-in-chief himself, Dashimaru is unlikely to go to the big front, and as members of the squad, it is actually impossible for them to go to the big front. 80% is as a guard, staying behind with Ashimaru, there is probably little chance of fighting with the enemy ninja. After Dashimaru left, Mo Nan and the three of them also left the training ground and returned to the village, and then went home separately. Adzuki Beans and Hei-8 need to prepare the luggage and weapons they need to go to the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind, and they have to be separated from their families. Unlike Hongdu and Haifeng, Mo Nan doesn't need to be separated from anyone. His family is dead, and no one else in the family is particularly familiar. And the more familiar friends are Kakashi and Kei. Kakashi hasn't returned since the last time he went out to perform the task. Kei received a notice shortly after the last time they competed and went out of the village to perform the task. So all he needs to prepare is some change of clothes and necessary endurance. He quickly finished these things, put them in his bag, and waited for tomorrow to set off with Yuan. Chapter 30. Finally, the day of departure, Monan came to the gate of Konoha village as agreed before. When he arrived, he found that Red Bean and Hai Feng had arrived first. Monan was out of the village for the first time, and it was the first time he saw the gate of Konoha village in reality. It was a bit newer than what he saw in anime, after all, it was more than 10 years earlier. What left him speechless was that he noticed the two ninjas at the gate of Konoha village, Kamizuki Izumo and Konkatetsu, who are now watching the gate. Seeing that Yuan hadn't come yet, Monan talked with his teammates. He found that the two of them were a little nervous, guessing that they were about to face a war just after graduation. It was inevitable that they were a little nervous and afraid, so he went up and asked. Are you a little scared? Actually, there is no need to be nervous. Our leading teacher, Ashimaru-sama, is a very powerful ninja. If he is there, we can be sure that we are safe. You see, I am not nervous at all. Hearing Monan's words about Red Bean and Hai Feng's nervousness relaxed a little. What they didn't know was that this was actually only Monan's words to comfort them. The battlefield was changing rapidly, and anything could happen. Even Yuan couldn't possibly protect them completely. For example, the disciple rope tree before Ashimaru can't come to rescue if he is accidentally conspired by the enemy. He originally had confidence in Red Beans and Hay-8, and Red Beans can at least live up to the age of bloggers. In the original work, Hay-8 also survived until the beginning of the plot before being killed by Sagakura Shinobu Maki. Of course this is the original work. Now because of the changes in the world of Monan's existence, he is not sure whether Red Bean and Hai Feng will survive. Atsuki and Hay-8 really felt that their tension had subsided a lot. Hai Feng was okay for boys, but Atsuki was very nervous, but because she trusted Yuan very much. He completely calmed down when he heard Monan's words. She thanked Monan. Thank you for comforting Nan, I feel better. And it's not as good as you, what's the danger, you will protect us too, right? Of course, when that happens, I will fight for my life and protect you. Monan promised. But he secretly added it in his heart, as far as I can. If I really encounter a powerful master, I will not be able to deal with it, I am afraid you will have to ask for more blessings, he will not sacrifice himself for others. Hearing Monan's promise of Red Bean and Hai Feng was really moved. He felt that Monan was not only a genius they couldn't believe in, but also an excellent ninja who valued his companions very much. Hearing their compliments, Monan couldn't help smiling smugly on his face. In fact, he was not as good as the two said, but he deliberately left this impression on others, making it easier for everyone to trust themselves and to facilitate the completion of a certain future. These ulterior motives. After that, the three people talked about future dreams, life goals, and so on, and the Ashimaru arrived soon after. Now that everyone is here, let's set off. Ashimaru ordered. In order not to lose time, a group of 4 set out immediately to the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind. Ashimaru came back alone this time, but after setting off again, there were 3 more people behind. He reminded Monan that the 3 of them must not relax their vigilance. Although they have not yet arrived on the battlefield, as a person who is extremely important to the war, it is not ruled out that the Kingdom of Wind may receive news and arrange in advance the intention to assassinate him. When I returned to Konoha village a while ago, I took this into consideration, so I didn't bring any subordinates and guards back by myself, just to reduce the probability of being discovered by Xie Yin. And even if he was found out, it would be easier for him to get away by himself. This time there are more of them. If he encounters Xie Yin's team, he may not be able to take care of the 3 of Monan, and let the 3 of them be careful. Especially Red Bean and Hay-8, both of them are not strong enough and will be very dangerous. The main force on the opposite side will be directed at Yuan by himself, and Monan's pressure is much less. If Monan can free his hands, he will help Red Bean and Hai Feng. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. Hearing Yuan said that Red Bean and Hay-8 felt a little nervous again. Monan hurriedly comforted. Isn't it true that Mr. Ashimaru came back alone without encountering any danger? In fact, we don't necessarily encounter an ambush. Mrs. Ashimaru only said this deliberately to hope that we would be more careful in everything. Monan knew in his heart that Yuan was not alarmist and deliberately scared them. If Xie Yin really knew that Ashimaru had left Konoha alone, and only brought 3 newly graduated Siren, he will never let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and will definitely try to ambush. Of course, the strength of Yuan is not weak, and it is not so easy for Xie Yin to successfully ambush. And there is the existence of himself who is no less powerful than Shan Gren. Even if they want to design an ambush, they will focus most of their attention on Ashimaru. No one will care about themselves as a newly graduated shinin. If someone really dared to ambush, Monan would definitely surprise him. It's just that Monan didn't want to expose his strength to Xie Yin so early. If Shaoyan knew that he was so powerful, he might not have a good life in the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind. He originally planned to position himself as a medical staff, casually mix up, and see if he can find a suitable target on the battlefield to use phaseless reincarnation. His pupil technique can only be used for several years, and there are not many years left until the finale. Basically it is used once and once less. He has been in the village for the past 6 months. The people in the village are all his own. He can't use such tricks on them. It's his chance on the battlefield. It would be inconvenient for him to act if he was watched by someone, so Mo Nan could only hope that the journey was safe and smooth. Fortunately, it seems that Shaoyan didn't know. According to Dashimaru's intelligence, they were not ambushed by anyone along the way, but instead encountered some messy little thief stations. During the war years, the people didn't have a living, and some wandering ninjas wanted to take advantage of the turmoil in the great country and no one to maintain order to take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune, incarnate as thieves and robbery everywhere. Most of these people only know a little bit of ninjutsu, and have not undergone any systematic training. It wasn't even a random opponent from a big country, who could only attack some civilians. Unfortunately, they met Mo Nan this time. In the face of these people, Da Shiwan didn't even make a move. He let the three of Mo Nan solve it. By the way, it was to accumulate some experience in the future facing real opponents. Mo Nan said that he didn't have any pressure to hit these people. He didn't even need to use the ninjutsu and illusion that he was better at. Physical skills alone could easily solve these people. But he wants to give Atsuki and Hayate more opportunities to accumulate experience, so he lets Atsuki and Hayate take action most of the time. After all, for the first time in actual combat, Atsuki and Hayate were a little nervous at the beginning. Some flaws were exposed and almost hurt, but they were all noticed and stopped by the keen Mo Nan in time. It didn't take long for them to gradually adapt to the state of fighting. When facing these little thieves, there is no longer any need for Mo Nan to take action. Dashimaru was also very satisfied with the performance of the two people. He originally planned to use these people to experience Mo Nan. Originally, he was worried that although Mo Nan was a genius, after all, he would suffer a loss when he faced a real enemy when he came out of the village for the first time. However, he found that Mo Nan had dealt with the enemy fiercely and decisively. It was completely different. The first time he left the village and faced the actual combatant, he knew that he had been worrying too much. Moreover, Mo Nan also consciously cultivated his teammates. It was not like a 6-year-old child. Da Shiwan found that Mo Nan could always surprise him in every aspect. Nothing was too careless on the road. The 4-person journey basically arrived safely and smoothly at the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind, the station of Konoha Ninja. Chapter 31. The stronghold they arrived at seemed to be just an ordinary camp, but it actually existed like a headquarters. Every new ninja needs to report here first. At the same time, it is Konoha, the most important medical base. The camp is composed of dozens of large and small tents. The largest tents should be used as temporary hospitals for the wounded. There is also a smaller one, but larger than the other tents, which should resemble the existence of a combat meeting room. The remaining smaller ones may be the dormitories of the ninjas and logistics warehouses. The camp does not have strong defense facilities, but is surrounded by a row of simple fences. This is basically like no defense for the ninja who wants to sneak in. It seems easy to sneak in. But if you really want to think so, you are wrong. The entire camp has 3 steps, 1 post, 5 steps, and 1 sentry. The patrolling teams are completely seamless. There is also Hyaga, who is good at pupil skills, and the ninjas of the Uchiha clan are all staring. Not to mention that someone wants to come in, it is not easy to say that a fly wants to fly in. In fact, the structure of the original camp was not like this, at least the medical base and the combat command part were opened. Because the combat command is very important, it is easy to be attacked by the enemy. It is very difficult for the front troops to return to defense when the battle is fierce, so it is very important for the headquarters to evacuate and transfer positions in time. At this time, if the headquarters and the medical stronghold are together, the wounded with inconvenient mobility will inevitably affect the movement of the entire camp. However, since Konoha's medical base was attacked by Sane, which was the time when Kwan's mother was killed, Konoha began to realize that the medical unit is also a key target that is extremely easy for the enemy to strike. Both the headquarters and the medical department need to be guarded by heavy troops. Instead of distributing the forces, it is better to put the medical department and the headquarters together and concentrate on defense together. At the same time, the small ninja strongholds that were originally scattered have also been combined into large strongholds, together with various medical strongholds. In this way, even if they are attacked, they can take care of each other, which is equivalent to strengthening the defense force at the same time. This more stable arrangement for colleges and universities has also spread to other battlefields and has been imitated one after another. After arriving on the battlefield, Mo Nan also understood the current situation on the battlefield in the Kingdom of Wind. The war between Konoha and Sajayun has been going on for a long time. From the small-scale friction at the beginning, the conflict gradually intensified after the sudden change. Until a while ago, the 3 generations of Feng Ying suddenly disappeared. Shayan suspected Konoha's work, and Konoha certainly wouldn't admit it. The war between Konoha and Saiyan had just begun in full swing. Monan knew that the 3 generations of Feng Ying had been secretly kidnapped by scorpions and killed and made them puppets. In addition, Shayan invested a lot of manpower in order to regain Feng Ying, resulting in the emptiness of his own defense power. Yunyan, who was concerned about the situation of Shayan, took advantage of the vacancy and suffered a lot of damage to himself, and he didn't have much energy to fight Konoha anymore. But now I can't relax my vigilance. In order to win, Shayan may make the final desperate fight at any time, and the most intense part of the war is coming soon. Under the leadership of De Shiwan, the 3 Monan quickly completed the registration and arranged tasks according to their own abilities. Those who have just graduated from Syoren like them usually arrange some simple logistical work. Even the disciples of Lord Ashimaru, Adzuki Beans, and Hei-8 are no exception. Monan has the identity of a medical ninja, plus De Shiwan's affirmation of his medical ninjutsu. Monan was successfully assigned the job of a medical ninja, just as Monan wanted. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. After coming to the battlefield for a while, Monan's medical ninjutsu was unanimously affirmed by the wounded and colleagues. He was a very good doctor in his previous life, and he dared to say that no one in the entire ninja world can compare to him for his understanding of the human body. Coupled with the practice of medical ninjutsu in this life, his healing ability has also been greatly strengthened. At Konoha Hospital, Monan has accumulated a lot of experience in medical ninjutsu, such as healing, palm fairy, and hemostasis. Monan found that Xiao Lunyan had a bonus to medical ninjutsu. The meticulous observation of the writing wheel allows Monan to quickly distinguish many diseases even without those instruments, and give the correct diagnosis and treatment in time, which is incomparable to many other medical ninjas. The only thing that Monan didn't have much advantage in was surgery, which he was not very good at in his previous life. When he was at Konoha Hospital, he didn't try much. But after arriving on the battlefield, there are many opportunities for contact to make progress. During this time, Ashimaru was also very concerned about Monan and the others. After performing the task, he taught Monan a lot of things. Except for Hei-8, Hei-8 seemed not to be interested in Ashimaru's ninjutsu, and concentrated on his own practice. Fencing. Because of the busy tasks, Red Bean can't learn too much. And Monan learns everything very quickly. Even though he is more busy working as a medical ninja, he has also learned a lot. During this period of time, De Shiwan also intends to cultivate Monan. Monan learned a lot of ninjutsu from Dashimaru, and learned a lot about the changes in the nature of these 2 chakras. Monan has tested his chakra. In addition to what he originally knew, fire and earth minds, it also has the attribute of water. This may be the attribute originally owned by Uchiha himself, which means that Monan is an addition to Wind Escape. Has all the other 6 attributes. It's just that Monan is still a bit dissatisfied. In his heart, he is such a peerless genius. If he does not have all the 7 chakra attributes, wouldn't it be a joke? This made him determined to find a Feng Dun master in the future and sucked him up to make up for his own shortcomings of not having Feng Dun. Moran has also learned a lot. The unique snake psychic ninjutsu of Ashimaru has made up for the shortcomings of his single ninjutsu method and enriched his ninjutsu library. It's just that he hasn't participated in any battles during this period, and he hasn't undergone actual combat drills. He doesn't know how much he has improved. Monan is a bit annoying lately, because De Shiwan has always tried to brainwash him intentionally or unintentionally. I always mentioned something to him, how fragile life is, and if you have eternal life, life has more meaning and so on. Monan understands that this is the true purpose of De Shiwan, who wants to accept himself as a disciple, and wants him to become his own immortal technique and his assistant to many other prohibited human experiments. In De Shimaru's heart, he thought that even if Monan was strong, after he lost all his relatives at the age of 6, he must be very helpless in his heart. He just hid these cleverly. As long as he always gives him enough care, sooner or later he will be able to thoroughly master Monan. But Monan is not really just the mind of a 6-year-old kid, he was almost 30 in his previous life. After 12 years of compulsory education in the previous life, and the strong willpower and personality cultivated in the society for 10 years, how easy is it to be distorted by the Ashimaru? Besides, as a doctor in his previous life, how could he do such a perverted thing as experimenting with living people? In fact, Monan couldn't listen to the nonsense that De Shiwan said to him, and he was very disgusted in his heart. But he was not ready to tear his face, and on the surface he didn't show it well, just pretending to agree. De Shiwan didn't notice it either, but he became more and more satisfied with Monan. Earlier, Monan wanted to learn more from Yuan, but now, he just wanted to find a chance to stay away from Yuan. Monan waited for a few months and finally found this opportunity. Chapter 32. This opportunity is also related to Shayan's recent actions on the battlefield, unlike Konoha's wealth, and at the same time he was barely able to sustain the war with the 4 countries. At the same time, fighting with Konoha and Iwane Mitsun is a huge burden for Shane, who is not already rich. As the battle with Yin gradually unfolded, Yin has decided to end the war on Konoha's side as soon as possible and speed up the peace talks with Yin, so as to concentrate his efforts against Yin. But to end the war as soon as possible, more power was needed, and Yin had no such ability now. The high-level Yin thought for a long time to think of a way. They invited back the two seniors, Cho and Ilao Zhang, who had long been half-retired, hoping that the abilities of the two seniors could have a beneficial influence on the situation of the battle. On this day, Konoha's team met with Yin's side, and the two sides fought fiercely. This battle was no different from usual. The two sides encountered each other's injuries after a period of fierce fighting. But Konoha Ninja quickly realized that the sand-hidden team in front of them was different from the previous ones. It seemed that the fighting spirit was not strong, and immediately retreated after seeing the damage on his side. Unlike the previous Yin squad, it will fight them to the end. With doubts, Konoha's people returned to their camp. Konoha was injured almost by everyone, but not badly. However, they knew that Yin was good at using poison, so they did a careful test. It was originally known that Yin's weapons were more or less poisonous. Konoha had been fighting with Yin for a long time, and mature countermeasures had already been in place. Not only do they carry antidote that can detoxify with them, but the medical ninjas in the camp are also experienced in detoxification. The original Yin's poison is not a concern as long as it is dealt with in time. This time Konoha's ninjas also took the poison pill in time. After returning, they checked their bodies in time, and the medical ninjas removed the remaining poison. No other problems were found, everyone went back to their tents to rest. But in the evening, strange things happened. The members of this team who had fought with the body somehow showed symptoms of poisoning. This made the medical ninja in that camp puzzling. Obviously all the toxins have been removed, why is it still poisoned? They immediately launched a rigorous investigation, and after spending a lot of time, they finally discovered that in addition to the poison used by Yin, there was another chronic toxin hidden in the bodies of these ninjas. This toxin is hidden in the body and is not easy to be found. After the surface poison is cleared by conventional methods, this poison will remain inactive for a period of time before it occurs, and once it occurs, it will be difficult to remove. Although the cause of the poison is known, the toxin is so complicated that Konoha's medical ninjas are helpless. Using many methods, there is no way to completely remove the toxins. The only way to maintain the life of the poisoned person is through medical ninjutsu, so as to delay the time of death from the poison, and hope that a solution can be found within this period of time. It is a pity that even through this method, it was only delayed for a while. The medical ninjas in this camp failed to find a way to detoxify, and the poisoned ninjas became weaker and weaker, and they were about to die. One after another, some ninjas in other camps were found, and they also showed the same symptoms of poisoning. At this time, Konoha realized that the matter had become serious, and went through many inquiries. It turned out that it was Yin's consultant Cho who had acted, and that's why he had this terrifying poison. In order to get more time, the camp where the poisoned ninja first appeared sent a request to the headquarters, hoping to send more medical ninjas who are good at detoxification to jointly study this toxin. As a medical ninja, Monan got the news right away. At this time, he was about to escape from Yuan, so he would let it go with this opportunity. Monan hurriedly found Ashimaru and said that he was very concerned about the situation on the frontline battlefield, and he was best at researching various toxins, and hoped that he would become one of the supporting medical ninjas. In fact, what Monan thought in his heart was that this time he found an opportunity to leave and found an excuse not to return and stay on the frontline battlefield until the end of the war. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Although Yuan didn't want to let Monan leave, he also knew that to lead Monan on his own path was not something that could be accomplished overnight, but a long period of good temptation. As a medical ninja, it is normal for Monan to be interested in this new toxin. Faced with Monan's reasonable request, Yuan could only agree. Monan got the consent of Yuan. He was very happy in his heart. He thought that he could finally get rid of Yuan. He hated not to plug in his wings, put on the propellers, and immediately flew to the frontline battlefield, staying away from this pervert. It's just that on the surface he still pretended to be reluctant and bid farewell to Dashimaru. Said that in the past few months, I learned a lot from Mr. Dashimaru. It was a bit sad to think of being separated from the old one for a while, pretending that Dashimaru was very successful in his education. No way, although I have learned a lot of ninjutsu at Dashimaru, but the most important things, such as the scrolls of Longdedong, and the first generation cells, Monan hasn't gotten so much. If Dashimaru can see that he doesn't have the slightest respect or dependence on him, and if Dashimaru feels that she can't succeed in educating Monan, then give up on him. Then it would be very difficult for Monan to want to get these things. Sure enough, Yuan looked at Monan like this. Thinking that his plan was a success, Monan already had a deep dependence on him. I can't help but feel proud that it's still a child who does a little bit of his own tricks, so that Monan can follow his own words. It seems that it doesn't take much time for him to completely become his own. Thinking of this, he immediately comforted Mo Nan and said, "It doesn't matter, the separation is only temporary. The ninja always has to face problems independently. You are a very smart child and talented. The teacher believes that you have the ability to face all difficulties. When this matter is completely resolved, the teacher will transfer you back as soon as possible." Hearing the praise and encouragement from Yuan, Mo Nan was busy pretending to be a happy expression of a child after being praised. "Thank you Yuan teacher for your encouragement. I will definitely try my best to find an antidote as soon as possible and return to my teacher." But Mo Nan had already planned in his heart, this time he went to the camp on the frontline battlefield, no matter whether he could successfully research out a detoxification method. "I said that I was very touched by the hardships of the frontline ninjas fighting, and decided to stay and give more strength. At that time, even if Ashimaru wanted to transfer herself back, he would not go back alive. I believe Ashimaru would have nothing to do with him." Mo Nan was not afraid of Yuan's suspicion. He was just a 6-year-old child. What could he have scheming? Could he lie? What he said must be true. This is the convenience brought to him by age. In this way, Mo Nan followed the medical ninja from the general headquarters to the camp where poisoning was first discovered on the frontline battlefield. This time, Mo Nan came alone, Hongdu and Haifeng did not come. Although they belonged to a small team, as Xian Ren who just graduated, it is still too dangerous for them even in the frontline battlefield of the medical logistics unit. It's safer to stay with Yuan. Mo Nan arrived at the front camp, got rid of the Yuan, and immediately had it, feeling like the sky was so high that I was allowed to fly, and his determination to stay here and not return to the rear command headquarters became firmer. However, after arriving here, Mo Nan also immediately felt a completely different atmosphere between the front line and the rear command. Chapter 33. Recently, because of this new type of toxin, the entire camp has shown a tense atmosphere. Not only is the pressure on the frontline combatants great, but also the medical staff in the logistics. Recently, Konoha's ninjas have not dared to fight with Cheyenne, for fear that they will be poisoned. You can only use ninjutsu and kunao fighting from a distance as much as possible. This not only consumes a lot of chakra and ninja, but also causes quite limited effects. Although the possibility of poisoning was reduced, it also had a lot of negative effects on the battle. The logistics medical ninjas still have no way to detoxify. Although reducing melee combat can avoid poisoning, the ninja of Saiyan will still try to use traps or apply poison to Senbon Kuma and other long-range weapons to cause additional damage. As the existing poisoned people are difficult to cure, and people continue to be poisoned, the medical pressure on the frontline camps is increasing. That's why the headquarters applied for more medical ninjas. Not only for the purpose of discussing detoxification methods, but also for alleviating the pressure of the shortage of medical staff. Mo Nan felt this tense atmosphere as soon as he arrived here. The group of medical ninjas from the headquarters just arrived here, and they were assigned a task to help the ninja who had just been found poisoned before they even had time to take a breath. Stabilize their physical condition. Mo Nan and the others rushed all the way. Although they were tired, compared with the repeated treatment of the combatants, both the chakra and the energy and physical strength were already gone. In terms of the medical ninjas in the frontline camp, they were still a lot better, so they went up. It should be. Soon everyone went to find a target and started to treat him. Mo Nan also found a ninja who seemed to have serious symptoms of poisoning. He gave priority to him for treatment, but he was stopped as soon as he got in. It was the two teammates of the wounded who stopped Mo Nan, and their team encountered She Yunyan. The two sides fought, but because they were afraid of being poisoned, they did not fall in love with each other. Just click until the end is ready to retreat. An accident occurred while retreating, and one of their teammates was shot by the poisonous needle of Cheyenne's puppet master. Soon after they returned to the camp, the teammate showed symptoms of poisoning. They hurriedly led their teammates to the medical camp for treatment, but there were many people in need of treatment, and they had to wait a while. Unexpectedly, instead of waiting for a medical ninja, he waited for a 6-year-old child. Could such a young child be a medical ninja? They didn't believe it, so they tried to stop Mo Nan. Mo Nan can understand them. It is not easy to cultivate medical ninjas. Most people begin to practice medical ninjutsu only after graduating from ninja school. By the time he became a qualified medical ninja, he was at least 16 or 17 years old. It is impossible for Mo Nan to look like he was 16 or 17 years old. No wonder others didn't believe him. This was also a hindrance caused by his age. However, the wounded were in critical condition. 1 minute later, there might be an extra point of danger. Mo Nan didn't want to explain too much to them, so he immediately opened the writing wheel and performed illusions on the two of them. The two of them were just ordinary Zongren. Seeing Mo Nan's writing round eyes, they were caught in illusion before reacting and were set in place. Mo Nan stepped over the two and began to treat the poisoned ninja. Unlike the others, Mo Nan used the healing technique Palm Ziansha to help stabilize the physical condition of the patients as soon as they came up. These two techniques only stimulate the body's own vitality, improve vital signs, and make it easier for patients to heal themselves. This kind of medical technique has very little effect on poisons. Using this method only prolongs the life of the poisoned person, and cannot solve the actual problem. He first observed the ninja's symptoms carefully with Shaolun Yan, and then analyzed the possible ingredients of the toxin. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Such a powerful toxin must be a compound type, and there is no way to get rid of it with ordinary methods. You can only find an antidote. However, it was known from previous intelligence investigations that the source of the toxin was Cho of Cheyenne. Cho is a shadow-level ninja. Let's not mention that if she doesn't act, no one knows where she is. Even if she knows, who can take the antidote from a shadow-level ninja? The way to get it. Since it is impossible to get the antidote from Cheyenne's hands, they have to find a way to synthesize the antidote by themselves. However, how can ordinary people solve the poison that Cho himself dispensed himself? Before World War II, Konoha had suffered from her losses, but fortunately Konoha had Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas. Tsunade made a timely move and solved Cho's toxin without causing too much loss. Tsunade had already left Konoha because of the fact that his younger brother and his lover died in battle, so frustrated. So now Konoha, no one can deal with Cho's poison. Monan had a clear picture of the effects of various drugs on the body. He only observed the condition of this ninja and probably understood the ingredients of the poison, but it was not a simple matter to get rid of it. Monan discovered that the main ingredient of this poison is a kind of bacteria. Although the bacteria in the ninja world are not the same as in the previous life, they are also similar. If antibiotics are available, it can be easily resolved. It is a pity that because of the existence of medical ninjutsu in the ninja world, antibiotics have not been invented. Monan only relied on his current mastery of the detoxification methods of the ninja world, which was not enough to synthesize the antidote, so he could only find another way to detoxify the ninja. The method he wanted to use was the same method that Sakura used to detoxify Kankuro in the original work, which is the technique of extracting nuisances. Use this technique to reduce the concentration of toxins in the poisoner's body. Coupled with the upper palm immortal technique to stimulate his self-healing ability and completely remove the remaining poison. Originally, when using the extraction technique, the patient would struggle with severe pain and interfere with the medical ninja's operation, so several assistants were needed to control the patient and keep him from moving. But Monan doesn't need it anymore. His illusion of writing round eyes is very powerful. It can directly control the patient and make him unable to move. Even the severe pain caused by the operation cannot relieve his illusion. At the same time, he can also use the water escape to gather the moisture in the air to directly form the water polo needed for the operation, so there is no need to prepare additional clean water. This kind of ninjutsu, which originally required the cooperation of several people to use, Monan successfully performed on this ninja alone. After Monan's operation was completed, it was discovered that the technique of extracting the nuisances had a good effect on Cheyenne's poison. As expected by Monan, Cheyenne didn't know how powerful Konoha's extraction technique was, so their poison must have not been prepared for the extraction technique. With most of the toxins removed from the body, the ninja's condition is still quite stable. Without further ado, Monan immediately used Palm Immortal technique on him again to clear the remaining poison in his body. After a while, Monan discovered that the chakra of the ninja had basically returned to normal, which showed that the residual poison in his body had almost been cleared by himself. The little remaining poison should be cleaned up naturally due to the antibodies produced in the body. After dispelling the ninja illusion, Monan found that he had passed out due to the severe pain and weakness caused by the treatment. I'm afraid I won't be able to recover in a week, but because the sequelae will not be too big after the treatment in time, it is basically healed. This kind of poison that made Konoha's medical ninja helpless was solved by Monan. Chapter 34. Now that he was all right, Monan was also preparing to leave. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that the 2 teammates of this ninja were still held by himself, and Monan quickly helped them solve the illusion. The 2 ninjas didn't know what was going on. They only remembered that they tried to stop a kid who was approaching their teammates, and then they lost consciousness. Now when he wakes up, he realizes that the child who he and the 2 are going to stop is looking at them now, with a pair of 3-go jade in his eyes. Isn't this the blood of the Uchiha clan? There is a 3-go jade for such a small child. Are you the legendary first genius of Uchiha, that genius medical ninja, Uchiha Nan? The 2 ninjas saw Monan's 3-hook jade as soon as they opened their eyes, and basically guessed Monan's identity at this time. They have never heard that Monan has 3-go jade, but Monan's name is basically known in the whole village of Konoha. Even if they have been fighting out all the year round, it is only Monan who can have 3-go jade at such a young age. After recognizing Monan, I knew that Monan was really here to treat their teammates instead of making trouble like they originally thought. Seeing that they recognized himself, Monan explained directly without much nonsense. I think the situation of your teammates is more dangerous, so I didn't explain it much, and directly controlled you with illusions. I'm sorry. When the 2 saw Monan apologize to them, they quickly apologized. We are embarrassed. Because we have waited for a long time and haven't waited until someone treats Kyasuke, so we are a little anxious. Seeing that we are approaching him, we are a little nervous. I'm so sorry. Kyosuke is the name of the two teammates. Because they are too worried about their teammates, Mo-nan can understand them. After confirming the identity of the medical ninja of Mo-nan, they hurriedly asked, how is Kyosuke's situation now? Is he in the new type of toxin from Sasha? The two of them were a little panicked, and now Xiaoyun's new poison could not be eliminated. If it is determined that their teammates are this kind of poison, that would be terrible. Kyosuke had a lot of wounds, and there were a lot of infectious poisons shot by flying needles. It also attacked very quickly, and it might be more dangerous than the people who were injured before. Mo-nan understood that they were worried and hurriedly explained, yes, it is indeed the new toxin used by Xiaoyun, but it has been basically relieved by me, and the rest depends on his own self-healing system. Just recover slowly. What? It's relieved. The two people exclaimed. Just now they heard the first half of Mo-nan's words, and after hearing that Kyosuke was indeed involved in this kind of poison, their hearts suddenly became cold, because they felt that no one could get rid of this kind of poison, and Kyosuke must be dead. But when they heard the second half of Mo-nan's words, they were only surprised. Mo-nan actually solved Kyosuke's poison. How can that be? They hadn't seen Mo-nan before, so they guessed that Mo-nan should have come with other medical ninjas who came to support. The poisonous Mo-nan, which has plagued the medical ninja in the entire camp for a long time, has just arrived, and there is a way to get rid of it. I can't believe it. They looked at their teammates. Although Kyosuke fell asleep, the painful expression on his face disappeared. The situation did look much better. They quickly asked. Really? Does it mean that Kyosuke is completely fine? Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Mo-nan explained to them again, yes, I have used ninjutsu to remove most of the toxins in his body, and then used medical ninjutsu to stimulate his self-healing ability, and once again cleared a part of what is left in his body. That little bit of poison no longer poses a threat to him, and he will be fine. Hearing Mo-nan's repeated assurances, the two of them also completely believed in their teammates and were completely out of danger. It doesn't take much time to recover. They quickly thanked Ruonan. Mo-nan signaled that you are welcome. This is what he should do. He can't delay any more time. There are still many people in need of treatment, so he turned to treat the next patient. The three people's conversation also attracted the attention of the people next to them. After all, Mo can hardly detoxify. This incident was too surprising. The two teammates screamed so loudly that many people heard it. At this time, the hustle and bustle of the entire camp began to spread. Have you heard? It seems that one person has been completely relieved of the poison. Another voice came, it's true, doesn't it mean that there is no way? Why suddenly someone can detoxify? I heard that it was a genius ninja from the rumored Uchiha family. That Uchiha-nan just came here with the ninja at the headquarters. He found a way to detoxify, the first voice replied. The matter gradually spread, and slowly reached the ears of the person in charge of the camp. He heard that someone could interpret it and asked in surprise, has anyone been able to detoxify? Who has found a way to detoxify? The subordinates who came to report quickly said to him, I heard that a medical ninja named Uchiha-nan found a detoxification solution. He is a member of the medical ninja team that just came to the camp to support. I heard that he came here. Just helped one person detoxify, and now several people have been cured one after another. This person in charge had also heard of Mo-nan. He knew that Mo-nan's mother was one of the victims of the Konoha medical base that was attacked by Ssayun at that time. And she is also the person in charge of that stronghold, a very amazing medical ninja. I have long heard that her son Nan inherited his excellent medical ninjutsu talent. But he didn't expect Nan to be able to solve the whole camp alone, and even Konoha could solve this problem. Hearing is fictitious, seeing is believing. Although he already believes in the words of his subordinates, he still wants to see Mo-nan with his own eyes. Let Mo-nan personally explain the detoxification method, otherwise he was really not at ease in his heart, so he quickly found Mo-nan with his subordinates. At this time, Mo-nan was detoxifying people, and suddenly heard that the person in charge of the camp was going to see him, but at this time he couldn't get out of his body, so he still concentrated on treating the poisoned ninja. The person in charge was not in a hurry, he just watched by the side, and waited for him to see Mo-nan's technique with his own eyes. He thought that he was Konoha's genius medical ninja. Although he didn't understand medical ninjutsu, he could see that Mo-nan was calm when using the technique, and his technique was proficient. I saw Mo-nan, gently incising the side abdomen of the ninja with a chakra scalpel, and then simply nodded a mark of water escape, and a water ball was slowly born in his hand. He controlled the water polo and penetrated the poisoned person bit by bit from the incision he had just made. Wait until the water ball penetrates the internal organs of the ninja, sucking out the toxins in it. Mo-nan took out the blackened water ball little by little. Mo-nan dissipated the water from the water ball, and then burned the accumulated toxins with huo-dun. After repeated such treatments several times, the originally ugly face of the poisoned ninja gradually calmed down. He knew that most of the toxins in the ninja had been removed at this time, so he immediately used the palm fairy to heal the wound that the ninja had just cut out by himself, and stimulated his body's self-healing ability to remove some of the remaining toxins. When Mo Nan finished his treatment of this patient, he had gone to sleep peacefully. Mo Nan closed the writing wheel and wiped the sweat from his head. It's because he has a lot of chakras, and after treating so many people with Shalanyun, he also feels a little tired. He then looked at the person in charge of the camp who had been waiting for him for a long time, and chatted with him, just to take the opportunity to take a breath. Chapter 35. Seeing that Mo Nan was finished and meant to take a break, the person in charge approached Mo Nan to speak. Just now, he saw Mo Nan's running water and flowing water. After the operation in one go, he completely believed that Mo Nan really had the ability to detoxify. Hello Uchiha Nan, I am the person in charge of this camp, and my name is Takuma Nara. Mo Nan returned a gift, and Nara Takuma continued Mo Nan and said, I came here to take a look after hearing that someone could deactivate the poison used by Sa Yin. I didn't believe it at first, but now seeing is believing. I didn't expect you to have such abilities at a young age. You must have done hard work that is unimaginable by ordinary people and practiced hard. Mo Nan smiled shyly and humbly said, where, this is the reason for the extraordinary talent. I am just lucky and I haven't tried much effort. In fact, only this level makes me feel a little ashamed. If I work a little harder, I can do better. Tuo Zhen's mouth twitched after hearing Mo Nan's words. He originally saw Mo Nan's expression and tone and thought that Mo Nan was a very humble person. He didn't expect that Mo Nan's words behind him were what he really wanted to express. Mo Nan solved the problems that the entire camp, even the medical ninjas in many other camps could not solve. What he means is that he has achieved such an achievement based on his talent alone. Then the other medical ninjas are all idiots, aren't they? But he continued to ask Mo Nan, can you explain in detail? How do you detoxify? This is very important. Mo Nan was saying that he had completely detoxified, and those who had been treated by him seemed to be in much better condition. However, whether this toxin will recur or not requires further time to observe, but in general, Mo Nan's method is definitely effective. It's just that if Mo Nan masters this method alone, the effect it can play is limited. There are many poisoned ninjas in the camp, and even many people in other camps have been poisoned. As the war unfolds, more people will be poisoned. It is impossible for Mo Nan to cure everyone alone. It is best to make this method public. If other people can also master it, Shaoyun's new toxin will no longer pose any threat. Mo Nan also understands this. No matter how powerful he is, it is impossible for one person to care about Konoha's ninja, but he is a little skeptical that other people can master his own method. But since Takuma Nara asked him, he could only explain this treatment method to Takuma Nara and the person in charge of the medical department next to him in detail. Takuma Nara suddenly realized after listening to Mo Nan's explanation, and then he became worried again. He discussed with the person in charge of the medical department that the method Mo Nan said may indeed work, but the medical ninjutsu called the technique of extracting the disease required in this method is very complicated. Because he needs to go deep into the human body to manipulate the internal organs, he needs medical ninjas to have very delicate operations on the chakras, and most people can't see the internal organs, and need to have a very high understanding of the body. Moreover, it is necessary to perceive the affected area to carry out targeted treatment. This is a very difficult medical ninjutsu. There are not many people in Konoha village who have this kind of technology to find out. Even the person in charge of the medical department is not sure that he can use this trick to completely eliminate the poison in the poisoned person. It is hard to imagine that Mo Nan, who is only 6 years old, has such a level. Thinking of this, the head of the medical department couldn't help but blush, a little ashamed. He was not as good as a 6-year-old child, and then he told Nara Takuma what he knew. Is it impossible to rely on Mo Nan alone? Takuma Nara felt embarrassed, and his expression gradually became bad. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Mo Nan looked at Nara Takuma's ugly expression and knew that he was worried about what he was worried about. He has a good understanding of Konoha's medical ninja, and there are people who have mastered the technique of Shizuksu extraction. But because it is very troublesome to use, there are very few people who can actually operate it. He also relied on the extremely strong observation ability of the writing wheel eye and the perceptual ability attached to the kaleidoscope awakening to successfully operate. Prior to this, Mo Nan only knew 2 people, one was Tsunade, and the other was Uchiha Nan's mother Uchiha Saki. Nan's mother is gone, Tsunade left the village, and he is actually the only one who can successfully operate it, Mo Nan. It is conservatively estimated that there are hundreds of people poisoned by Konoha. His chakra is limited, and the number of people he can heal is also limited. Even with Mo Nan's shadow avatar technique, it is impossible to save everyone. Moreover, people continue to be poisoned. Even if Mo Nan died of exhaustion, after a part of his treatment, the remaining more people would have died. Mo Nan understands this, and the 2 persons in charge of the camp also understand. Now there is no clue about the synthesis of antidote. If the extraction technique is the only way, many people will still sacrifice. And this war, Konoha basically lost. This is the reason why they are so worried. However, Monan has other ways. The reason why other medical ninjas can't master the extraction technique is not how difficult the number itself is, but because there are too many points to consider in operation, the failure rate is high, and once they fail the side effects may be fatal. Monan will not fail because he has a riding wheel and a strong sense of perception, so he can easily judge where he needs key treatment. In addition, he has excellent control of chakras, those organs that are less infected or are prone to errors. He just needs to be careful. After Monan successively healed some people, he also summed up some experience. He found that although each poisoned person was injured at a different location, the more severely infected areas were generally the same. If he heals more people and sums up more experience, he should be able to develop a complete set of treatment plans that can be used to detoxify the disease by extracting the disease. At that time, even if other people don't have Monan's perception ability, as long as the medical ninja strictly follows the plan made by Monan, concentrates on healing the more serious organs of those infected, and avoids the places that are prone to problems. Although this will lead to incomplete disinfection, the detoxification effect will not be as good as Monan's, but it can also play a big role. At least it can delay a considerable period of time, creating greater opportunities for the development of antidote. Thinking of this possibility, Monan hurriedly told the two leaders of the camp his plan. Many things are inconvenient on his own, he needs all the medical ninjas in the camp to cooperate with him. The two heads of the camp were still at a loss. They have even foreseen the tragic situation that Konoha will face after the defeat, and how they will face the accusations in the village. Maybe they are going to commit suicide and apologize just like the White Teeth elders back then. Even if you don't mention that far away, just seeing so many companions struggling in pain, the only thing waiting for them is death, and both of them feel very uncomfortable. After listening to Monan's plan, although there are still many uncertainties in the plan, for example, can Monan come up with an excellent treatment plan? Is his treatment plan useful? And what role can others play after using this method? These all need some time to observe and verify. But they were all gone. Monan pointed out a direction for them somehow, and it was the only way. They discussed briefly and decided to follow Monan's method. Chapter 36. According to Narutakuma's order, the ninjas in the entire camp must cooperate with Monan's planned actions. First, the medical ninjas must separate them according to the symptoms of the poisoned person. They themselves use traditional methods to help the milder patients stabilize their condition and prolong their lives. For the heavier ones, Monan uses his own method for thorough treatment. With the maximum guarantee, the efficiency of poisoning and detoxification for the entire camp. In order to improve efficiency, Monan used 10 shadow clones, and when he completely cured all the ninjas with severe poisoning symptoms in the camp, he couldn't help but sweat. I haven't used 10 shadow avatars in practice before. In the past year, although his chakra has improved a little, it's not too much. It was very tiring to produce 5 shadow avatars. 10 out of them almost made him collapse into a coma. It's almost more exhausting than the days when Kai was madly practicing ninjutsu. When his chakra is not enough, several other medical ninjas will use ninjutsu to help him recover the chakra, so that Menon can recover faster and heal other people as soon as possible. Even so, the progress of Monan's treatment could not keep up with the speed at which the symptoms of the ninjas got worse, and more people were getting serious. In fact, Monan is not without other methods. He still has 3 phantoms that can perform medical ninjutsu. The chakra possessed by the phantom body is almost stronger than the current Monan body. With the help of these 3 clones, Monan's healing efficiency must be greatly accelerated. But the reason why Monan worked so desperately was only because of his professionalism in his previous life and in order to make a good impression in the hearts of the villagers and high-level people. He was unwilling to expose his biggest secrets for a few strangers. Although Monan has worked very hard these past few days, the results have been gratifying. After continuously detoxifying a large number of poisoned people, his knowledge about this toxin has become more and more abundant. It is also completely clear where the toxin will cause more severe symptoms and where it is milder. Moreover, after this period of time, it has been proved that the patients he himself personally treated have indeed fully recovered, and the little residual poison in the body that was initially treated was completely killed by the autoimmune system without recurring attacks. It is completely successful to deal with this toxin with the technique of extraction. Monan formulated a detailed treatment plan based on his own experience, and personally taught and supervised the use of other medical ninjas. The process of treatment is very painful. Others do not have the level of illusion skills like Monan can play the role of hypnosis, and the use of anesthesia is afraid of affecting the treatment effect. They can only allow other ninjas to hold the patient's hands and feet to force control of his movements before they can perform operations on him. As a result, as Monan had expected, the people treated by other medical ninjas did not fully recover, and there were still a lot of toxins left in their bodies. With the subsequent treatment, there is no way to completely eliminate it. After a long time, it will break out again, and then it will have to be treated again. This will have great disadvantages. Repeated treatment will cause patients to experience pain repeatedly, and they will not be able to regain combat effectiveness. Over time, it may even cause some permanent damage and cannot eradicate toxins, so this treatment method is only a stopgap measure. Even so, it surprised everyone. The original method wouldn't be delayed for long and it would be poisoned to death. Although Monan's method was painful and troublesome, as long as he treated the poisoned ninja, he could survive for a long time. When the time comes, whether it is to think of other ways or to find an antidote, there will be plenty of time, and it will not be as nervous as before. Monan quickly spread this treatment to the entire camp, and the conditions of all the poisoned ninjas were stabilized, and their lives were no longer in danger. After other camps heard about it, they also hoped to master this treatment method to ease their situation. After Nara Takuma got their request, he hurriedly asked Monan to discuss. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. This method was pioneered by Monan, and he is the only one who can perfectly master it. If he wants to pass on this method, I am afraid that Monan himself will teach it in various camps. But Monan is only one person. There are dozens of large and small camps in the Konoha Wind Kingdom battlefield. How long does it take for Monan to reach so many places by himself, and it takes time to teach the medical ninjas there to master the treatment plan. After Monan learned of this, he promised that he would pass this method to all the camps in time. Tuach-hen wondered what Monan could do. I saw Monan used the technique of multiple shadow avatars to separate 20 avatars. With so many avatars, he could quickly transfer the treatment methods to various camps. Takuma Nara was shocked to see that Monan could separate so many shadow clones. It was not amazing to be able to separate dozens or hundreds of clones. Many people could do it, but he didn't expect Monan to be so young. There is such a big chakra. However, there is another fatal problem. The shadow clone should not be too far away from the main body, otherwise the supply of chakra will become unstable and the clone technique will end. Even if Monan can separate so many clones, can he guarantee that the clones can rush to other camps that far away? It is true that ordinary people's clones cannot be too far away from themselves, and how far they can be from the main body depends on their mastery of the shadow clone technique. Monan could send the shadow clone to a far place, thanks to his father Uchiha Kyunyi in this life. Monan's father is an intelligence detection ninja. The way he detects intelligence is to use the shadow clone to track the opponent, and to know the information through the round eyes, and then remove the shadow clone, so that there is no trace of his tracking and no one can find it. In order to track down the enemy without revealing himself, Chiba has practiced the shadow clone technique extremely well. Hua followed in his father's footsteps and inherited this excellent shadow clone technique. And after he was absorbed by Monan, Monan also mastered the method to use the shadow clone technique at a long distance. After Monan awakened Hua's kaleidoscope, he found that his mastery of the shadow clone technique had become more powerful. Probably because it is necessary to transmit chakras over long distances to communicate with phantoms, which is similar to the method of transmitting chakras between shadow clones. It improves the ability to use the clones at a distance, and how far Monan himself can be. Do not know either. After getting Monan's repeated assurances, Tuozhen finally believed that Monan could really keep the shadow clone far away from him. He quickly found some idle ninja squads to protect Monan's shadow clone and travel to various camps. It didn't take long for Monan's shadow clone to successfully reach the camps. He taught his experience of dealing with this toxin to all the medical ninjas in the camps, and personally helped some of the ninjas with severe symptoms to completely heal them. After Monan took back all the shadow clones, he learned that the clones had successfully passed on his experience to all camps, and Konoha no longer needed to worry that someone would be killed because of this toxin. However, the poisoned person is basically equal to the loss of combat capability, and it is difficult to recover afterwards. It is also unlikely that Monan will remove all the poisoned people by himself. Therefore, it is still urgent to develop an antidote. Monan's new method can be delayed for a long time, so Konoha also started to develop the antidote again. But even if Monan had a better understanding of this poison, the progress of the antidote development was still very slow. Once the ninjas were poisoned, except for the part that Monan cured, everyone else would almost be abolished. Konoha was at war with the four kingdoms at the same time, and the manpower was already tense. A large number of ninjas were poisoned and lost the battle, which made Konoha's war pressure more and more intense. Chapter 37. On the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind, the war almost came to an end, and the fighting became more and more intense. In the case of insufficient manpower, they can only draw manpower from other battlefields. Even some Siaren who was originally in charge of logistics work went to the frontal battlefield. They had no experience at first, and it was difficult for them to exert great combat effectiveness on the battlefield. Konoha suffered heavy casualties for a while. Monan's teammates, Hongdu and Haifeng, were okay, because they were working together under the leadership of Dashimaru. The shadow-level ninja Ashimaru, who didn't do anything casually, started to perform tasks in person due to manpower problems. This is not the way to go. The problem of manpower shortage must be resolved, so developing an antidote as soon as possible is their only hope. At this time, the senior Konoha thought of Tsunade. If Tsunade can be retrieved, it will not only speed up the completion of the antidote. She is also a very strong fighting force, and she must be able to relieve Konoha from a lot of pressure in such a severe situation. But the prerequisite is who brings Tsunade back, because Tsunade likes to gamble, has poor skills, and bad luck, which leads her to owe gambling debts. In order to avoid debts, she often disguised herself to hide her traces. Even the 3 generations of Hokage, who was a teacher, did not know where Tsunade was now. Sandai discussed with several other elder advisors, and thought that the same 3 ninjas, Jiraiya and Ashimaru, should have a certain understanding of Tsunade, and maybe they could find Tsunade and bring her back. So the 3 generations notified Osamu and Jiraiya and explained the situation Konoha was facing clearly, hoping that they would find a way to get Tsunade back. Jiraiya and Osamu have been away for many years. They know more about Tsunade than the 3 generations, and they also know the approximate location of Tsunade. It is not difficult to find her. It's just that they clearly understand why Tsunade left Konoha for a large part of it, because Konoha didn't follow her, and the suggestion that each team should be equipped with medical ninjas indirectly caused the death of his brother and lover. This made Tsunade completely disappointed in Konoha, and they were not sure that they could bring Tsunade back. At this time, Jiraiya also proposed a method. If people who are familiar with Tsunade can form a team to find Tsunade, Tsunade will think of his old feelings and give some face, and he may come back with a soft heart. And he thinks that the most suitable person is the niece of Tsunade's lover Kato Deni Mute. If she was sent, the chances of bringing Tsunade back would greatly increase. After listening to the 3 generations, thinking that this might be a solution, they adopted Jiraiya's suggestion and decided to send a team to Mute to get Tsunade back. It's just that it's not enough to let Mute go alone, and Mute is now a forbearance. She can hardly deal with any accidents along the way. 3 generations also asked Osamu and Jiraiya whether there are anyone close to Tsunade besides Silence. Because it is not appropriate to make public about Tsunade's request, they might get in the way if Sand gets the news. It's best to send a small team, not too many people, so as not to be noticed by Sand. Said that Tsunade was close to one, Osamu thought of one. He proposed to the 3 generations, it is better to let his disciple, Uchiha Nan and Silent form a team, and go to Tsunade together. When Oshimaru was investigating Mo Nan, he discovered that Mo Nan's mother Saki had studied medical ninjutsu with Tsunade before marrying into the Uchiha clan. She was considered Tsunade's younger sister, and the two were still distant relatives. Until Saki married the Uchiha clan and Tsunade left Konoha, the two had a good relationship. In other words, Mo Nan was considered a very close person to Tsunade. Before leaving the village of Konoha, Mo Nan's strength basically surpassed the average Shang Ren. Under his observation, Mo Nan has recently accepted his knowledge and has made a lot of progress. He has learned a lot of ninjutsu, right? The enemy's experience has become more abundant, and now the strength may have reached the level of elite supreme forbearance. It should be enough to form a team of him and Silent, just to perform the task of finding Tsunade and bringing her back. Moreover, the risk of exposure of the two of them is greatly reduced, so he suggested to the 3rd generation, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. 3 generations listened to the advice of Dashimaru, and also thought of the child Uchiha Nan. At that time, he was still worried that letting a child as young as Nan go on the battlefield would affect his future, so he asked Dashimaru to take special care of this child. Unexpectedly, he actually had the strength of Shangren in such a short time. It was an incredible genius. If Yunnan and Silent form the team, they will not only ensure the safety of the team, but also increase the hope of bringing Tsunade back, and reduce the risk of exposure. It's just that the 2 children are inexperienced after all. I am afraid there will be some extra trouble in performing the tasks alone. He still hopes that a more experienced ninja can lead them. The best one is Ashimaru or Jiraiya. After all, they are also the people who know Tsunade best, and they are more likely to take the 2 children to complete the task as soon as possible. However, Jiraiya and Ashimaru are both indispensable characters on their respective battlefields. Coupled with the shortage of manpower in Konoha, it is even more impossible for the 3 generations to let them leave the battlefield casually. Jilla also recommended another person to the 3 generations, that is his disciple Bofeng Shuman. At this time, Watergate has not yet become Hokage, nor does it have the name of Golden Glitter for the time being, just an ordinary shinobu. But his strength is definitely not to be underestimated. As a master, Ji Lai knows this best. Moreover, Mizuno's wife Uzumaki Kushina also has a certain relationship with Tsunade, and he is the most suitable person to be the leader of the Tsunade squad. The 3 generations also know that Watergate is a very good ninja, and it is indeed very suitable for this task. Regardless of the Vortex Kushina's relationship, it is because Mizuno is a disciple of Jiraiya, and he himself is very familiar with Tsunade. It just happened that his team had just completed the task and returned to Konoha, and the member of the team, Tu and Lin, was injured and needed a period of recuperation, so his team is currently idle. 3 generations made a decision in their minds, and just let Nan and Silent add to his team and become a temporary team. To determine the manpower to perform the task, the three generations immediately issued the task to Nan and Silent, asking them to rush back to Konoha immediately and form a team with Mizuman and Kakashi in the village to perform the task of retrieving Tsunade. At this time, Nan is working hard, researching and developing the antidote, and is still trying to treat more people. When I received the notice, I also probably understood Konoha's high-level thoughts. Nan knew that if he had Tsunade, the research and development of the antidote would be successful soon. He was surprised that since Silent at this time was not Tsunade's disciple, then in other words, it was originally at this time that Silent went to Tsunade to solve the poison, but he didn't expect to have more of himself this time. He was a little strange. Why would the third generation send him to retrieve Tsunade? Nan didn't know the relationship between his mother and Tsunade, nor did his mother mention it to him. However, Nan was very happy to have the opportunity to meet Tsunade. In his previous life, he was a very good doctor all over the world. In this life, he finally met Tsunade, one of the best doctors in the world. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Nan intends to coax Tsunade with his 3-inch tongue, and most importantly, with his shocking and weeping face. It's best to learn more from Tsunade and see what he can achieve by combining the medical skills of the two worlds. Chapter 38. Nan's route back to Konoha had to cross the border of the country of rain or the country of Sichuan to return to the country of fire, but this was basically Konoha's defense zone, and there was no danger. Nan refused, and Takuma Nara sent someone to protect him from returning to the village. He returned to Konoha village alone, and it took a few days. Returning to Konoha village a few months later, it didn't make much difference to Nan. No one else has the kind of feeling that seems like a world away. Mainly because when Nan was in Konoha village, he often treated the wounded from the battlefield. When he arrived on the battlefield, he had not been on the front line either. He was still working as a medical staff in the rear. It felt as if there was no difference between being in the village and on the battlefield. This time he came back to the village to perform the task. Nan didn't waste any time and hurried to the Naruto building. This was the second time he came, and the last time he was a ninja registered. On the road just now, Nan was still thinking, this time I returned to Konoha but made a great contribution. I will see the third generation of Hokage later, and I don't know what benefits I can get from Hokage. When he arrived at the Hokage building, Nan saw Hokage. The last time he saw a 3-generation old man, he came with a lot of classmates, just walked through the scene. This time is different, Nan is here to take the task, and the two have time to talk more. The 3 generations of Hokage were also very curious about Nan. He had heard of the name Nan many times. This was Dashimera's disciple and was considered his own grandson. Hearing what Nan did on the battlefield, the 3 generations were also very surprised. Nan and himself have not changed anything from time to time for a few months. They still look like that 6-year-old child. These 3 generations of Hokage can't imagine it. It is the child in front of him who has made great contributions on the battlefield. The task is not in a hurry for the time being, Silence has not yet come back, and now I have the opportunity to learn more about Nan, and he wants to see how good people can make Dashimaru a favored disciple. The 3 generations said to Nan in a kind tone, Nan, you performed well on the battlefield this time. The method you summarized about dispelling the new toxin of Cheyenne has had a great effect, and is fighting for Konoha's companions. A lot of time. The village intends to give you some rewards, just as you have completed the S-level task and give you a bonus, or if you want some ninjutsu. I can also teach you some privately. When Nan heard this, he wanted to reward himself. Right in the middle of his arms, he was willing to be polite, and he wanted the lion to open his mouth immediately, but he also wondered if he was too greedy, would it arouse his dissatisfaction for 3 generations and reduce his favorability in the eyes of Konoha's senior management. So he hurriedly stopped what he said, but said in a retorted tone, Naruto-sama, as a Konoha ninja, everything I have done for the village is what I should do. As a member of the village. The village is my home, and the people in the village are my family. What rewards do I need for what I do for my family? Nan behaved at this moment like a person who received red envelopes during Chinese New Year. Saying no, I actually want to open a sack and pass it to you so that you can throw the money in. If everyone in the previous life could see Nan's hypocritical face at a glance, fortunately, he is now in the Hokage world, and Nan is now a 6-year-old child, no one would have thought that he was playing this kind of tricky routine. Sure enough, the 3 generations hadn't seen it, he really thought that the words Nan said just now were the true thoughts in his heart. Hearing that Nan not only didn't want to reward him, he actually regarded the whole village as his own home. Nan was different from other Uchiha people. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. The 3 generations of Naruto have always wanted to ease the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan, but because there are too many radical elders, for example, the 2 consultants and Danzo have always had deep prejudices against Uchiha. The Uchiha clan also has a big problem. Most people only care about the family and not the village. 3 generations saw Nan today. This child was able to transcend the family's narrow vision and regard the entire village as his own. 3 generations feel that there is much hope for solving the problems of Uchiha's clan, and the hope lies in this child named Uchiha Nan. It's true that Yuan can fancy someone, it's really extraordinary. At this time, the 3 generations looked at Mo Nan with more and more satisfaction. When Mo Nan saw the 3 generations looking at him, he knew that his answer satisfied him. Of course, Mo Nan really didn't want those rewards. The secret of wanting to get caught was that the more he wanted to get, the more he couldn't show it. Only when you shirk yourself and let the other party feel that you can get greater benefits. After intentionally allowing Nan to become a bridge between the village and Uchiha, 3 generations asked Mo Nan a lot of his views about the family and the village. At this time, Mo Nan knew that he had to blow hard. The more satisfied the 3 generations were with his answer, the greater the benefits he would get. So Mo Nan applied a lot of what he had seen on TV in his previous life, about the situation of the country, social development and even the core values of 24-character socialism, and applied it to the current world of ninja, boasting and coaxing the 3 generations. For a moment, 3 generations were shocked after hearing Mo Nan's words. He originally thought that Mo Nan had a broader vision and could see the entire village beyond his family. This was already amazing. Unexpectedly, Nan's gaze had already been placed on the level of the entire world. And he couldn't understand many of the following words, but they sounded so powerful that he couldn't even imagine it. After talking for a long time, the 3 generations decided that Quan is definitely different from other Uchiha clan. If he is well cultivated, he can not only become a bridge between the village and Uchiha clan, but even let him become Hokage in the future. Now that they wanted to cultivate Mo Nan, the 3 generations were not stingy and raised the rewards they originally planned to give Mo Nan to a higher level. The bonus that Mo Nan had to pay for the S-level task was not only to be given, but he also allowed Mo Nan to learn the high-end ninjutsu in the seal scroll in the same village. And because of Mo Nan's performance as an excellent medical ninja on the battlefield, he intends to directly upgrade Mo Nan to a special upper endurance level. Kakashi, who was promoted the fastest before, became Zongren within 1 year of graduation. Now Mo Nan has only graduated for half a year and will become Shangren. Mo Nan has been recognized by many people, and now Konoha knows it. The poison that took many lives of Konoha ninjas was relieved by Mo Nan, and now no one has died because of this poison. Mo Nan's reputation at this time was enough to convince the public even if he became a formal Shangren. But in the consideration of the 3 generations, after all, Mo Nan did not show the strength equivalent to the official Shangren, so the 3 generations only promoted him to special Shangren. He was afraid that directly raising Mo Nan to Shangren would attract some caring people's attention and bring unnecessary trouble to Mo Nan. Hearing that the 3 generations had increased the amount of rewards, Mo Nan chuckled inwardly, knowing that he had played a big role. He didn't know how much his evaluation in the heart of the 3 generations had improved. He thought it was his solidarity, love and dedication of the village that moved the 3 generations of old men. Mo Nan still kept polite, saying that he shouldn't, and there is no reason to accept that the village gave him such a big reward. But this time the 3 generations were firm, and no matter how Mo Nan refused him, they had to reward himself with these. In the end, Mo Nan couldn't refuse, and barely accepted the kindness of 3 generations. Chapter 39. After reluctantly accepting the kindness of the 3 generations, Mo Nan took the task and said goodbye to the 3 generations of Hokage. Mute estimated that it will take 2 days to come back, and he will be on vacation in these 2 days, and he will have the opportunity to see if the ninjutsu 3 generations have just given him, can he learn it earlier. Originally, Mo Nan's resignation for the 3rd generation of rewards was to get greater benefits, and now he was more satisfied with him for the 3rd generation than he had imagined, and even gave him the ninjutsu in the sealing scroll. Mo Nan also carefully considered what kind of technique to choose. There are many excellent ninjutsu in the seal scroll, but few are useful to him. Mo Nan itself is an all-round ninja, especially after opening a kaleidoscope of writing round eyes. He has the ability of 4 kaleidoscopes, and it is estimated that even if he encounters Nagato who has the eyes of reincarnation, he can defeat it. Mo Nan recalled what he lacked. He didn't need physical skills, and neither was in the seal scroll. Illusion is even more unnecessary, the only powerful illusion in the seal scroll is the dark trip. Although slightly better than Mo Nan's own 3-hook jade illusion, it was almost the same. Once Mo Nan opened the kaleidoscope and then used the illusion, it was estimated that even the tail beast could be easily controlled, so the illusion was useless for him. Mo Nan took a closer look at the catalogue that the 3 generations gave him. The catalogue was incomplete, and there were no ninjutsus that Mo Nan knew. For example, the ghouls were sealed, the dirty soil reincarnated, etc. These numbers were dangerous and cruel. Originally, they didn't intend to let anyone learn it again. Now it's normal not to show it to Mo Nan. In fact, what Mo Nan really wanted most was the technique of reincarnating from the dirty soil, because it was very awkward. If he could summon a large group of undead zombies, hiding behind and controlling them to fight, it would be in line with Mo Nan's character. In addition to the rebirth of the filthy soil, the only thing that Mo Nan liked in this seal scroll was the technique of Flying Thunder God. Although this technique has to be played by himself, he can run at any time if he can't beat it. It is also a very ninjutsu, and Mo Nan likes it very much. In fact, in the catalog given to Mo Nan by the third generation, the two techniques of Dark Star and Thunder God were very high-end, which was also considered by the third generation of Hokage. He planned to train Mo Nan on the path of Naruto's first line, so he gave him these two second-generation ninjutsu invented by Naruto. 3 generations have heard that Mu Nan is very good at illusion, and he can easily hypnotize others with Shaolin Yan and then perform operations on them. He originally thought that Mo Nan would choose the dark illusion technique he was good at, but he did not expect that Mo Nan would choose Fei Lei Shen. It just so happened that Mo Nan was going to perform the task with Watergate, who knew this trick, and it happened that Watergate could teach him some of Thunder God's experience. If Mo Nan can learn it, it would be great to have one more person in the village who can use the technique of Thunder God. Mo Nan returned home with the scroll of the God of Thunder given by the third generation, and the third generation explained that Mo Nan would destroy the scroll immediately after reading it, and must not leak this technique. Mo Nan also knew the seriousness of the matter. He opened the scroll of Fei Lei Shen and copied it directly with his own writing wheel, regardless of the content inside. Anyway, he first wrote it in his head, and then Mo Nan used fire to escape. Burn the scrolls clean. Mo Nan recalled the contents of the Thunder God's scroll in his mind. It was extremely complicated, unlike the shadow clone technique. As long as there were enough chakras, anyone could learn it, and even Naruto's brain could grasp it instantly. The technique of Thunder God is not the same as traditional ninjutsu. Traditional ninjutsu only needs to master the changes in the nature of chakra and the matching seal. The complexity of the Flying Thunder God technique is that it also involves a lot of scientific knowledge, which is why few people learn it in the original work. To learn the Flying Thunder God, you need to have a certain understanding of the spatial structure. The current ninja schools are all 3-year compulsory education system. Where does the ninja who graduated from such schools have the knowledge to learn the Flying Thunder God technique? Mo Nan didn't know how Watergate learned it, and he couldn't even imagine how the second generation developed this technique. Space needs to be explained by quantum physics, even in its original world. This is only an incipient science. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. The ability to invent the God of Thunder does not mean that the quantum mechanics of the ninja world is more advanced than the world of Mo Nan's previous life, but because this world has chakra. Chakra seems to be used as a new sense to perceive the structure of space. The second generation should have discovered this feature unintentionally and successfully used it to develop this technique. After Mo Nan read the content in his mind, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that he might not have this talent before, but now he feels that he is very likely to learn this technique. Fei Lei Shen has many requirements. The first is the ability to sense space, that is, the talent of space ninjutsu, as well as the powerful chakra and control skills, and the understanding of space structure. These requirements are just met by Mo Nan. The first is chakra control skills. During this period of time, Mo Nan's chakra has made some progress, and it is already much better than ordinary upper ninja. In addition, his chakra control skills may be one of the best in the entire ninja world. Mo Nan can summon the phantom body from any place to his side. This should belong to the spatial ability, which shows that he is definitely talented in spatial ninjutsu. As for the understanding of space, Mo Nan dare to say that he who has studied physics in his previous life knows space better than anyone in the ninja world. Therefore, the technique of Flying Thunder God is more suitable for Mo Nan than imagined. Let alone the third generation, I am afraid that the second generation who developed this technique would not be able to imagine that someone would be so suitable for Flying Thunder God. 80% of Mo Nan could practice this technique to the level of the fourth generation, which was faster and stronger than the second generation himself who developed this technique. Otherwise, the second generation is really miserable. The technique that I worked so hard to develop has been carried forward by others before I have used it, and the results of my hard work have all achieved others. After reading Fei Lei Shen's cultivation method, Mo Nan waited anxiously, and he wanted to learn it right away. He came to the training ground he had been to before. Used a shadow clone that he hadn't used for a long time to practice Dafa, and set out 10 clones to start the cultivation of Flying Thunder God. Recently, various kinds of shadow clones have been used to treat illnesses and save people. His understanding of shadow clones has improved, and he knows how to save chakra. Now he can separate 10 clones for cultivation without much effort. Mo Nan felt the power of time and space according to the method written on the scroll. Mo Nan combined his previous physics knowledge of space and some conjectures about the characteristics of chakra. He believed that it would not take long for him to sense time and space. Unsurprisingly, with the help of many shadow avatars, Mo Nan sensed the power of space within an afternoon, and the most important step of using Flying Thunder God has been completed. Mo Nan allowed the shadow clone to be far away, using the power of time and space to leave a mark. He wanted to test whether he could use the technique of Flying Thunder God to a certain extent. Mo Nan opened up his senses, carefully sensed the mark, and tried to use the technique of Flying Thunder God to move to the location of the mark. But at this time, Mo Nan suddenly thought that if his Flying Thunder God failed, there would not necessarily be any side effects, so he quickly recruited a shadow clone and asked the clone to try if it succeeded. Monan's shadow clone used the technique of Flying Thunder God as written in the scroll. Hearing a puff, this shadow clone instantly appeared at the mark left by the other shadow clone. Could it be that the Flying Thunder God technique succeeded, and Monan jumped up in surprise. At this moment, he suddenly saw that the shadow clone that had moved suddenly knelt on the ground and vomited, and then the clone was automatically released, and his body was immediately overwhelmed by a strong sense of dizziness. Chapter 40. Fortunately, this feeling of dizziness is only the memory and feeling passed from the clone, and it does not directly affect Monan's body, otherwise he might kneel on the ground like a clone and spit it out. Recalling the feeling that the clone came back, Monan realized that he had indeed successfully used Thunder God just now, but because he was not very proficient, his perception of space was not strong enough, and it took a long time to successfully perform the operation. Now I can't move too far. The reason for the feeling of dizziness, 80% of which is similar to motion sickness, should be that the internal organs and the brain have not been able to fully adapt to this instant movement. It has something to do with his failure to master the Flying Thunder God. In the original work, the person who can't fly Thunder God was taken and moved and he did not have such a vomiting reaction. This can only show that he still has some skills in using Thunder God that he hasn't mastered. The perception of time and space requires Monan to spend time to practice, but if he cultivates the skills of Flying Thunder God, he should be able to ask others about his experience and he can make rapid progress. It just so happens that he also knows who to look for. The only person in Konoha who has extensive experience with the God of Thunder is Haifeng Shuman. In Monan's impression, Watergate is a gentle person to everyone, and the 3 generations also have the meaning of letting Watergate teach Monan to fly the God of Thunder. If Monan went to the Watergate, I believed that Watergate would be happy to give his experience to Monan. Monan didn't know Watergate, and didn't know where to find him. But Monan knows Kakashi, the disciple of Watergate, and he can find Kakashi first, and then see Watergate through Kakashi. During the months of development together, he and Kakashi have been very familiar with each other, knowing where Kakashi's home is or where he will usually be. No need to find Kakashi like before, but to wait in the hospital, hoping to meet him one day. Monan went to Kakashi's house. Kakashi, who just finished the task, did not go out to practice, but rested at home. Monan and Kakashi hadn't seen them for several months, and they were both very happy to meet each other. First they recounted the past and then talked about the recent situation. Kakashi was very curious about what happened to Menon during this period, and asked Menon a lot about him on the battlefield. Monan's performance on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind, even Kakashi, who was on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Earth, had heard of it. He really didn't expect that Monan, who hadn't graduated from ninja school last time, had become a ninja famous for Konoha when he saw him this time. Monan told Kakashi what happened to him on the battlefield. In fact, he feels nothing more than how he came forward when everyone was unable to do anything to turn the tide. In fact, it's not worth mentioning, it's just an exaggeration that everyone said. Monan said so, but looking at Kakashi's increasingly surprised expression, his vanity was still greatly satisfied, so he told Kakashi that he had become a special kind of forbearance. Kakashi's jaw fell in fright. Kakashi is really unimaginable. A while ago, he was ready to become Shangren. Only after the development of his new ninjutsu was completed, he was ready to submit an application for promotion to Shangnen. As a result, his own ninjutsu had just been completed, and I heard that Monan had actually become the upper ninja step by step. This kind of made Kakashi feel a little uncomfortable. He made up his mind to submit the application for promotion to Shinobu after completing this mission. He must become an official Shinobu as soon as possible and surpass Monan's special Shinobu status. By the way, Nan, why did you come to me this time? You didn't just come to me to tell the old story. Only then did Kakashi think of asking Monan to find his own purpose. At this time, Monan also remembered that he came to Kakashi to meet Bofeng Shuman. It's just that I am happy to see 2 friends whom I haven't seen for a long time, and forget about it for a while. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. I'm currently learning a technique called Flying Thunder God, but I haven't got the essentials yet. 3 generations told me that the only person in the village who can use the Flying Thunder God technique is Teacher Bofeng Watergate. I know that you are a disciple of Teacher Watergate. I want you to help me. Refer me. Monan revealed the purpose of coming to see Kakashi on this trip. Kakashi didn't expect that Monan had come to see himself because of the technique of the Thunder God and had to see Teacher Watergate. Flying Thunder God is really an extremely difficult ninjutsu. Only his teacher, Watergate, has successfully learned it in the village. Kakashi has tried it himself, but he has no talent in this area. Monan, where did you get the Flying Thunder God art? Do you have the talent to practice this ninjutsu? Kakashi asked Monan. Monan told Kakashi about the rewards he had received from the 3rd generation, and he showed Kakashi the short-distance Flying Thunder God he used on the spot. Of course, it was the Flying Thunder God who used the shadow clone. If he used his own body to perform the operation, he would have to vomit for a long time. Seeing that Mo-nan successfully used Thunder God, even though he was not as good as his teacher for the time being, Kakashi had to believe that Mo-nan was also talented in time and space ninjutsu. Kakashi thought that Mo-nan was very good in either aspect. The illusion skills were so strong that he could not resist at all. Physical skills were quite good at his age, and he was very fast when learning Thunder done from him. Easily learned the results of a long time of self-cultivation. Now that Mo-nan still has the talent for space ninjutsu, Kakashi couldn't help but sigh. Mo-nan seems to be omnipotent. Is he the real son of God? It seems that all the talents are occupied by him alone. Everyone said that Kakashi was a genius, but compared with Mo-nan, he was an ordinary genius who graduated at the age of 5 and became Zongren at the age of 6. Although he was a little jealous of Mo-nan, he was his friend after all. Kakashi was very pleased that his friend was so good. So he said to Mo-nan, "It's a bit late today. I'll take you to see Teacher Watergate again tomorrow and introduce you two to each other." Mo-nan hurriedly thanked Kakashi, saying that he would go to his house early tomorrow to meet with Teacher Watergate. At this time, Mo-nan thought of the bet he had made with Kakashi, and asked Kakashi, "Kakashi, your Chidori has been completed? My superb power has already been completed. Of course I also completed Chidori. Now Chidori is a perfect ninjutsu with both speed and explosive power. It can achieve a fatal effect in one blow. It is much stronger than your superb speed that can only accelerate. I have many enemies have been solved with this trick." When Kakashi heard Menon mentioned that the two had developed new techniques, he also told Mo-nan that he had developed excellent ninjutsu. He felt that his Chidori was above Mo-nan's superb power. Kakashi was actually not such a personality originally, but he didn't know why he couldn't help but want to compete with Mo-nan when he saw Mo-nan. Maybe it was because Mo-nan was one step ahead of him to become Shangnan. When Mo-nan heard Kakashi said that Chidori was a perfect ninjutsu, he couldn't help but curl his lips. He knew that Kakashi, who hadn't written round eyes, was not a complete Chidori at all. Because once Kakashi uses Chidori, his own speed will be too fast, so fast that he can't see the opponent's movements. Once you encounter an opponent with more experience than yourself, it is easy to suffer. In order to fight Kakashi and let him know how to get lost and learn how to be humble like himself, Mo-nan decided to use the new ninjutsu that the two had developed to conduct another discussion. This time he promised to defeat Kakashi without illusion. Kakashi had the same meaning. It was getting dark, the two discussed it, and they arrived at the training ground where the two practiced together. Chapter 41. The two arrived at the training ground, ready to start the first duel after they met again. Mo-nan looked at Kakashi with a smile. He was quite confident in this competition. The last time I cheated by illusion, I won because I didn't have any physical melee skills, and my superpower was not perfect. It was very burdensome and inefficient to use. After a long time, Kakashi seized the flaw. This time it's different. He has improved his skills and his superpower is also perfect. He has more chakras than Kakashi. Even if Kakashi can rely on his unique 50-50 ability to deal with himself, once the battle is prolonged, it is still beneficial to him. Kakashi also has his own self-confidence in his heart, but he is not as relaxed as Mo-nan. He knew that after Mo-nan had perfected his superpower, he could no longer use the tactics he had used against Mo-nan before. However, the completed Chidori gave him great confidence, and his current speed is much faster than before. He must rely on his great speed advantage to make a quick fight and not give Mo-nan a chance to prolong the fight. The two men first made a seal of opposition and were ready to fight. Mo-nan instantly turned on the superb power, the speed reached the elite upper endurance level, and he used Konoha's sudden wind to attack Kakashi directly. Kakashi stretched out his hand to block it, but the immense strength on Mo-nan's legs made him unable to adapt. Even if it was blocked, his body couldn't help but retreat. Mo-nan hurriedly attacked Kakashi, relying on his own improvement in physical skills during this period of time. Kakashi couldn't help but could only dodge constantly, looking embarrassed under Mo-nan's fierce offensive. Even if Kakashi had prepared well, it was expected that Mo-nan, who had completed the swift force, would be difficult to deal with. But he still didn't expect that Mo-nan was already so powerful now, even more difficult to deal with than most of his rivals on the battlefield. On the battlefield, opponents of Mo-nan's level are usually solved by his teacher. If Kakashi couldn't keep away from Menon, he might not even have a chance to use Chidori, and he would just lose. This was not what Mo-nan planned. If Kakashi can realize the weakness of Chidori at this time and improve it, maybe he will change the plot in the future, and the fate of Kakashi, Dato, and Lin may also change. Mo-nan found that Kakashi had little power to fight back in front of him. He wanted to defeat Kakashi who used Chidori this time. Wouldn't it be against his original purpose if he just won like this? So he deliberately kept his hand. After he kicked Kakashi away, he didn't continue to pursue it, but stood still and spoke provocatively. "What's the matter, Kakashi? You're only at this level, don't say I bully you. I will give you a chance to let you use Chidori, and we will decide the winner as the last move." Kakashi didn't use it directly because he was afraid that he couldn't control Chidori. Now he knew how powerful Monan was, and now that Monan said so, he didn't keep his hands anymore, and immediately began to make Chidori's seal. At this time, the Chidori did not only need to make 3 seals or even sometimes they could be used without the seals. The current Chidori needs to make 17 seals. Kakashi made the seals very fast, and it took 4 seconds to complete the 17 seals. After he finished all the seals, he gathered a large number of lay-done chakras on his palms, as if there were countless birds chirping, and this sound was the source of the name Chidori. Monan also turned on the 3-go jade at this time, staring at Kakashi's movements carefully. Although Chidori still has a relatively large defect at this time, it is also quite dangerous, and he may be injured if he does not pay attention. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. After Chidori was completely formed, Kakashi quickly approached Monan, and the speed had surpassed all the elite Sharingan. Even most of the shadow-level ninjas could not have such a speed. Monan could feel that Kakashi was far faster than himself at this time. But Monan also noticed that Kakashi was far from aware of the problem with Chidori at this time. His direct attack, no matter how fast it is full of flaws in the eyes of experienced people. Monan wasn't an experienced ninja, but he had a writing wheel, and he easily thought of a way to crack Chidori. Kakashi approached Monan. His Chidori seemed to hit Monan soon, but he was already prepared. Once he hit Monan, he would immediately withdraw all chakras. Let Monan suffer too much damage. It is difficult for ordinary people to react to Kakashi's speed, and cannot escape the fate of being beheaded. But in Monan's eyes, Kakashi seemed to be put in slow motion. Even though it was still fast, it gave Monan enough time to react. Monan's body is also very fast after being blessed by the super strength, so he can make the correct response in time. I saw Monan calmly, like Kakashi's Chidori who had escaped precisely at the very moment. Taking advantage of the moment of Kakashi's attack, Kakashi punched Kakashi's chin with the speed and strength brought by the superpower. At Kakashi's speed, he couldn't see Monan's movements at all. Even if he could see clearly, he couldn't react at all. He only felt that his head was hit hard and he flew out. And then lost consciousness. This punch Monan regained his strength, and Kakashi woke up without fainting. Kakashi knew that he had lost, so he quickly asked Monan how exactly he cracked his Chidori. Monan used his writing wheel to see through Kakashi's movements, and then looked for a chance to defeat him in detail, as well as his observation of the Chidori and found the defects of Chidori. They all told Kakashi, and told him that even if he didn't, the person who writes round eyes, if that person has a lot of experience, Kakashi might have difficulty coping with such an opponent. After listening to Kakashi, he also suddenly realized that the ninjutsu he developed had such defects. Originally developing a new ninjutsu was not an easy task. Kakashi felt that it was quite remarkable that he could develop a new ninjutsu when he was still so young. This made him a little bit arrogant, and now that this arrogance was broken by Monan's punch, he couldn't help but feel a little lost. Seeing Kakashi's expression, Monan quickly comforted, actually, Chidori's trick is quite perfect. What you lack now is only experience. As long as you continue to practice and improve your eyesight, Chidori's trick can still become your biggest killer. Kakashi is not a fragile person. Even without Monan's comfort, he can figure this out himself. Of course, it is happier to have a friend's comfort, but he insists. Even if you don't need to tell me, I know that if it weren't for you to write round eyes, you would definitely not be my opponent. When I accumulate more experience, I will definitely improve Chidori, and sooner or later I will defeat you. When Monan heard Kakashi's still stiff mouth, he couldn't help but smile. In that case, Kakashi, I will give you a bigger surprise. Under Kakashi's shocked gaze, Monan made a familiar seal, and then a thunder light and the sound of birds appeared in Monan's hands. The two originally developed ninjutsu together, and Monan also learned Kakashi's thunder dung. After he had seen the whole process of Kakashi's Chidori's full use of the writing wheel just now, he also copied it without any effort. After understanding the key, Kakashi couldn't help but want to give himself 2 mouths. Knowing that Monan is good at copying other people's tricks, why do I have to owe Chidori to print it out and let Monan learn it? Kakashi's jealousy of Monan Shaolunyan has become deeper, and once again imagined that if he has Shaolunyan, he must use Shulunyan to copy all the ninjutsu in the world of ninja. Chapter 42. The next day, Kakashi took Menon to visit Teacher Watergate as promised. Kakashi and Monan arrived at Praetunam's door early in the morning. Kakashi knocked on the door first, and heard a voice replying to himself, "Who is it?" Kakashi also replied, "It's me, Master, I'm here to find Teacher Watergate." Opening the door to greet them was a young woman with red hair. It was Watergate's wife Uzumaki Kushina. "It turned out to be your Kakashi, and brought friends. Who is this kid?" Juzune glanced at Monan next to him. Kakashi introduced Monan's identity to Juxina, and Monan also showed the innocent and cute expression of his 6-year-old child. He looked at Juxina and said to her, "Hello, Sister Juxina, my name is Uke. Bonin." Kakashi was speechless for a while looking at Mo-nan who could sell cute. Mo-nan also didn't want to deliberately sell cuteness, but the stereotype left by the Uchiha clan to the villagers would indeed cause some inconvenience to Mo-nan. At this time, the natural affinity brought about by his age advantage became his greatest weapon, and no one would have trouble with a child. This is a new skill he awakened from the memory of the two lives, and it proved to be very effective. So you are Nan Uchiha? I heard Mikoto say that you are a genius of the Uchiha clan. He also wants his son Itachi to learn from you. Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto are good friends, and she has always had no prejudice against Uchiha. Before hearing Mikan always mentioned Mo-nan, she was very curious about this child. Mo-nan called her elder sister when she met, and she was so cute that Juzune immediately became more fond of her. Juzune let Mo-nan and Kakashi enter the door, and found them a chair to sit down. Why did you bring Nan here today? Juxina asked Kakashi. Kakashi replied truthfully, Mo-nan had some questions about his practice and wanted to consult the teacher, so I asked me to bring him over. Is the Watergate teacher there? It turns out that this is the case. Praetunam just went out to buy groceries, and we were about to cook. He should be back soon. It just so happened that you two stayed for a meal, and talked while eating. Juxina invited Nan and Kakashi to stay as guests. Kakashi would not be polite to his mother, and Mo-nan was not a polite person, but naturally he was disrespectful. Before Praetunam came back, Chu Xin asked Mo-nan a lot of things, and he could see that he really liked Mo-nan now. Maybe it's because she is planning to have children herself, so she likes children very much. Although Mo-nan was upset, he still pretended to be innocent and cute on the surface, and he answered every boring question of Juzune tirelessly. It's not that he hates Kushina, but Kushina really treats him as a 6-year-old child, and asks her stupid questions that some elementary school students are naive. It is very tiring for him to pretend to be a 6-year-old child's thinking mode to answer. Fortunately, Watergate returned soon, and Mo-nan breathed a sigh of relief. He was finally liberated. This is the first time Mo-nan has seen Watergate, and as expected in the original book, he is a person who seems to be very friendly at first, and is just as close to him as he is. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. As soon as Watergate returned to his home, he saw Kakashi and Mo-nan. He first greeted Kakashi and then asked Mo-nan's identity. Kakashi explained to the master again, Mo-nan's identity and purpose. Watergate heard that Mo-nan had come to learn from the experience of Flying Thunder God, and he felt ashamed. Yesterday, the 3 generations greeted themselves, saying that they were going to go out together on a mission recently. The kid named Uchiha Nan, who learned the art of Thunder God, asked himself to give pointers. Yesterday, the 3 generations told me about it. I didn't expect you to find it today. Do you have anything to ask? Watergate is very happy that someone can learn how to fly Thor. Mo-nan talked to Watergate about the problems he encountered while cultivating Flying Thunder God, including the thing that his shadow clone would vomit after using Flying Thunder God. When Watergate heard Mo-nan's words, all the dishes he was holding fell to the ground. He quickly asked Mo-nan, you mean you have successfully used Flying Thunder God? He thought that Mo-nan came to him to find out how Fei Lei Shen needed to learn. Unexpectedly, Mo-nan said that he had successfully used it as soon as he spoke. You must know that it is only a day since Mo-nan got the scroll of Flying Thunder God, and he can use Flying Thunder God in 1 day. How could this be possible? It was clear that he had practiced in human Watergate, and it took him several months to master this trick. He couldn't understand what kind of talent Mo-nan, who had obtained the Flying Thunder God scroll for a day, was able to successfully master the trick of Flying Thunder God. In fact, it is not to say that Mo-nan's talent in time and space ninjutsu is amazing, and it is even countless times stronger than Watergate. As long as there is a talent for space ninjutsu, how much time it takes to learn Flying Thunder God actually depends on chakra's control ability and understanding of space. With regard to the understanding of space, Mo-nan, who had received advanced physics education in the previous life, was far ahead of the Watergate, who was born in the world of ninja, where technology was not developed at all. In addition, his chakra control skills absolutely surpassed Watergate, so he was able to initially use Thunder God so quickly. It's just that he can't say it clearly, he can only answer Watergate modestly with words like talents, no one before and no one. The shocked Watergate under pressure answered Mo-nan's question. Mo-nan would faint and cause nausea and vomiting when using Thunder God, which was actually the reason why he didn't have a good balance. The sensitivity to time and space is not great enough, and the movement of the whole body in time and space at the moment of teleportation is not well controlled, and the internal organs and brain are oppressed. This only needs to be used a few more times to improve the sensitivity to time and space. The balance of the body can be controlled at the moment of movement, in fact, it will not be dizzy, which takes time to practice. At the same time, the use of chakra and the improvement of the perception of space all depend on the accumulation of personal talent and time. Then he told Mo-nan about some of the bottlenecks he encountered while practicing and the methods to solve the difficulties. Mo-nan also listened carefully and accepted with an open mind. After Mo Nan had dinner at Watergate's house, the two of them chatted a lot of other things at the table. Watergate asked, "Nan, what is your dream?" Mo Nan thought for a while. He knew that Watergate's dream was definitely to become Hokage, and that this dream was not far away from him. People who have the same dream always cherish each other. So Mo Nan said to Mizuman, "Of course my dream is to become Naruto. The Uchiha clan has never seen Naruto before. I want to be the first Naruto of the Uchiha clan, so that the family and the village can take a higher level." Sure enough, I heard that Mo Nan's dream is the same as his own. Watergate has a great affection for him. Nan, my dream is also to become Hokage. If this is the case, then we are opponents. The last two people laughed and ended the topic. No one took it seriously. After all, the two are so much younger, and Mo Nan knew that Watergate would become Hokage in less than a year. In the middle, Kushina learned that Mo Nan had already been particularly forbearing things, which caused another discussion. Originally, Juzine thought that Mo Nan was just a very talented child, but he did not expect that he was already a ninja on his own. After eating, Mo Nan once again thanked the Watergate for his help, and then bid farewell to the Watergate family and Kakashi, and agreed to see you when Silent returned 2 days before they assemble and set off. Chapter 43. In the past 2 days, Mo Nan cultivated God of Thunder alone at home, and did not take advantage of the 2 days of free time to take a break. The combination of work and rest does not exist in Mo Nan's dictionary. Mo Nan has been such a person from his previous life to this life. If something hasn't been completed, he will always feel stuck in his heart, desperately trying to complete it sooner. He will not stop until he completes his cultivation. With the experience of Watergate, the progress in these 2 days is a lot faster than Mo Nan's random practice before, but it is still far from wanting to fully grasp it, and there are still many things that need to be improved. Kakashi had come yesterday to inform him that the mute had rushed back, and they will assemble and set off today. Mo Nan arrived at the meeting point, the gate of Konoha village. It seems that the place where Konoha ninjas gather is always at the gate, which is also normal. For ninjas, it is important to hurry up. They can gather directly at the entrance of the village and they can set off immediately. Mo Nan realized that everyone had already arrived and was waiting for him, and saw Mo Nan coming to Captain Watergate to introduce Mo Nan and Silent to each other. Kakashi and Silence are classmates, and Pray to Nam has known Silence a long time ago. Only Mo Nan and Silence are not familiar with each other. Mizuman explained the goal of this mission and found Tsunade-sama, one of the 3 ninjas. According to Jiraiya-sensei's information, Tsunade-sensei should be in the Short Book Street to the east of Konoha village. They rushed to Short Book Street to find Tsunade, and then tried to persuade Tsunade to return to Konoha. The group officially set off. To reach Duokai Street, they need to pass through the Death Forest outside Konoha village. Mo Nan still missed it a little. He just came to the world of ninjas, and it was here that he woke up. I still got the birch kaleidoscope and the eternal kaleidoscope writing round eyes here. At the beginning, whether Hwa brought herself out or returned to Konoha village from the Death Forest, she sneaked over the wall for fear of being recognized by others. It just so happened that they passed by the place where Uchiha Nan was seriously injured by Hwa, and under the tree where Mo Nan woke up. Seeing this tree, Mo Nan remembered that the only time he used the kaleidoscope with his right eye was on this tree. After more than half a year, the tree has not changed much. Mo Nan could only feel a little bit of his chakra from it, but besides that, it was just an ordinary tree. Mo Nan heard that your mother is Tsunade-sama's junior sister. Do you know anything about Tsunade-sama? Mo Nan was sinking into his memories, and it was a pity that he wasted an opportunity to use the kaleidoscope. At this time, the voice of Watergate pulled him back to reality. So does my mother know Tsunade-sama? I don't know about it. My mother seldom talks about her things before her marriage. What I know about Tsunade-sama is just that an ordinary medical ninja has a relationship with this legendary medical ninja. Respect. Mo Nan didn't know that he had this relationship with Tsunade. But since my mother never told her predecessor, maybe she and Tsunade's relationship is not very close. Upon hearing Mo Nan's answer, Mizuman turned his head and asked Mute, "So Mute, what do you know about Tsunade-sensei?" When Tsunade left Konoha, Mute had just been born, and the two of them should not be familiar with each other. Unexpectedly, the silent answer gave Pray to Nam a surprise. From Silent's answer, it turns out that Tsunade didn't have never returned to the village of Konoha since she left. She would occasionally come back to pay homage to her brother and lover who died, and often came to see Silent. Tsunade also taught Mute a lot of ninjutsu. Mute can become a ninjutsu at a young age and it is inseparable from Tsunade's teachings. The two are fairly familiar. Read more at hotentleNovel.xyz. In this case, it seems that the task of persuading Mr. Tsunade to return to the village is up to you, Mute. Mizuman asked Mute, and Mute immediately said that he would do his best. The task was urgent this time, and everyone rushed in a hurry. The silent ones who just came back didn't have much rest, so they went straight on the road. They are not like in the original book, who also took Naruto to find Tsunade. They still have time to practice while on the road. They are almost non-stop. Everyone felt very tired after rushing for a while. At this time, the sky was also dark. Pray Nam suggested that it is better for everyone to rest in place, get up tomorrow morning and then hurry. On the second day everyone got up and went on the road again. At this time, Mo Nan complained, Mr. Watergate, you can't just use the Thunder God to take us to Brush directly, and then fly to Short Book Street? Pray Nam also apologized, because I have never been to the Short Book Street, and I have not left a mark of Thunder God nearby, so I can't get there all at once. This task is very urgent, and there are many companions. Because Sane's poison is suffering. It's very important to get back to Tsunade-sama quickly. Please bear with me. After hearing what Watergate said, everyone could only cheer up and continue on their way. Fortunately, Konoha is not too far away from Short Book Street. In the case of hurriedly hurrying on the second day afternoon, the team successfully arrived at Short Street 1 in less than 2 days. When he arrived at his destination, Mizuman began to explain his next plan. He first asked Mute, where do you think Tsunade-sensei would be easy to show up? We can also look for it separately. It doesn't need to be muted to say that Mo Nan also knows that it is easy to find Tsunade, as long as you turn around in major casinos, you can always get some news from her. Sure enough, Mute also told Watergate, because the teacher likes to gamble, we can go to each casino to check and see if anyone has seen Mr. Tsunade. Gambling is one of the big taboos of ninjas. Except for Mo Nan who knew what Tsunade was, Mizuman and Kakashi who heard the news were a little bit unbelievable. Tsunade-sama, one of the 3 ninjas, was actually a man. Gambler? Kakashi was not shocked at seeing Mo Nan, and asked, do you also know that Mr. Tsunade is a gambler, Nan? Of course, Mo Nan pretended not to know, I have never heard of it, but I have heard that the first generation of Naruto masters likes gambling very much, and their luck and skills are extremely bad, and almost lost all the 1,000 hands. Neither Mizuman nor Kakashi knew this, and they couldn't even imagine that the first generation of Naruto Senjutama, who was said to be the god of ninja, had such an unbearable side. This can also explain why Tsunade-sama is also a gambler, it seems this is hereditary. Determined the direction to find the team, the 4 people began to split up to each casino to inquire about the news. Sure enough, Tsunade at this time already has the title of Fat Sheep. No matter which casino to ask about Tsunade, she can hear the word Fat Sheep in the casino's mouth and make sure that Tsunade must have been to this casino. But no one can tell where she is now. This is understandable, because Tsunade owes a gambling debt, he will be careful to hide his traces, and will not be found so easily. Everyone searched for an afternoon and found nothing, then Mo Nan suggested. It seems that it won't take a while to find Tsunade-sama. It's better to let Ms. Mizuman invite us to have a meal. When Watergate heard it, he felt reasonable. Everyone rushed for a day and a half and searched non-stop for a long time. He was indeed a little hungry, so he agreed to Mo Nan's proposal. Eat first, and then continue to look for Tsunade-sama tomorrow. Kakashi and Mute also cheered when they heard Mizuman want to treat them. In fact, Mo Nan's idea is that they have searched all the casinos and they have not found Tsunade. She should have lost all her money again, in which tavern was she drunk? The place where they ate in Duanshu Street is together with the tavern, and they might meet Tsunade when they go there. Chapter 44. When they arrived at the place to eat, the 4 of them randomly found a place to sit down and chat. Mo Nan asked Watergate a lot of questions about Flying Thunder God. In fact, he secretly turned on his perception ability to detect whether there was any huge chakra reaction nearby. Mo Nan guessed that Tsunade might be nearby, but the Short Book Street dining street is still quite large, and it is impossible to hit it so easily. Fortunately, after Yin Dun's illusion body awakens, he himself has a certain ability to perceive. While talking to Mizuman, he was constantly analyzing and searching for Tsunade. Mo Nan focused most of his attention on taverns or izakayas. In his opinion, if Jiraiya's information was correct, Tsunade was most likely to appear in these places. Mo Nan and Mizuman encountered problems in their own cultivation of Flying Thunder God. They kept absorbing their own experience from him, and at the same time, they were constantly investigating where Tsunade might appear one after another. Mo Nan did not rule out that Tsunade would have some way to conceal his chakra breath, and he was not 100% sure that he would find it. Of course Tsunade didn't hide his chakra. Although there are many perception ninjas in this world, no perception ninja will release his perception abilities freely. Most of Tsunade's people hiding from debts are just a group of ordinary people, and she can't always know that there are sentient ninjas and then look for herself. Most people in the ninja world have a little chakra. Even people who have not practiced will have a certain chakra reaction, but there are not many powerful ones. Mo Nan needs to find a particularly strong one among the many chakra reactions, and it should be Tsunade. Fearing that he might have missed something, Mo Nan looked it up very carefully. When they were almost finished eating, he finally sent an unusually powerful chakra reaction. Mo Nan said softly, "This chakra is definitely not something ordinary people can have, is it really Tsunade?" Watergate also noticed Mo Nan's abnormality. When he was chatting with himself just now, he was absent-minded as if thinking about something else, so he asked, Mo-nan, did you think of something? Mo-nan also explained at this time, Mr. Watergate, I have been trying to use perception ninjutsu to sense the position of Tsunade-sama. Although I haven't seen Tsunade-sama, I just felt an unusually powerful chakra when I was nearby. The reaction is definitely not something ordinary people can have. I wonder if that reaction is Tsunade-sama's chakra. Nan, did you really find Tsunade-sama? I didn't expect you to still perceive ninjutsu. Kakashi was surprised when he heard Minan's words. Although the time he has known us is not too long, the two of them have been cultivating together for a few months and they are considered very familiar. Kakashi feels that Mo-nan can always give him new surprises. At the same time, there was a question in his heart, how did Mo-nan learn so much at a young age? Watergate also had some doubts about Mo-nan's perception ability. Seeing that they were very confused about their perception of ninjutsu, Mo-nan explained it. Actually, I haven't practiced perceptual ninjutsu. My perceptual ability is a kind of ability displayed after Sangoyu awakens. Mo-nan's answer explained the source of his perception ability, but he also made Mizuman and Kakashi have greater questions, and the soil they had about it belonged to the Uchiha clan. Therefore, he has a certain understanding of Zwanyan, and has never heard that Zwanyan will add such abilities, Kakashi asked Menon. When Mo-nan exposed his perceptual ability, he thought about his rhetoric. There are some people in Uchiha who are exceptionally talented and have extremely strong pupil powers, and they may show some unique abilities. This is also very rare among the Uchiha clan. And he just happens to be the kind of inexhaustible, with different talents. Gifted person. This is not nonsense by Mo-nan, there is indeed such a record in the Uchiha clan. In fact, I used some of the Kaleidoscope's ability to write round eyes in advance, and the soil that was hit by the boulder in the original work has also used his special penetrating ability in advance to avoid the original without the Kaleidoscope. The fatal injury will lead to the subsequent development of the plot. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. After listening to Mo-nan's explanation, Watergate and Kakashi could also understand, it turned out to be the effect of blood succession boundary. It is true that there are still many unsolved mysteries about the limit of blood succession, so it seems that no matter what kind of ability Mo-nan exhibits, it is actually normal. This also made Kakashi's resentment towards Mo-nan, who has a writing wheel eye, deeper. He was originally Konoha's first genius, but next to Mo-nan, who has the blood inheritance boundary, he seemed to be an ordinary man. Like a mortal. Mo-nan was straightened by Kakashi's strange eyes, and he found Kakashi staring straight into his eyes. He couldn't help muttering secretly, Kakashi shouldn't have been hit too much by himself, and his obsession with writing round eyes was too deep, so in the end, let's embark on the road of Ashimaru. Since Minan, you feel the special chakra reaction, let's go and take a look. Be careful. It's also possible that this is not Tsunade-sama's chakra. If you rush to approach it, it may cause some other dangers. Watergate reminded everyone. Following Mo-nan's guidance, the group arrived in front of a home-style restaurant. In Mo-nan's perception, the extremely powerful chakra was in this shop. Mo-nan felt a huge chakra from this store, which was many times stronger than himself, Kakashi, and even the Watergate beside him. He knew in his heart that Tsunade would be Tsunade in all likelihood. It is impossible for ordinary people to have such a big chakra, and only Tsunade, who is a mixed race of Senju and Uzumaki, can have such a strong chakra. Even if there are some other people of special ancestry, there will be a very strong chakra. Such people are rare, and the probability of being encountered by their own party is very low here. The group of people walked into the izakaya and looked around in the shop, but found no one who looked like Tsunade. Mo-nan understood that Tsunade should have used that special kind of ninjutsu that could change his appearance and changed into something else. This shows that someone should be collecting debts at this time, and Tsunade carefully hid himself in order to avoid the debt. But she couldn't hide it from Minan. At such a close distance, Tsunade's chakra reacted against a large number of ordinary chakras around him, and it was as obvious as the sun. Following his own perception, Mo-nan found an old lady who seemed to be in her 70s. Her hair was all grey, and, there weren't those two, majestic. It is completely invisible from the outside, but Tsunade has been using ninjutsu to maintain his 20-year-old appearance. Mo-nan's perception ability would not lie to himself, an ordinary old lady could not have such a strong chakra. Moreover, it is very unnatural for an old lady of such an old age to drink herself so drunk alone. This must be because Tsunade was right, and Mo-nan went up to ask questions. You are Tsunade-sama, we have been looking for you for a long time, and finally we have found you. When a group of people with Konoha's forehead walked in, Tsunade couldn't be unaware of it. But at this time Tsunade was already very drunk, and she didn't look up until Mo-nan walked to her. Today Tsunade lost a lot of money again, and he was in a very bad mood. This person is drunk here. And in order to be afraid of the people from the casino chasing after him, she also turned herself into a completely different image of an old lady from her usual. Tsunade thought that her disguise was perfect, but she didn't expect someone to call her real name suddenly, so she quickly denied it. Who did you just say is Tsunade? You admitted the wrong person, I am not Tsunade. Monan didn't put the forehead protection in a conspicuous place like a normal ninja, he was tied to his arm. Tsunade didn't see his forehead for a while, didn't recognize him as Konoha's ninja, thought he was here to collect debts, and almost squirted out the wine that he had just drunk in his mouth before he could swallow. Chapter 45. After such a stimulus, Tsunade felt as if he had woken up a lot from the wine, and his groggy mind suddenly awoke, and he turned around and was about to run away. Monan looked at Tsunade who seemed to want to escape, and immediately understood in his heart, maybe Tsunade didn't see his identity and felt that he was here to collect debts. So Monan hurriedly stopped, I'm not here to collect debts. I am Konoha's ninja. I came to Tsunade-sama on the order of 3 generations of Naruto. Hearing this, Tsunade stopped trying to escape. He turned around and took a closer look at Monan. He found Konoha forehead on Monan's arm. At this time, Mizumin and Kakashi also heard the movement here. Come. Tsunade blinked his eyes vigorously, and found that the person who came by was the water gate and silent he knew, which confirmed the identity of Monan and his party. Thinking of her embarrassment, Tsunade quickly tried to hide it. She greeted Mizumin with an awkward smile, isn't this Mizumin, why are you here? Silent, you are there too, you have graduated from ninja school. Mute has been graduating for 3 years, and now she is Zhongren. Tsunade couldn't help but know, she just asked knowingly because she was embarrassed for a while and didn't know what to say. Hearing Tsunade's name, Mizumin was also sure at this time, and the old lady in front of him was Tsunade-sama. So he solemnly bowed to Tsunade, without talking nonsense, and asked directly. Tsunade-sama, we have been looking for you for a long time. Konoha's war situation is very bad recently. Konoha needs your strength from Tsunade-sama. The 3 generations of Naruto-sama would like to invite you back to Konoha. Tsunade has always been concerned about Konoha, including the trouble caused by Sane's new poison. Originally, she had planned to help, but he suffered from panasemia, and he was no longer suitable to be a medical ninja, or even an ordinary ninja. He was willing to help but lacked enough energy. Tsunade didn't answer Mizumin's question head-on, but broke off the topic. We haven't seen each other for so long. Don't just talk about such a serious topic as soon as we met. Let's sit down and have a drink. Tsunade returned to his seat, poured himself a glass of wine, and motioned for Monan and his party to sit down. Since I haven't seen you in years, Mute, let's have a drink. Tsunade pointed the glass to Mute. Mute he saw Tsunade several times when he was young, and Tsunade also taught her many things. Silent has always regarded Tsunade as an excellent teacher and close to the elders. At this time, seeing the decadent appearance of the person he originally admired, he couldn't help being disappointed. It's not time for Tsunade-sama now to drink, because Konoha needs you so much now, you have to cheer up early. And I'm only 12 years old, how can I drink? Mute said angrily. Tsunade made sure that Monan and the others were not here to collect debts, and the nervousness had been relieved a lot. The alcoholic spirit that felt a little awake seemed to be coming up again now, and his mind was confused, and he didn't listen to silence at all. If Tsunade continued to talk about the topic, don't worry about anything, let's drink 2 cups before talking. He said that he poured himself 2 more cups and went on doing it. At this time, Monan and the others also discovered that Tsunade seemed to be drunk and unconscious, and she couldn't tell her anything. Mizumin discussed with Silent, looking at what Tsunade-sama looks like now, we can't take him back to Konoha. We should find a place for her to rest. When she wakes up tomorrow, we will advise her to return to Konoha. Thing. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. In order to wait for Tsunade to sober up, Mizumin and his team took the drunk Tsunade and found a hotel to live in on Duanji Street and opened 2 rooms. Silent and Tsunade live in one room, which is convenient for taking care of her at night, while Monan and the 3 live in another room. Teacher, Tsunade-sama, don't you want to return to Konoha? During the day, Kakashi realized that Tsunade-sama's condition was a bit wrong, so he raised his own question to Mizumin. Mizumin pondered for a while, he heard something about Tsunade, and he also knew something about it. He also had a certain understanding, so he explained it to Kakashi. Tsunade-sama's younger brother, Nizuki, fell into the enemy's trap in the early stages of World War II and died of his injuries. After that, the distraught Tsunade-sama suggested to Naruto-sama that a medical ninja should be assigned to each endurance team. But there are too many difficulties in implementing this plan, and it was not adopted in the end for various reasons. At that time, the only person who supported Tsunade-sama's plan was his lover Katadan-senpai. Unfortunately, not long afterwards, the predecessors also died in the war. Maybe it was Tsunade-sama, who blamed the death of Kato-senpai on the wrong judgment of Konoha's senior management, which caused him to be a little disappointed with Hokage-sama, and then left Konoha for many years. Mizumi faced Kakashi and said that this was just his own personal thought, maybe Tsunade-sama had other reasons. The story that Mizumin told Kakashi, Monan knew that Tsunade left Konoha part of the reason for this, but the most important thing was that Kato-dan died so badly that his internal organs were blown out. Tsunade was deeply stimulated. She suffered from panasemia and couldn't become a ninja again. This was the fundamental reason why she was determined to leave Konoha. Mizumen only hopes to wait for Tsunade-sama tomorrow to wake up from the wine. Let Mute persuade Tsunade-sama well, hope she can miss her old love, for the sake of her former lover, Katadan's niece Mute, she can change her mind and return to Wood. Leave. Monan knew that Tsunade must have returned to Konoha for a short time, and at least helped Konoha to solve Cheyenne poisonous problem. But because of my own existence in this life, things have changed. The poison that would have caused terrible consequences, because he has become less terrible. Now Konoha's main problem is lack of manpower. He doesn't know if Tsunade will help Konoha like the original. And how Monan learns her medical ninjutsu from Tsunade is also a question that needs to be considered. Monan's eyes rolled, and thoughts in his heart. But whether his idea can be realized depends on Tsunade's attitude when they persuade Tsunade to return to Konoha tomorrow. On the second day, it was learned from the silent mouth that Tsunade had sobered up, and the three of Monan met with Tsunade again. Tsunade just got up in the morning, and the headache caused by the hangover hadn't completely disappeared, and he saw Mizumen brought two little ghosts to look for him again. Although she was not very clear-headed yesterday, she still remembered what Watergate said. It was nothing more than trying to persuade her to return to Konoha, but she knew her own situation, and Tsunade knew that she had returned to Konoha, and he couldn't play any role. Sure enough, as soon as Mizuno opened his mouth, he asked again, Master Tsunade, Konoha suffered a lot of battle damage due to the poison of Cheyenne, and many of his comrades were poisoned and lost their combat effectiveness. Now no one can solve Konoha, only the body Konoha has hope for you, the most powerful medical ninja in the world. Mizumen made the same request again because he thought Tsunade was unable to communicate well with him because of his drunkenness yesterday. Now that Tsunade is sober, he thinks he might persuade Tsunade. Look, Lord Tsunade, the 3 generations of adults also wrote you a personal letter, hoping you can return to Konoha. Hearing Watergate mentioning the 3 generations of Hokage, Monan couldn't help but feel surprised in his heart. It was a god assist. In Monan's thoughts, Tsunade must have a certain resentment in his heart for his master's failure to support him. More than 10 years later in the original work, Tsunade was also angry when he mentioned Hokage. Now that Mizumen mentions the 3rd generation of Hokage, Tsunade must be resentful in his heart. It is best to curse a few words like the original book, so that Monan can use the topic to fulfill his plan. Chapter 46. As expected by Monan, Tsunade, who was originally a little bored, immediately went viral when Mizumen mentioned the 3rd generation of Hokage, and she snorted coldly. Hokage is just a bunch of idiots. My grandfather is like that, and so are the 3 generations of old men. If he followed my advice early and perfected Konoha's medical system, now Konoha will definitely not be so passive. In the final analysis, it is his stupidity caused. Everything went well, but Monan resisted the surprise, because it was time to watch his performance. Monan patted the table again and shouted indignantly at Tsunade, I don't allow you to insult Naruto-sama like this. Then Tsunade noticed the kid next to Watergate who looked only 6 or 7 years old. She was stunned for a moment. There were people who dared to fight against herself, and they were such a small child. Then he asked the Watergate next to him, who is this kid? So arrogant, your disciple. Mizumen hurriedly introduced, his name is Uchiha Nan. He is a disciple of Lord Ashimaru. He is a genius medical ninja. This time, the problem of Cheyenne's poisonous poison is also thanks to Monan's thoughts. Great tragedy. I heard that Monan is a medical ninja and his surname is Uchiha. Tsunade thought of his junior married into the Uchiha clan. Is this kid Saki's son? Tsunade looked at Monan with interest. Do you have any comments on what I said, kid? Aren't the Hokage guys all foolish fools? Monan immediately showed an even more angry appearance and shouted, Hokage is the greatest person in the village and the most respected person. I have always worked hard with Hokage as my goal. Even if you are the most admired person I have ever admired. My senior medical ninja, who has repeatedly insulted the Hokage guy, I have to teach you a lesson. Tsunade is also happy at this time. This kid is not ashamed and threatened to teach himself, and he is not resigned to be outdone at the moment. Well, I will give you a chance. As long as you can beat me, I will apologize to you. I will go back to Konoha and so on, and I will listen to you. As soon as Mizumen heard that, Monan and Tsunade were about to fight and hurriedly stopped and said, Nan is just a childish word. Don't take it seriously, Tsunade-sama. He was afraid that Tsunade would accidentally take Monan with his hands. It's not good if it breaks. Don't talk about Teacher Watergate anymore, I will never let this insult Sama Hokage easily let go. Monan pretended to ignore Watergate's dissuasion and insisted on fighting Tsunade. Tsunade also said to Mizumen, Don't worry Mizumen, I won't try my best. I only need to use this finger to deal with this kid. If I use one more finger, I will lose. After saying that, Tsunade stretched out an index finger to point to Monan, Come on kid, let's go outside. Nan has made some progress since the competition with Yuan, but this improvement is of no use in the face of real top masters. Tsunade is different from Ashimaru in that he is a ninja who is good at using physical skills, and Monan has no advantage in speed. It would be impossible for Monan to defeat Tsunade without exposing more things, but it would be idiotic if Tsunade wanted to defeat himself with one finger. When Tsunade said that he only took out one finger, Monan knew that he was determined to win. As soon as the two arrived on the street, Monan directly opened the riding wheel and speed force, and rushed towards Tsunade in an instant. Although Tsunade was surprised that Monan's speed was fast, she was good at physical skills after all. Not only was she extremely powerful, but also very fast. Unlike Ashimaru, she could only respond in a rush. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. I saw Tsunade stretched out a finger and poked it towards the ground. The moment the huge power exploded, a wide crack appeared in the ground between Monan and Tsunade. Monan had a riding wheel and reacted very quickly. He quickly stopped the charge when he saw the ground cracking, which stopped his offensive. The more Tsunade looked, the more he felt that Kusu looked like Saki. He heard that Saki had sacrificed a while ago, and Tsunade was still sad for a while. At this time, he agreed to Monan's request for a duel, and he didn't want to see what kind of thoughts his good friend's son had. The speed of Monan's shot shocked her. This shouldn't be the speed a child has. Tsunade regretted her decision to use only one finger in her heart, and she began to worry that she might overturn the car accidentally. Monan, who was relieved of the attack by Tsunade, was also a little surprised. Tsunade was really different from Ashimaru, who was not so relaxed when facing him at the time. Because Yuan is good at using poison and spiritism. He couldn't use poison to himself, and the powerful psychic technique was not easy to control, so when Yuan tested Monan, he actually did not exert his true strength at that time. Tsunade is different now, her combat effectiveness is almost entirely in strength and speed. Faced with the melee tactics of Shen Suli, it is said that the current Monan used it. Even if the 4th generation Reikage uses his Thunder Dung armor, Tsunade will not suffer any loss. Since the speed alone was not enough, he would use the quantity to make up for it. With this idea, Monan divided out 5 shadow clones. Tsunade can't handle it now. With just one finger, it's impossible to defeat so many shadow clones of Monan at the same time. If he rushes out, he will be attacked by Monan, facing Monan's group fight. Attacked Tsunade can only evade temporarily. Tsunade's evasive action was very fast, and the chakra of Monan's shadow clone could not use the super fast power, and could not grasp Tsunade at all. So Monan once again separated 5 shadow clones, surrounded Tsunade, and 10 shadow clones attacked together. At this time Tsunade couldn't avoid it, and she couldn't defeat 10 Monan shadow clones with just one finger, and she used a pair of fists in a moment of desperation. In fact, this is a violation of the previous agreement, and Tsunade has already lost. But even so, it's better than being defeated by a kid. Tsunade who used both fists was definitely not a good deal. Monan's clone ability itself was worse than the main body, and even the main body couldn't help Tsunade. The clone was naturally not Tsunade's opponent. Soon all the clones were broken up by Tsunade. Monan was not surprised to see that Tsunade used his hands in violation of the agreement. He had expected that after seeing his true strength, Tsunade would not honestly follow the agreement. The shadow clone was just to lure the enemy from the beginning. Taking advantage of the smoke that the clone was exploded, Monan secretly nodded the mark of Chidori, who had just learned from Kakashi, and Chidori could use more thunder chakras. Faster than in the state of superb power. When the smoke dissipated, Monan had already rushed towards Tsunade with Chidori. However, because the speed of Monan itself is a little slower than that of Kakashi, it is said that its Chidori is not as fast as Kakashi. Even Kakashi's Chidori can handle it, not to mention Monan's. Tsunade saw Chidori's flaws at a glance, and used her own stunt and strange power punches, but she wouldn't directly use this move to attack Monan. She would probably kill Monan. She just killed the hole nearby. The ground was rotten, with the intention of preventing Monan from sprinting. Tsunade has already seen that Chidori's move is very difficult to control. She thinks that she has changed the terrain in an instant, and Monan must not be able to react, and she should lose her balance and trip over the rubble. Sure enough, Monan suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground. Chidori also stabbed on the ground and caused an explosion, exploding a scorched pit on the ground. Monan was hit by the hurricane caused by the explosion again. Tsunade's judgment was not wrong, and if Chidori was used without Kakashi, she might really succeed. But Monan can actually react to the fact that he has a riding wheel, but he thinks that the battle is almost here, and deliberately fell. Chapter 47. Monan didn't intend to really defeat Tsunade here. The two agreed that Tsunade would win with the second finger. In fact, Tsunade had already used both hands to come out, but it was impossible to stop accusing Tsunade of fouling at this moment. His goal is not to win this battle, but to show that he wants to defend Hokage's dignity and his determination to regard Hokage as a dream for Tsunade to see. In the original work, Naruto relied on this to win Tsunade's favor. So Monan also plans to use a similar method to make Tsunade feel good about him. Whether Tsunade can return to Konoha is not important to Monan, he just wants to learn the best medical ninjutsu from Tsunade. Of course, it won't work if you just concede defeat just like this one time. This way you can't show your determination, so Mo Nan's performance has to continue. I saw Mo Nan, who was overturned by the hurricane, propped up the ground with his scarred hands and stood tremblingly. His eyes were still firm, and he didn't become confused by an offensive failure, and once again set his posture to prepare for the offense. When Tsunade saw Mo Nan standing up again, he couldn't help but admiration. "You're pretty spineless, kid." But at this time, she couldn't bear to be silent. She scolded Tsunade angrily. "Tsunade-sama, didn't you say that you only fisted one finger? You have already fisted 2 more fists just now. According to the agreement, you have already lost. Follow us back to Konoha as agreed." Mo Nan was secretly happy, he was just waiting for someone to say this. With this assist, he went on to perform. "It doesn't matter if it's silent, I don't care about what is agreed or not, I just want to teach this person who doesn't put Hokage in his eyes. Before I knock her down, I will never give up." Tsunade's breathing was stagnant when he heard the silence, and then he remembered that there was something like this, and he did indeed lose when he used his hands. According to the agreement, he wanted to apologize to Mo Nan and return to Konoha village. But when she heard that Mo Nan wanted to fight again, she quickly thought of an idea and found herself a step down. "Good boy, you are right. There is no agreement in the fight of ninja. If you want to tell the victory or defeat, you have to show your real skills. But it is true that I only used one finger first, since I have a double the punches beat you, so it's a tie." Mizuman said in surprise. "So Tsunade-sama, would you like to return to Konoha with us?" Tsunade was not unwilling to go back. It was because she had some unspeakable concealment, so she had no choice but to say, "I said he wanted him to defeat me before returning to Konoha. Now he hasn't defeated me, just a tie. I don't have to comply with the agreement to return to Konoha." Watergate didn't say anything, and Silent stopped doing it immediately. She yelled at Tsunade-sama like this, "You're a shame at all. It's a shame if you show your hands, you still want to shame now. Drop." Tsunade blushed a little when she heard the silence, so she had to say, "It is impossible to return to Konoha, but I can help solve the poison of Saiyan. You send someone to take a sample of the virus. Send it over and I can help develop an antidote." It was a bit disappointed to see that Tsunade was unwilling to return to Konoha, but when he heard that Tsunade was willing to help Konoha develop an antidote, he felt a little more relaxed. Although the task of taking Tsunade home this time will not be completed, as long as Tsunade-sama participates in the research and development of the medicine, the antidote will be completed quickly and smoothly. Konoha's shortage of manpower will soon be resolved, which is a good result. Watermark hurriedly handed a scroll to Tsunade. "Master Tsunade, there are virus data and samples. In fact, in order to develop an antidote as soon as possible, we brought all the virus samples and some major research with us. I just hope that after meeting Mr. Tsunade, if Mr. Tsunade is not convenient to go back, he can immediately start the research and development of drug reduction." Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Tsunade took the scroll, unlocked the seal on it, and appeared another larger scroll and a small bottle. Tsunade picked up the small bottle of poison and looked at it, and then began to check the information on the other scroll. At this time Mo Nan spoke, "Hey, Tsunade-sama, you haven't apologized for the insults to Naruto that you said, then it means that our battle is not over yet, and we continue to fight at Mo Nan refused to give up, but Tsunade knew that she had lost, and she didn't want to fight anymore. After all, it was her own fault first, so she had no power to say, okay, even if I am wrong, Hokage is not all fools, so let's do it." Mo Nan muttered a little in his heart, which was a bit different from what he planned. What he originally thought was that he would continue to provoke without mercy, and Tsunade should be angry. Then the two continued to fight, and then Mo Nan was knocked down again, and he stood up again. Only by deepening the impression repeatedly in this way can Tsunade be completely moved by his tenacity, and finally he must accept himself as a disciple and pass on the mantle to himself. Why did it only fall once by himself, and the battle was over? Now that Tsunade apologized, Mo Nan had no reason to continue provoking. The way Mo Nan was obsessed with Hokage touched Tsunade a little bit. His younger brother and his lover were like this back then. He was moved by them at the time and gave them the necklace he inherited from his grandfather. As a result, they died shortly after receiving the gift. Tsunade looked at Mo Nan now, as if he saw his brother's shadow on him. Although the two of them didn't look alike at all, Mo Nan's tone when talking about Hokage was exactly the same as the tone when Roaki mentioned that Hokage was his dream. Tsunade looked at Mo Nan with a complicated expression. Tsunade glanced at the poison sample and Konoha's research data. He had dealt with Sainscho, and he could tell at a glance that the poison was Cho's handwriting. Cho's poison is not easy to deal with. During World War II, he also spent a lot of effort to crack her poison. Mo Nan is actually capable of curing this kind of poison, which really surprised him. Especially the method used by Monan, the technique of extraction. This is a fairly high-end medical ninjutsu. The average medical ninja has no channels to learn it. You must have a good teacher to teach yourself. So she asked Monan, who is your teacher of medical ninjutsu? Monan was stunned for a moment and didn't expect Tsunade to ask himself this question. He answered truthfully, I learned medical ninjutsu from my mother since I was a child, and her name is Uchiha Saki. Sure enough, this kid is really Saki's son. Saki is her younger sister and the cousin of her distant aunt's house, which means that Monan is also his nephew. After Tsunade determined Nan's identity, he had an idea in his heart, turning his head and saying to Mizuno, I won't go back to Konoha. Go back and talk to the old man of 3 generations. And let Mute stay with this kid. Come down, as an assistant, complete the antidote with me. After the antidote is complete, I will let them take it back. Monan was delighted when he heard that Zushao wanted to keep himself as an assistant. Silent must have been worshipping Tsunade as a teacher at this time. Tsunade actually left herself behind, so the disciple who wants to become Tsunade should be inseparable. Tsunade made the decision after asking about the identity of his predecessor's mother. Monan speculated in his heart that perhaps his previous performance had some effect. Or the relationship between the predecessor's mother and Tsunade is closer than I originally imagined. Mizuman knew the relationship between Tsunade and the 2 children, and guessed that Tsunade meant to accept them as disciples. After hearing Tsunade's instructions, Mizuman immediately agreed, since this is the case, then I will take Kakashi home first. Then he said to Monan and Mute, you two will help Tsunade-sama to complete the antidote together this time. I will talk to the 3rd generation about this after I go back. I believe he will also be very happy. Chapter 48. It is much more convenient to go back to Konoha than when they came, and Mizuno directly teleported back to Konoha with the Thunder God and Kakashi. After returning to the village, Watergate immediately reported the results of this mission to the 3 generations. 3 generations felt regretful when they learned that Tsunade was unwilling to return to Konoha. However, I was a little relieved to learn that Tsunade was willing to help develop the antidote to Shain's poisonous poison. It seems that even if he has a certain resentment towards himself, Tsunade still cares about Konoha. After all, this is his grandfather's legacy. 3 generations heard Mizuman's speculation that Tsunade meant to accept Nan and Silence as his disciples, which surprised him even more. Kusu's original medical ninjutsu level was extremely amazing. If he could learn something from Tsunade, Kusu might be the one to replace Tsunade. In this way, even if Tsunade is unwilling to return to the village, Konoha has a sufficiently good medical ninja. Moreover, Monan is not only a genius medical ninja, according to Dashiwan, Monan is also a genius ninja. At the same time, as the disciples of 2 of the 3 ninjas, Kusu can gather their abilities one day, and he will surely become Konoha's pillar. After 3 generations heard of Mizuno saying that Monan fought with Tsunade in order to maintain the name of Hokage, they became more satisfied with Monan. The next generation of Konoha has his own disciples, and the next generation will have an excellent ninja like Mizuman. The next generation will have geniuses like Nan, and Konoha can be said to be a successor before at least 3 generations die. At this time, in another part of Konoha, after receiving the news, a person's face was not so good. This person was Danzo. Unlike the 3 generations who have inherited the will of the 1st generation, they still have hope for Uchiha. Danzo, who has inherited the will of the 2nd generation, has always had a deep prejudice against Uchiha. He has always been concerned about Uchiha's emergence of an unprecedented ninja genius. He has been paying attention to him since Monan's predecessor awakened to Shaolin Yan. After Monan's memory was completely awakened and he became a teacher again, he paid more attention to Monan. Danzo and Dash Yuan have always cooperated. He once proposed to Dash Yuan to drop Monan to his roots and stare under his eyelids. At the same time, he wanted to use Monan as a genius. But I don't know why, Dashimaru refused himself. Not long ago, Danzo got the news that the 3 generations taught Monan the cultivation method of the Flying Thunder God technique, and let Watergate teach him personally. Danzang felt a little wrong at this time. Fei Lei Shen was a Naruto technique, which made him unhappy. Danzang found 3 generations immediately, and the 2 had a big fight. Danzo believes that the Uchiha clan has always been unfavorable to the village. Their clan has mastered the God of Thunder, and sooner or later it will become a hidden danger for the village. The 3 generations believe that the problems between the village and the Uchiha clan are mainly caused by mutual distrust. He saw Monan with his own eyes and could see that Monan is different from the general Uchiha clan, and it will definitely become a good communication channel and ease the conflict between the village and Uchiha. It is impossible for Danzo to agree with the Uchiha clan to become Naruto candidates, even if it may be decades later. At this time Danzo had already regarded Monan as a thorn in his own eyes. Especially now that I have received news that this Uchiha Nan is actually going to become Tsunade's disciple again, that's okay. 3 generations inherited the position of Hokage from his master's 1st generation, and he also had the idea of passing Hokage to his disciples. If Monan inherited the ability of the first disciple Sunanbees, it would be almost a certainty to become Hokage in the future. Danzo has forgotten his previous thoughts of using Monan as his own. He just wants to get rid of Monan as soon as possible, so as not to become a bigger disaster after Monan grows up completely. Read more at hotentalnovel.xyz. Monan didn't know that the third generation had already regarded himself as Konoha's future, nor did he know that Danzo was plotting to get rid of him. Even if he knew it, he wouldn't care. If he had the ability, let the old man Tuanzang come over in person to see if Monan didn't turn on. Suzuo slapped him to death. On the short book street, Tsunade has already taken Monan and Silent to develop the antidote, and Tsunade really wants to regard Silent and Monan as his descendants. When he instructed Monan and Silent to complete the work of developing the antidote, he always consciously or unconsciously taught them other things that have nothing to do with the development of the antidote. Monan had anticipated this a long time ago. He knew Tsunade was concerned about Konoha, but he was worried about his fear of blood, so he wanted to leave something for Konoha. I just wanted to give some of their abilities to Monan and Silent, hoping they could pass on these things. Although Tsunade did not match the two masters and apprentices during this period, the things she gave to Monan were no less than the things Ashimaru gave him. Because Monan was already very good, most of what Tsunade taught Monan was quite high-end knowledge. Monan was originally a top doctor in his previous life. At this time, he was exposed to the high-end medical technology of these ninja worlds, and he was able to grasp it immediately. The mute on the side was different. She was originally quite average, and Tsunade taught her some basic things. Mute also discovered the strangeness of Tsunade through this period of time. When teaching her some basic medical ninjutsu, Tsunade always avoids his eyes. Once I showed Tsunade a small animal that I had just cured, because he didn't deal with the blood on the wound. Tsunade saw it, but he didn't expect to see Tsunade shivering with fright. The silence at this time finally understood why Tsunade was reluctant to return to Konoha, because of this fear of blood. A medical ninja suffering from panasemia is basically equivalent to losing the whole meaning of life. After understanding Tsunade's silence, the relationship with Tsunade became more intimate. On the surface, Tsunade seemed to be the master of Silent, but in fact Silent had been taking care of Tsunade during this period. When Tsunade is drunk and cannot take care of herself, Mute will take care of Tsunade, and Mute will also scold her when Tsunade does something wrong. The relationship between the two people seems to be reversed. Monan had a deep enough understanding of Sheyun's poison, he just lacked a way to detoxify. After cooperating with Tsunade, the speed of research and development of the antidote has been greatly increased. After less than a month, the research and development of the antidote has come to an end. In the process of cooperation, Tsunade also saw Monan's talent as a doctor. Although his medical ninjutsu was not as good as his own, there was still a way to go. However, his knowledge of various diseases, toxins, drugs, and the human body is completely beyond himself, and even faintly exceeds a part. During this period of research and development of the antidote, Monan did not let go of practice either. While assisting Tsunade to complete the antidote, he has been using the shadow clone to cultivate. The content of the practice includes the changes in the nature of the water and the earth, as well as the many ninjutsu learned from the Big Snake Pill, which enriches his combat methods. At the same time, the most important practice is to concentrate on two newly mastered ninjutsu, Chidori and Flying Thunder God. Chidori is nothing difficult for Monan, and he will be able to master it very quickly. Fei Lei Shen has also made considerable progress during this period, although he still can't move too far, and the preparation time is relatively long, and it does not have much effect in actual combat. But as long as he doesn't move too many times in a short time, he won't be dizzy anymore. During this period of time, Tsunade has also been by the side watching Monan work hard to improve himself. Chapter 49. Once, Tsunade finally couldn't help asking when he saw Monan using Chidori to break a rock. What kind of ninjutsu is your thunder done? I have never seen it before. Monan stopped practicing when he heard Tsunade's question, and replied, this is the ninjutsu that I developed together with Kakashi before, and later formed two versions. The one I used earlier was my own version, called the Speed. The powerful thunder escape ninjutsu, this is Kakashi's version, Chidori. This ninjutsu is indeed extremely suitable for combat. But as a medical ninja, why do you need such a powerful combat ninjutsu? Tsunade continued to ask. Monan thought for a while, he didn't have any extra purpose. It's just that when I watched Naruto in my previous life, I was quite interested in the ninjutsu in Naruto. Always dreaming that one day I learned all the ninjutsu and became an almighty and powerful ninja. With good luck in this life, he has the opportunity to come to the world of Naruto. He wants to satisfy his collecting habit and realize his dream of previous life. But if he said that, Tsunade would definitely not be able to understand it, and Monan had to think of a reason suitable for Hokage's style of painting. My dream has always been to become Hokage, so I have been thinking about what kind of talent is suitable to become Hokage. In my original imagination, Hokage should be a person who can guard everyone behind and become a solid backing for everyone, so I have been working hard to practice medical ninjutsu. In fact, when his predecessor started practicing medical treatment when he was only 3 years old, he didn't have so many thoughts. It was because his mother asked him to learn from him. Of course, Mo-nan would not say that. But after my mother died, I had a new idea. Hokage shouldn't just be a strong backing, he should also be a hero who can stand in the front and break through the difficulties and obstacles for all his companions. And to become such a person, you must have strong power. So, I began to practice hard to train myself, learn more ninjutsu, and want to master more powerful powers, just to be able to protect more people when I encounter danger in the future. Mo-nan wasn't completely blind, this kind of thought was more or less a little bit in his predecessor's mind. After he awakened, combined with some of his insights when he saw Hokage in his previous life, the words he said completely accorded with the logic of a person living in the world of Hokage. Sure enough, when Mo-nan said this, Tsunade's face showed a satisfied look. Mo-nan's explanation was completely reasonable to him, but Tsunade's precocity made Tsunade a little unexpected, but the children of ninja are generally precocious, which is not incomprehensible. It's just that she still has to remind Mo-nan. You know that I once set 3 guidelines for Konoha's medical ninja. Of course Mo-nan remembered that before his predecessor started to learn medical ninjutsu, his mother had told him about it, so Mo-nan nodded. Then you should know the second one is that medical ninjas must never fight on the front line. Because medical ninjas must guard all their companions when they fall, and must ensure their own safety. So as a medical ninja, you are not recommended to go on stage to fight with others. Tsuna-san spoke to Mo-nan with earnest heart. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Mo-nan understands that the 3 principles of medical ninjas are meaningful. It is precisely because of the existence of these 3 principles that he, with the identity of a medical ninja, has never actually performed a combat mission. Even in the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind, he has always stayed behind, and has never really fought with others. In fact, Mo-nan prefers this point. According to his own personality, he wants to live forever. His original plan is best to live up to the finale. Even if you play Hui, or in the future, it will be best if you don't need him to make a shot. But Mo-nan couldn't say that, which contradicted the words he had said before that he wanted to become Hokage. That's why I developed the ninjutsu of super speed force. It does not pursue a one-shot kill like Chidori. It has no lethal power. But this technique allows me to stay in a high-speed state for a long time. Easily injured by opponents. This is the method I came up with to get rid of the shackles of the 3 major medical ninja guidelines. Mo-nan's development of superpower was just to make up for the weakness of his lack of speed. He didn't think so far at the time. At this time, he used this as an excuse to prevaricate Tsunade. He didn't expect Tsunade to really agree. But Tsunade nodded understandingly. There are indeed some cases where the medical ninja has to go to the battlefield. At this time, the medical ninja needs some special skills. Your method is indeed to some extent. It's useful, but it's very limited. Tsunade's conversation turned. The extremely high speed does reduce the probability of your injury, but you still have the possibility of injury. As the only medical ninja in the team, if you are injured, the whole team will basically be in a dangerous state. What are you going to do at this time? This. Mo-nan said the same. In fact, he has a way. He also has Yang Yun Phantom Body to use. Yang Yun Phantom Body not only has strong medical ability, but also has the ability to replace the body injury. With these 2 capabilities, Mo-nan's safety can basically be said to be foolproof. But he couldn't reveal the secret of his kaleidoscope to Tsunade, and for a while he didn't know how to answer. Seeing that Mo-nan had nothing to say, Tsunade just went on to say, there is only one way to let the medical ninja go to the forefront to fight without scruples. That is the 4th rule of the medical ninja, only to be proficient in Baihao's art. Only with the medical ninja who creates regeneration can he go to the front line to fight without the 3 previous principles. Mo-nan was a little surprised when he heard this. These words seemed to be what Tsunade had said to Harano Sakura. Tsunade said this to himself now. Is it because he intends to pass on the techniques of the 100 grands to himself? Mo-nan pretended to hear this for the first time, and asked Tsunade in a pleasant surprise, there is another way, Mr. Tsunade, would you like to teach me the technique of the 100 heroes and creation and regeneration? I have seen from your previous words that even if you are a medical ninja, you still want to go to the front line to fight. So I decided to put these 2 skills and the one needed to perform these 2 skills. The technique of the Yin Seal will also be passed on to you. After Tsunade answered in the affirmative, Mo-nan jumped up excitedly. This time he was not pretending. He originally only planned to learn some medical ninjutsu techniques from Tsunade, but he didn't expect Tsunade to actually consider him as a real disciple and pass on all the kung fu at the bottom of the box to him. But Mo-nan looked back and thought that it was reasonable. Tsunade should have always wanted to let an excellent medical ninja inherit his mantle. In the original book, Tsunade passed all his abilities to Harano Sakura, but Silent did not inherit these abilities of Tsunade. It can't be that Tsunade is eccentric, it can only show that Silent really doesn't have this talent. Tsunade this life has encountered a more talented self, and it is normal to want to give these things to himself. As for having his own disciple, whether Tsunade will accept Sakura as a disciple in the future is not something that Monan needs to consider. If it is impossible, he can accept Sakura as a disciple by himself. In fact, Tsunade had been thinking about teaching the Yin Seal, the technique of the 100 heroes and the creation and regeneration to Monan for a while, and she could always see the shadow of her brother and Swan from Monan. Today he talked to Monan with these words. After Monan's explanation made Tsunade see Monan's determination, the shadows of his younger brother and lover seemed to be more and more clear on Monan's body. She seemed to be able to see that Monan would end up like them one day, which made Tsunade determined to pass on his stunts to Monan. Chapter 50. For Tsunade, she thinks that her phobia may be difficult to cure. In order to prevent her medical technology from becoming dusty, it is also an early idea to find a suitable disciple. Before, she had set her sights on her niece Mute, but after teaching Mute for a period of time, Tsunade discovered that the talent for Mute is really average. Even with her own teaching, it will be difficult for her to be too much in medical ninjutsu in the future. Achievement. Tsunade. After that, I never found a suitable candidate, and I almost gave up. It wasn't until she saw Monan that she rekindled this idea. Monan is the son of his junior sister and his nephew, and he has the talent of medical ninjutsu and the talent of ninja. From the observations during this period of time, the character is also good. Tsunade thinks that Monan may be the best candidate sent by the heavens to inherit her mantle. Monan didn't know that Tsunade had considered so much in his heart, and he was still excited about the many secret techniques that Tsunade was about to acquire. Both the Yin Sealing Baihao art or the creation and regeneration are the art he dreamed of in his previous life. The Yin Seal can accumulate the chakras that are usually cultivated, that is, as long as Monan is more eager, the easier it will be to accumulate greater strength. When it is dangerous, it can be used to burst out in an instant, and it can definitely give anyone a surprise. It's that creation and regeneration are of no use to him. This ability is the same as his ability to escape from the phantom body. However, the healing of the Yang Yun phantom body is counted on a per-time basis, and every serious injury basically consumes a Yang Yun phantom body, and a huge chakra is needed to summon again. If you are injured too many times in a short period of time during the battle, and there are not enough chakras to summon new phantoms, then the technique of Baihao and creation and regeneration will be of great use. The regeneration treatment of creation is based on time. If you receive intensive damage in a short period of time, creation regeneration will be more appropriate. In short, these tricks of Tsunade are also very life-saving stunts, which are very suitable for Monan who regards security as important. Thinking of this, Monan was afraid that this opportunity would slip away, so he hurried to worship his teacher, and wanted to immediately determine the relationship between the teacher and the apprentice with Tsunade. Although I learned a few things from Tsunade before, at that time the two of them weren't real masters and apprentices, at most they were registered disciples. Now that I am a direct disciple of Tsunade, are you afraid that she will not try her best to teach herself? Seeing that Master Monan respected himself so much, Tsunade was also slightly proud of his satisfaction with this disciple. It's not like Silent has no respect for her teacher at all, and she scolds herself when she sees herself gambling and drinking. After the master-disciple relationship was formally determined, Tsunade began to formally teach Monan the Yin Seal inherited from his grandmother, and the technique of Baihao and creation and regeneration that he later developed during the time between the research and development of the antidote. Originally, Tsunade didn't intend to pass on his other two unique skills, Weird Power Fist and Ten Shao Feet, to Monan now, because she was afraid that Monan would be too greedy for a while. The time between them to study the antidote was already very short, and the antidote will have to be developed. Then Monan will have to take the antidote back to Konoha village, and Shinobu meets again and doesn't know what it is. Time. Tsunade's idea is that Monan can master the Yin Seal and the 100 Heroes art to create regenerated fur within this period of time, and it will be enough to enhance his survivability on the battlefield. But who knows where the kid Monan heard about it? His own strange power can also be learned, and he has to pester himself to learn. Of course Tsunade didn't want to teach, and he told Monan to listen to these principles. After hearing this, Monan was also disappointed and left. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz, but who knows that after a few days, Monan came to her again with a prismatic mark in the middle of his forehead, saying that he had mastered the Yin Seal. The contents of the Seal of Baihao and creation and rebirth are basically all remembered and understood. The only thing left is to master it. He still hopes that the teacher can pass the strange power and Tian Shao's foot to himself as soon as possible. Monan also explained that because the research and development of the antidote is about to be completed, he will have to leave when that time comes. He wanted to learn all the teacher's stunts as soon as possible, and then practice by himself, striving to carry them forward as soon as possible. The reason why Monan insisted on learning strange power was that he had recently suddenly thought that his superb power had speed but not enough power. Whether it was the battle with Kakashi at that time or the battle with Ashimaru afterwards, it lacked decisive attack power and had no means to win with a single blow. Needless to say, I was very reluctant to stick to the scene with Dashimaru. But for the first time, he almost lost to Kakashi. When he cheated with illusion to win, if Monan himself had enough offensive power at the time, Kakashi would not be able to hold on at all. The imperfect power of superb speed caused an excessive burden on the body. At that time, Monan felt that as long as he learned the strange power and Tian Xiao's feat, and combined these two kinds of ninjutsu, his physical skills that were compatible with speed and power would definitely go to the next level. Hearing what Monan said, Tsunade suddenly realized, and then he was helpless. This kid is so perverted, learning things quickly and scary. During this period of time, she also discovered that not only the reason for writing round eyes, but Monan's memory is also amazing. It seems that he can immediately remember and understand something after telling him once. However, since he was able to master the yin seal so quickly, and initially formed a chakra seal on his forehead, this shows that he should not be far from mastering the technique of the 100 heroes and creation and regeneration. Since Monan had given all the skills to press the bottom of the box, he had no reason not to teach Monan the skills she usually uses against the enemy. So Tsunade explained to Monan the key points and cultivation methods of Wei Li Quan and Tian Xiao Jia. The principle of these two moves is the same, which is to make chakra boil in the body and exert greater strength. It's just that the chakra on the control hand is not the same as the chakra on the control foot, so two names were given. After getting these two tricks, Monan thanked Mr. Tsunade again, and left contentedly. He couldn't wait to practice. Monan had 2 more shadow clones, and 2 new ninjutsu on his training schedule. Quiet time always flies quickly, and Yin's poison is not a problem in front of the 2 world's top doctors, Monan and Tsunade. It has only been half a month since Monan officially worshipped Tsunade as his teacher, and the antidote was formally developed in less than a month and a half. Today is also the day when Monan and Tsunade bid farewell. Monan said to Tsunade, "Teacher, I have almost mastered the skills that you gave me. Now I am less proficient and applied in actual combat on the battlefield. Rest assured that I will give you everything that you give me. Carry forward them, and even find the right people to pass them on in the future, so that your technology can always shine." Tsunade nodded in relief, and she believed Monan's words very much. During this period of time, she also clearly saw Monan's talent, and kept giving her new shocks. She said to Monan, "After you go back, please ask the 3rd generation old man for me. If there is Mute, I won't go back with you. I also need an assistant on my side. Let Mute follow me. By the way, tell the 3rd generation old man." "What about this?" Monan knew that Mr. Tsunade kept silence by his side to protect silence. Silence is just an ordinary ninja. Now the war has basically reached the stage where the medical ninja must also fight with the team. Failing to learn Tsunade's unique skill of Mute, it is too dangerous for her to get to the front line. Monan nodded, "Don't worry Tsunade teacher, I will tell the truth about this to the 3rd generation. Goodbye Tsunade teacher." Silence. Monan bid farewell to the 2 of them, without too much disappointment, turned around and left with the antidote, and embarked on the road back to Konoha.